Okay, we're going to get started with some presentations.
So if anybody wants to come up from a commission or otherwise to celebrate this recognition, please join us in the front. Hello, good to see you.
Joined by my committee.
Yes, wonderful. Hey, hi, good to see you. Hey, girl. Wonderful. Hello, good to see you. Hey, Edgar, good to see you. How did the summer kickoff go? Was that good to see you? Oh, I always get confused who's doing what. Hello.
Know you.
So good to see you. How you doing?
I'm good, no complaints.
Good.
Jubilo Village is a done deal. That's what I got this
There's a light at every stage.
Take it. Hi.
Hi, I'm doing well. How are you? All right, so we are going to kick off. We're so excited that so many committee members were able to join us. Yes, we're making room. Okay, so I'm going to read out our proclamation for Juneteenth 2025. Whereas President Abraham Lincoln proclaimed the emancipation of enslaved people effective January 1st, 1863, commonly known as the Emancipation Proclamation. And whereas enslavers were responsible for telling those who remained in bondage that they were free, however, some ignored the order until Union troops arrived to enforce it. And whereas on June 19th, 1865, Major General Gordon Granger of the United States Army arrived in Galveston. If we could just make sure that folks are respectful of the proclamation. If you want to have conversations, please do so in the lobby. On June 19, 1865, Major General Gordon Granger of the United States Army arrived in Galveston, Texas, and issued Order Number 3, causing Texas the last Confederate state to declare that all slaves are free. And whereas 6 months later, the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution was ratified, abolishing slavery in the United States once and for all. And whereas that joyous day in June 1865 became known as Juneteenth, Emancipation Day, and for millions of African Americans, Juneteenth has served as an opportunity to celebrate the fundamental truth that all people are created equal. And whereas in 2021, Juneteenth was named a federal holiday by President Joe Biden, who I miss deeply, commemorating the emancipation of enslaved people in the United States. And whereas the city of Culver City is fortunate to be a diverse community that welcomes people of all races, ethnicities, religions, and genders, and is dedicated to ensuring that the city's future is greater than its past. And whereas the city of Culver City is proud to commemorate Juneteenth and invites the community to a free, family-friendly Juneteenth celebration and resource fair with live music and market vendors on Saturday, June 21st, 2025 from 1 to 4 p.m. at Ivy Station, 8840 National Boulevard in Culver City. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Culver City of California hereby proclaims June 19th, 2025 as Juneteenth 2025 and pays tribute to the indomitable spirit of African Americans and calls upon the community to eliminate prejudice and celebrate the great diversity of our people. Dated this 9th day of June, it says 2024, but it's 2025, signed by our mayor, vice mayor, and all council members. Do we have someone ready to speak?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is LaToya Hearns, Chair of the Martin Luther King Jr. Celebration and Juneteenth Committee Celebration, and I am joined by my fellow committee members. On behalf of the committee, we are honored to accept this proclamation recognizing Juneteenth, our nation's Independence Day. Juneteenth is a powerful reminder for justice, freedom, and equality are not just ideals, but ongoing work. It marks a day in 1865 when the last enslaved African Americans in Galveston, Texas, learned they were free. As we stand here today, we do so not only to celebrate the freedom, but to recommit ourselves to work of making it real for every member of our community. I thank our elected officials for recognizing the importance of this day and for standing with us as we honor the resilience, the culture, and the contributions of African Americans throughout history. Let this proclamation not only be a symbol, but a spark for deeper understanding and continued dialogue and shared action. Thank you for the honor. We look forward to celebrating Juneteenth in our beloved city on Saturday, June 21st, 2021, with pride, purpose, and unity. Thank you.
Is Kevin Dedicatoria here tonight?
Thank you. Appreciate you. See you later. See you in the morning, girl.
Kevin Dedicatoria?
Thank you for your reminder.
I invited Isaac Bryant. He confirmed he'll come.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, this is going to be great.
I am. The Capitol, so for reparations.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, it's good. It's good. Thank you.
Yeah, you gotta leave. Or do you want?
You want to be, for the rest of the.
Oh, it looks good. Very nice. You should put it in the back. See if they'll post it.
Good seeing you.
Good to see you. Have safe travels. Also.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm leaving next Thursday.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Okay, R2 is up. The presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in the middle of recognitions.
All right.
Can you please wait?
Is this on? We're going to do Pride next, so would anyone like to come up for Pride? In the middle, yep. Hello? Great. Great, going to do a proclamation for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, and other Pride Month, June 2025. Whereas our nation was founded on the principle of equal rights for all people, but the fulfillment of this promise has been a long time coming for many individuals, and whereas in the movement toward equal rights for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, and other people, a historic turning point occurred more than 50 years ago on June 28, 1969 in New York City, with the onset of the Stonewall riots, when LGBTQIA+ citizens rose up and resisted police harassment that arose out of discriminatory criminal laws that have since been declared unconstitutional. And whereas while the 1969 Stonewall riots have been enshrined as an enduring symbol of gay liberation, the Black Cat police raid in Los Angeles in 1966 and local protests that followed at other Southern California gay bars collectively were the precursors of the modern LGBTQIA+ rights movement. And whereas the earliest known use of the word pride as applied to gay rights come from the Los Angeles Pride organization founded in 1966, and California has been a leader in advancing the civil rights of its LGBTQIA+ citizens. And whereas, while further progress is needed, it is important to recognize and celebrate the substantial gains that has been achieved. And whereas, the 5th annual city-sponsored Pride Bike Ride will take place on Sunday, June 28, 2025, beginning at 4 p.m. in Sid Cronenthal Park. And whereas, with the progress flag proudly raised above City Hall, Culver City stands with the LGBTQIA+ community to work towards a better, more inclusive future for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California, hereby proclaims June 2025 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer, Intersex, Asexual, and Other Pride Month, calls upon the community to eliminate prejudice everywhere it exists, and celebrates the great diversity of our people. Dated this 9th day of June 2025, signed the Mayor and Council members.
Hello. I just want to shout out to our Pride event. It's our 5th anniversary. We have a morning/afternoon bike ride starting at Sid Gronthal Park on June 28th, and then it'll end at a Pride rally at the Culver Steps, Town Plaza at Culver Steps. Thank you, all, everyone. Thank you. I think also this year is a big milestone. There's a lot of strong political opinions and anger right now, and I think that this year of all years is a time to come out and support us. Thank you.
Thank you.
We distribute it, yeah.
I'll get you some. Good to see you. See you guys. Thanks for all your work.
Okay. The next is proclamation declaring June 2025 as Men's Health Month and June 9 through 15, 2025 as Men's Health Week. If anyone feels they would like to come up and join us on this, please do. Whereas each year in the week leading up to Father's Day, Men's Health Week helps to raise awareness of the diseases and illnesses that affect America's men. And whereas despite advances in medical technology and research, men continue to live an average of 5 years less than women, with Native American and African American men having the lowest life expectancy. And whereas educating the public and healthcare providers about the importance of a healthy lifestyle and early detection of male health problems will result in reducing rates of mortality from disease, and whereas men who are educated about the value that preventative health can play in prolonging their lifespan and their role as productive family members will be more likely to participate in health screenings, and whereas fathers who maintain a healthy lifestyle are role models for their children and have happier, healthier children, and whereas the Men's Health Month website has been established at www.menshealthmonth.org and features resources, proclamations, and information about awareness events and activities, including Wear Blue for Men's Health, www.wearblueformenshealth.com, and whereas the citizens of this city are encouraged to increase awareness of the importance of a healthy lifestyle, regular exercise, and medical checkups, now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California hereby proclaim June 9th through 15th, 2025 as Men's Health Week and June 2025 as Men's Health Month in Culver City, and encourage all of our citizens to pursue preventative health practices and early detection efforts throughout the year. Dated this 9th day of June 2025, signed by myself, the Vice Mayor, and all the council members. One more.
I think it's me, yeah. All right, thank you. We are going to proclaim the month of June Gun Violence Awareness Month. If anyone wants to come to the front, feel free. Anyone for Gun Violence Awareness Month? All right. Whereas gun violence impacts every segment of our society and the lives of people of various age, gender, race, ethnicity, religion, disability, sexual orientation, sexual identity, education, national origin, or any other distinguishing characteristic or trait. And whereas an average 125 people are killed by guns in the U.S. each day, and more than 200 are shot and wounded by firearms, and whereas gun violence increases the probability of death and incidents of domestic violence, raises the likelihood of fatality by those who intend to injure others among those who attempt suicide, places children and young people at increased risk of physical harm and injury, and disproportionately affects communities of color. And whereas Gun Violence Awareness Month honors the many lives that have been cut short by gun violence in our country and supports efforts to reduce gun-related crimes in the U.S., and whereas supporting efforts to strengthen gun laws at local, state, and federal levels is one way to reduce gun violence, and whereas the City of Culver City is committed to protecting its community from gun violence and exploring additional ways to do so through firearm safety regulations and safe gun storage. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California hereby proclaims June 2025 as Gun Violence Awareness Month and calls upon the community to set aside time to remember those Americans whose lives were cut short by gun violence, as well as the countless survivors whose lives are forever altered. Dated this 9th day of June 2025, signed by the mayor and council members.
Thank you.
Okay, and City Clerk, I believe we have 2 comments regarding the presentations. Is that correct?
Kevin Dedicatoria, do you want to come up now? And you can make the comments on both.
Good evening. First, Pride Month, while it is always a protest, it's always a celebration. I think the LGBTQI plus population has come a long way with our legal and social progress, but I think many of us know that it can always be taken away. And I'm fortunate that I live in Culver City that not only acknowledges it, but actually has the receipts to prove it. Believe it or not, yes. I actually moved from a city who's part of a school district that is actively suing the state to publicly out transgender students. And as you know, it's Mental Health Awareness Month and Gun Violence Prevention Month. I think it's really important to just think about the mental health, and that many people who die from gun violence are those who die by suicide from firearm, and more times than not, people seem to separate suicide issues and suicide. I mean, suicide by firearm is a suicide problem when it's really also a gun violence problem. So as we move along with this meeting, keep all of these things in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker. Mayor, I do want to make an announcement. The announcement is that the validation machine, which is right in the back here, was not working, but it now is. So if you tried it before, you may or may not have gotten validated, but we've gotten a guarantee that it is working now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'd like to read our statement of land acknowledgement. The City of Culver City formally acknowledges that the land we inhabit today is the ancestral land of indigenous peoples who have lived here for millennia. The City of Culver City honors the Gabrielino people, past, present, and future, and recognizes their enduring connection to this land as its original caretakers. We are committed to supporting and uplifting the Gabrielino people and to fostering a deeper understanding of the histories and identities of all Indigenous peoples in this region. We encourage all residents and visitors to join us in respecting and caring for this land. The city affirms its support for the rights of these Indigenous communities and for the preservation of their cultural legacies. Thank you. There's nothing to report from closed session. And can I ask colleagues, because we have so many speakers tonight, to make comments really brief? Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Hi, everybody. I hope you're all taking care of yourselves following what I know has been a traumatic and difficult weekend for many folks in our community. I'm absolutely appalled to see ICE terrorizing our neighboring communities and even making stops right here in Culver City. It's really gut-wrenching. I was able to attend a demonstration put on by SEIU with Councilmember McMorrin and leaders from across the county to demand the release of Union Leader David Huerta, who was just released on bail but faces several felony charges. There are reports of at least 200 people from across the county who were ripped from their families, imprisoned with no way to be contacted, which is itself a violation of the law. The president said this would last 30 days, but who knows? We don't know how long it will actually last. He's deployed the National Guard to lay the groundwork for more military interventions, and it's clear that their agenda is to incite violence so that they can say that LA is unstable or a war zone. And this is about power and intimidation, and it's textbook authoritarianism. And it's just a good reminder, for me at least, that what is legal and what is moral are oftentimes not the same thing. And our city, thank goodness, became a sanctuary city in 2017, making it illegal for our police and staff to in any way cooperate with federal immigration officials. So I'm grateful for that and appreciate the police department for putting out a statement reminding folks of that. The police department has committed to following the rules of that ordinance, which I know we all appreciate, and not cooperating. That being said, there's no interfering from any police department right now with any of the immigration operations. So I can imagine how vulnerable families are feeling right now when ICE comes knocking. Who do they call for help? So I've heard reports of parents organizing to guard school entrances this morning. It's a reminder that, as always, we keep one another safe. Our community is our safety right now, and I just want to share, I'm sure you've seen it, but if you do see ICE in your neighborhood, document it and report it by calling the LA Rapid Response Network at 1-888-624-4752. Do everything you can to stay safe and take care of your mental health right now. Don't forget to go outside, get enough sleep, take dedicated time off your screens to spend time with your loved ones. And in the meantime, we will continue standing up for our immigrant neighbors and fighting for a city that keeps us all safe. Thank you. Appreciate it, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. In addition to all of the recognitions, it's a +1 for those. I want to lift up again, Happy Pride. I was really, it was very joyful. It feels like forever ago now, but to kick off Pride Month in West Hollywood with colleagues there, and just be in a sea of folks who are just joyful and expressing who they are, particularly in a season where there are intentional legislative and other attacks on that right to be who folks are. So again, looking forward to Culver City Pride on the 28th. So proud of the steering committee that has been doing that work, and of course our staff that is supporting. Want to amplify that Ballona Creek is having a beautification event on the 14th from 9:30 to 12 p.m., and that's at the Overland entrance. So really encourage folks to go out, be in community, and support our environment in that way. And again, not to belabor the point for my colleague, but LA County is hurting, Culver City is hurting. We are getting the reports of ICE, Border Patrol, the National Guard, and now reports that the Marines are going to be sent to our area. So I just want to uplift that due process matters. Deploying National Guard to attack protesters is fascism. We are descending into a state that is incredibly alarming. If we study history, we know it is incredibly alarming. I'm the daughter of an immigrant, and we absolutely have to stand up for one another and keep each other safe. So I just want to encourage us to please support our neighbors, please support to mutual aid funds, legal funds, bail funds. Those resources are really needed right now, as well as supporting advocacy groups like CHIRLA. My colleague already lifted up the LA Rapid Response number, but please share that widely. And there are going to be storms ahead. I want to be clear about that, but in community, there is joy. In the fight, there is joy, and hope is a discipline. We have, we're just 6 months in, but we will survive this. So I just, want to encourage folks to continue to be involved, continue to keep up the fight, and to continue to see the humanity in one another, because we belong to one another. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Ray.
Thank you, Mayor. In the light of time, I echo my colleagues' remarks. I couldn't agree more with them both. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pusa.
Great. Happy Pride Month to everyone. Pride's going to hit a little different this year. Behind the smiles and celebrations, people are really scared of losing their rights, like many other communities. I had the opportunity and honor to speak at 2 different Pride events. One was at the UCLA Graduate Programs Mixer, and the other was right here in Culver City at the Unity of the West Side Church. It was a good reminder that our community is strong and will never be erased. Thanks to staff who organized the senior prom. It was an incredible event once again, and older adults from across generations got to dance their hearts out. And just +1 to the comments about ICE, thanks to my colleague for sharing those resources. I know many people are scared. It's not right that people are being denied due process, that federal elected officials are being denied access to detention centers, and that families are not allowed to see each other. So I hope people utilize the tools of nonviolent protest and that justice is served swiftly. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, yeah, and I definitely want to echo my colleagues' comments. It's incredibly sad what our president is doing, instigating fear and violence in our state, especially in Los Angeles. And we all know someone who's being impacted by this. And it's not a good place to be living in fear. So, know that you're safe here in Culver City. Our police department and our city supports you. And please, I hope everyone took down the information that Councilmember Fish put out. If you see something, report it, and be safe. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes,
can we get a motion for receipt
thank you.
and filing of correspondence, please? We have a motion from Councilmember McMorrin. We're waiting for a second. Thank you. Second from Councilmember Fish. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And do we have any reports from committees, commissions, or boards? No? Okay. How many comments do we have from the public on items not on the agenda? And I'd like to make sure everyone understands. If you are planning to speak on PH 3, these are the popular ones, regarding the budget or regarding Jubilo, you do not comment on items off the agenda. So this is the section that we're doing now. So if you're not speaking about the budget or Jubilo, you will not be speaking during this time. And if you think you are, then please go up to the city clerk and let her know that you want to change your comment time to those parts of the agenda. And I do want to also, for the sake of staff and people that are, we can get through A1 and A2 quickly after the consent items, and I'd like to move them before the public hearings so that we can get them out of the way, get those folks out of the room, and then we'll do those quickly and then get to the meat of the meeting that everyone's here for. So comments off the agenda, please. How many do we have?
We have 25, and I'll read the statement regarding hate speech. Members of the public have a right to speak on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. However, this council strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Culver City prides itself on its diverse community and inclusion of all persons. We are committed to creating a safe space in the city and in these chambers where members of our community feel included and respected.
And City Clerk, how many comments do we have for the two big items total?
We currently have 42 speakers for PH3 and 30 speakers for A3, but that is growing as we speak.
Okay, so that everyone has an opportunity to speak tonight, and you're not here until 3 in the morning, I'm going to ask that we limit all comments to 60 seconds. It would be helpful also if you can share comment time with someone and cede your time and have folks raise their hand in agreement if you like. If you want to speak, that's great. But if you'd like to, for the sake of time and so people can speak and not be here until 2 in the morning, I recommend that.
And so we're going to call your names, and this is just a reminder. If you are speaking on an item that is not on the agenda, but it has anything to do with the budget, we'll need to move you to PH3. So please let me know if you would like to move to PH3. Some people have signed up for all 3 of those items. Thank you.
Our first 10 speakers are Gary Zeiss, Chris Grossman, Amy Kim, Meta Valentic, Nancy Barba, Jeff Schwartz, Steve Siegel, Ronald Ostrin, Dr. Luther Henderson, and Lindsay Carlson. Our first speaker is Gary Zeiss, followed by Chris Grossman.
Hi, good evening, Council, Mayor. I was having a conversation with a small business owner the other day and trying to figure out how to make things a little bit better around here for them. One of the problems they have is getting their getting their permits. And it does seem like the bureaucracy is a bit confusing and a bit disorganized from that perspective. So I'd like to suggest that you put on the agenda in the future the creation of a small business, combined small business city department, the appropriate city department task force to work on streamlining the process in a way that works a lot better for people. I know there's been consideration of reducing or providing permit credits, but I'm thinking that if someone has to sit there for 12 months paying rent for a property that they can't use, it may be more valuable to them to get maybe a few months taken off of that than offering a credit. So I'd like to suggest that we develop a task force for that purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amy Kim, followed by Meta Valentic.
Hi, my name is Amy Kim. I'm a taxpayer and a voter here in Culver City. Today, I'm here to speak on behalf of my 7-year-old daughter, Chloe. She loves living in Culver City, many aspects of it. I urge that each of you to think about Chloe and the 8,000 children who live in Culver City every day as you make important decisions. I'm not here just to represent my daughter today. In a week, we have over 330 concerned parents and stakeholders signing a petition, and we ask that the City Council prioritize our schools and children. We ask that you ask to hear from the community, and many of us are here. Many of us moved to Culver City specifically for the excellent public schools. We chose to move here despite the high cost of living and high property taxes because we wanted our kids to thrive in our neighborhood schools. I understand that none of you on the city council members have children in CCUSD today, but so let me remind you, we want our schools to be excellent and we need your support. Our kids might be too young to vote, but remember that us as parents, we will always vote for what is best for our children.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Meta Valentic, followed by Nancy Barba. I'm not seeing them online, so we're gonna, hold on. Oh, wait, found one.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Sorry about that. Oh, I was going for PH3, not the
Okay.
public comment.
Alrighty, thank you.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Nancy Barba, followed by Jeff Schwartz. Not seeing them online or in the council chamber. Our next speaker is Jeff Schwartz.
This weekend, ICE came to LA. At first, LA police and sheriffs did nothing. When community members resisted, they came to protect the goons and attack the protesters. They had a choice between the people and laws they swore to protect and uphold and Trump, and they chose Trump. So far in Culver City, ICE has struck too quickly for community members to gather and resist. CCPD has refused to warn of these abductions, much less prevent them. Their training at the Museum of Tolerance has failed to teach them what fascism looks like. Many of us have tried to warn you about the dangerous authoritarian culture of policing. After this weekend, how much more evidence do you need? How many more tears? How much more blood? How many more multi-million-dollar settlements? A sanctuary is a shelter from harm. It is not where some people let others inflict harm, much less defend the abusers with military equipment. Every so-called law enforcement organization has chosen to enable and protect Trump's goons rather than protect the people of their communities. Chief Sims knew ICE was here. Who else? The mayor, the city manager, city attorney? Everyone who knew and didn't try to stop them awareness collaborated with
Your
fascists.
time is expired. Our next speaker is Steve Siegel, followed by Ronald Ostrin.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Two main points. Number one, I represent a sizable group of friends and residents in Culver City that probably make up 80% of the city that want the city council to consider one main thing in all matters, including the major ones tonight, and that is what benefits the quality of life of the current residents of Culver City the most. That is most important to us. Mr. Fish has mentioned before that we're not pulling our weight in building a larger population. Following the model of LA County, or the state is a poor model. There's been disasters in those places. Why would we follow them? So in general, please consider the quality of life of residents who currently live in Culver City as the #1 issue. Number two, I'll remind you, there's no mandate to do anything other than that. Both Mr. Puza and Mr. Fish both lost their elections on election night. Votes trickled in and they won. Okay, fine, but that's not a mandate. Thank you for keeping this in mind. Appreciate it.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
And we're going to circle back to Nancy Barba, who's now online.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Nancy Barba. I'm a mother, I'm a neighbor, and I am a first-generation Latina who is seeing the disparity in how safety is prioritized in our city. While Culver City Police offers vacation checks for people traveling, they are absent when our immigrant neighbors are being terrorized by ICE in their own homes. Where's that same commitment to protection for those community members? We're not asking for special treatment. We are demanding equal protection under the law. Culver City cannot claim to be a progressive, inclusive city while turning a blind eye to these state-sponsored acts of trauma and terror. Our silence is complicity. We all deserve to feel safe. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ronald Ostrin, followed by Dr.
Wait, can you put him on second call, please?
Okay. Our next speaker is Dr. Luther Henderson, followed by Lindsay Carlson.
Good evening, Luther Henderson. I want to communicate my unequivocal disagreement with those misguided community members who have articulated specious propaganda against the recent lawful actions of the Immigration and Customs Enforcement. The rhetoric and actions of paid political activists seem to support those supporting protesting the rule of law. Unwavering support of illegal aliens who have violated our immigration laws is unacceptable. Those illegal aliens should and will be deported from our country. Encouraging members and others to stand in the way of ICE and local law enforcement agency could be interpreted as an act of sedition, which is un-American. I urge you to repeal the situation that you are in right now. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lindsay Carlson, followed by Mark Warwick.
I had a 3-minute speech, but I'll bring it down to 1 minute.
Excuse me. Your name is Mark Warwick?
Yes.
Okay, we were calling you after Lindsay Carlson. Can you wait just 1 moment?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Lindsay's on her way from the school board meeting.
Okay, Mark, go ahead. All righty.
Did that take up part of my time?
No, you get the full 1 minute, starting now.
I'm addressing, if you will, pardon me, I'm addressing Council Members McMorrin, Fish, and Puza, primarily. And I am allowed to speak on the Jubilo project, is that correct? I'm
No.
not. Then I shouldn't be talking now either.
Our next speaker is Kenny Stevenson, followed by Melissa Sanders.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, good. My time started already. Great. Mayor O'Brien, Vice Mayor Puza, council members, I've been a CC resident and homeowner for over 15 years. My daughter's been in CC USD school since kindergarten. I want to say this. If someone does not have sanctuary in our city, then how can we be a sanctuary city? But we are a sanctuary city. I believe it, and I know the council believes it. So how is ICE at the Fox Hills Mall? How is Fox on Farragut? How is ICE at Farragut Drive at the car wash? I looked to Instagram and see that CCPD on Saturday posted that they're not helping ICE with their raids, but if you aren't actively stopping or preventing ICE, does that not make you complicit? CCPD should be actively preventing ICE from being in our city, otherwise their quote unquote not helping is just standing out of the way so ICE can come in. I have some ideas. You can use your license plate readers to keep track if ICE tries to come into Culver City. You can use your body cams with AI to run facial recognition. So we know, we did it. Time up.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Melissa Sanders, Margaret Peters, Disa Lindgren, James Richardson, Christopher Michelle, Marcy Bond, Rebecca Rona, Joshua Idra, Ken Palmer, Kevin Dedicatoria, Patrick Godinez, Rick Tuttle, and Marta Valdez. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Margaret Peters.
I assume you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
I do not see my timer, so I'll try to be quick. I was going to say something else, but I really want to thank the speakers who are talking about how we can be a sanctuary city and how we need to protect all of our neighbors and our friends and stuff. These are the same people who have been asking to basically defund our police department and slash the police budget. So I want you guys to all understand now why it's important to have a fully funded, fully functional police department, because when you want them, we can't magically make them appear. If anything, this should be a call to hire more, so when things like this happen, we have the staff to do so. I cannot believe that you think that our CCPD can be everywhere all at once. That is really a sad delusion that you are under. So thank you, CCPD, for trying to do your best under the circumstances at which we're dealing with.
Our next speaker is Margaret Peters, followed by Disa Lindgren.
Thanks, Council. I am a PRCS. I'm the Vice Chair of the PRCS Commission, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the Commission. I'm speaking on my own behalf. It is graduation time in Culver City, which should be a very joyous time, but many of our families are scared given the recent ICE raids, scared to celebrate with children who have achieved so much, and we can do something to help. Alberto Cavallo, the superintendent of LAUSD, has said that school police are directed to intervene and interfere with any federal agency who may want to take action during these joyous times that we call graduation. CCUSD does not have school police, but we do have CCPD. I call on the council to direct CCPD to intervene and interfere during our school's graduations. In addition, after having watched nearly cause several accidents in the span of about 2 minutes, I called 911 to ask them to send an officer out to prevent what could become a tragedy. I was told that CCPD is not interfering with ICE. I asked, though, at the very least, that CCPD enforce our traffic laws. ICE agents are not using sirens, therefore they should at least respect our traffic laws. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor O'Brien, Vice Mayor Puza, and members of the City Council. I am joining those who are speaking out about the grave concerns we have about what is happening in Culver City regarding ICE. I feel it's an honor to be an Angelino, and I admire so much all the wonderful community members who are standing up to support and protect their neighbors, and we have an obligation to do the same in our community. Culver City is 5 square miles. We have a very well-resourced police department. The least that our police can do is to inform us through Nixle when ICE is observed as being somewhere in our city, and also to do whatever is possible to protect those who are being just treated horribly. Small children being separated from their parents, people snatched up and having absolutely zero guarantee of any due process. It is deeply wrong, and all of us should be doing everything we can to protect our neighbors. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Our next speaker is James Richardson, followed by Christopher Michelle.
And if everyone can prepare, if their name is called as following someone else, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Good morning, City Council. Good to see you again, Dan, Freddie, Albert, Yasmin, Brian. I'm not going to be here long. I'm actually encouraged by everything I'm hearing from both sides. We're living in a time of extremes, and it's very difficult to combat those extremes when safety becomes an issue and emotions are flying and people are not really being able to think clearly. I stand in solidarity with all groups here. I want to present three kind of solutions that kind of came up, and I want to put it in your head. Hopefully we'll talk about it later. $250,000 going to community input, and that's going to be covering a lot of different issues regarding police, affordable housing, healthcare, stuff like that. The second thing I want to talk about, I actually applied for your PCF small business program because I want to talk about alternative currencies, and I hope that actually solves a whole lot of issues in the future. Thanks.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christopher Michelle, followed by Marcy Bond.
Hello, Council. My name is Chris. I'm an organizer for Culver City Pride, and I'm here today to request some additional allocation of funds for Culver City Pride this year, and for that to be agendized for the next council meeting. Specifically, we're seeking an increase of $10,000 to address the rising costs associated with police presence at our ride, which have significantly impacted our event budget. Our special events grant, which we received last year, was issued before the cost of police increased by 400%. As a result, the grant is no longer proportional to the costs we are now incurring, and we are just asking the city provide an additional $10,000 to compensate for this discrepancy and ensure that the event can happen this year. Culver City Pride is a beloved celebration that fosters diversity, inclusion, and community. Our event continues to grow, and we want to ensure that everyone is safe and all our participants remain our top priority. So I hope you all can make Culver City Pride happen this year despite this last-minute change.
Mayor, may I ask really briefly, when were you made aware?
Your time has expired.
Thank you, Chris,
Thank you.
for your work organizing the event. When were you made aware of the?
Like last week.
Okay, thank you. So just briefly, can we, I guess, agendize a conversation about filling that gap? And then, sounds like that's, it sounds like they do. We have another meeting before the 20th.
It'll be tight.
And then finally, I think we should look at this policy around what CCPD asks of our events, how much the cost is typically, and try to standardize that, because this event has never had that much of a cost, and happy to have that conversation later. But those are the two things I'm hoping we could have a conversation about.
It was after the update of the fee structure across the city, but yeah.
But it's a larger footprint for police this year than it was previously, so I just want to understand what that standard practice is.
Councilmember Bush, I'm not exactly.
Want me to repeat?
Yes.
Okay, so the first one was just a conversation about increasing the funding for the event to cover this funding gap because of the expanded police presence. And then the second is a conversation about how, what CCPD requires for our special events and the fee structure of that, so that we can better predict, so that we don't end up in this position again. We can better predict.
Can we send that part to the subcommittee? Would that be appropriate? Special event subcommittee? with Councilmember, or Vice Mayor Puza and I?
Of the part about standardizing
Yeah, the,
to
just
the
knowing,
special events
yeah,
subcommittee?
just understanding and having a better grasp on.
I think that would be fine.
Okay. Is that okay?
So are we looking for nodding heads now?
Yes.
I see nodding heads
Yes.
from,
And I just want to make sure that the Pride request is going to come back in the 23rd.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Anything else, City Clerk, that you need from us?
Did everyone nod?
yes, everyone nodded.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thanks, Mayor.
Good evening, Mayor O'Brien and council members. My name is Marcy Bond. I am a PRCS commissioner, but I'm not speaking as a commissioner tonight. I am unsure what happened with this, but I wanted to let the community know that for about 5 or 6 weeks, there has been an older white car that has been circling around Vets Park area, as well as the Carlson Park area. It's very concerning because it is a male in that car, and he has been turning around and following women, so stalking women. I've seen him a couple of times at Vets Park as I was walking across Vets Park, and he would stare at me and smile as I walked by him the entire time. That it's kind of creepy when you have something like that happen. So I just want everybody to be aware that if this is still happening, I'm not sure, but if it's still happening, please keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes open for your kids. Keep your eyes open for women. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Rona, followed by Joshua Edra. Oh, there we go.
Hi, I was planning, this is Rebecca Rona. I was planning to speak on Jubilo.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No, he is. He's okay.
Our next speaker is Joshua Edra, followed by Ken Palmer.
Hi, this is Josh Edra. General Plan 2045 makes car drivers and single-family ownership unbearable. General Plan 2045 coerces people from cars and their houses. General Plan 2045 promotes automated enforcement and more surveillance, which means less privacy for residents. General Plan 2045 means city residents lose and elitist anti-human billionaires win. Progressivism and environmentalism has been captured by the billionaires. General Plan 2045 is a billionaire takeover. We demand a new plan that respects car owners, homeowners, and privacy of residents. Just because a majority supposedly voted for billionaire-captured politicians does not make the plan a just and moral.
Inquired a hungry troll.
Majorities
Only me, said Leo. Would you like to share my role?
Supported
The
slavery,
troll just nodded.
discrimination,
Thanks, he growled.
and
I think I'll just eat you.
of the
But Leo said,
disabled
my
through
armor's
US
pretty
history.
difficult to chew.
General Plan 2045 must be
I've
rejected.
got a brilliant book, though, if you'll hang on just a minute.
And also,
It's full of juicy
and
goats,
also-
and look, it's even got you in it.
And also,
That
if you want
sounds
more
good, the
information,
troll replied,
the
his hunger
last
put on
thing
hold.
Californian
So Leo read the
dot
story.
Substack place to look for
It's yours to
more
keep, said
information.
Leo, and he clambered back on net.
Everything okay?
Hello?
Hi, Joshua, are you still on the line?
I end my statement.
Oh, we can't hear. Just one moment.
For more information about opposing General Plan 2045 and making sure that Culver City is for the residents, go to thelastsaintcalifornia.substack.com.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ken Palmer, followed by Kevin Dedicatoria. Ken Palmer, are you able to unmute yourself? Okay, looks like we're having some difficulties. Our next speaker is Kevin Dedicatoria, followed by Patrick Godinez.
I believe the zoning code was brought up a couple months ago, and I was in a very non-tangent way of trying to explain my support, and I guess I guess I want clarification, not during this meeting, but afterwards or at another time. I think it was mentioned specifically, but I was asking about transit-oriented development, and it was just about the Culver City Expo line. Are we just focusing transit-oriented? I noticed that the zoning code changes affect transit-oriented communities under the Culver City General Plan, and I just wonder if the city is pursuing transit-oriented development just along this Expo line or in the TOCs under the General Plan. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Patrick Godinez, followed by Rick Tuttle.
Hello, everyone. I come and stand before you as a Culver City housing neighbor. Thank you. And for the sake of the public, I also sit on the advisory committee on housing and homelessness, as well as the outreach and engagement. I'd like to publicly comment on a few things. For the first time, I traveled to the park next to the college that had multiple baseball fields. I'm not too sure if it was Culver City or not. It was huge and beautiful with multiple layers. I just wanted to make sure that council had plans or was making plans to prevent fires from occurring in and around this area. Not sure what you could do, whether it's state, county, city, or federal, but please look into it because we don't want history to repeat itself. Also, at the top of the park is a ball field that's covered with dirt. I was thinking if you didn't have any current plans, I envisioned kind of an outdoor, kind of a Culver City bowl, an amphitheater, or something fun for the gracious people of Culver City. Just a thought, maybe we could have Sony pay for it. Finally, Urban Alchemy is doing a great job.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rick Tuttle, followed by Marta Valdez. Rick Tuttle, if you're online, please reach out. And then we're going to circle back to, oh, sorry, no. Our next speaker is Marta Valdez.
Good evening, Mayor O'Brien, Vice Mayor Puza, and council members Bubba and Vera, Albert Vera. I just want to say thank you for coming to our event this week. It was great having you guys there. And as you know, I was here a couple weeks ago when a resident fell in our community and ended up, I believe she's suing the city, I'm not sure. But at our event, when we were leaving, one of our guests was crossing the street and there was uneven asphalt, fell flat on her face, chin, nose, head. A lot of people from the streets came up and, tried to help her up. I'm just urging you, really start thinking about fixing our sidewalks, fixing our streets. Hopefully there's not going to be another lawsuit because she fell and hurt herself, but use the $250,000 that you want community input. Recircle it. Bye.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Then second call for Ronald Ostrin or Lindsay Carlson.
I don't need to speak.
Lindsay Carlson. Okay. I believe that was our final speaker.
Wow, okay, thank you. I think we're on.
Mayor, can we just remind the audience of the order of the agenda now?
Yes. So now we're going to hit the consent items, right?
Okay.
And then after that, we'll hit A1 and A2, and then we'll go into public hearings.
Great, thank you.
Yep. Do we have any comments on consent?
We have none.
Okay. Do we have any items that any of my council members want to pull from consent? Councilman? No? Councilman McMahon? Good? Everyone good? Okay. I'm good too. Okay, can I get a motion to vote on the consent calendar?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor Prusa to approve the entire consent calendar all at once. Please vote. All members have voted, and that passes unanimously.
Great. Now can we start with A1? Do we have any public comment on A1?
We do not.
Okay. Can we have a presentation by staff?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. As Cultural Affairs Manager, I'm pleased to present a summary of our staff report on behalf of the Cultural Affairs Commission, recommending the appointment of Victoria Marks as Culver City's next Artist Laureate for a 2-year term beginning July 2025 and concluding on June 30th, 2027. We are also seeking approval for the related Artist Laureate agreement. First, let me introduce you to Victoria Marks, the recommended candidate. Ms. Marks is a multidisciplinary artist and choreographer and director whose primary artistic medium is people and the relationship between them. She's known for creating movement-centered performances, which she describes as a form of group portraiture, and she defines choreography broadly as any set of intentional actions or movements. Her work spans stage, film, and public spaces, and she considers herself a bridge builder, focusing on facilitating connection and creating safe and joyful spaces for people to come together. Victoria Marks has a strong background in community-centered performance making, having led projects like Action Conversations with diverse groups, including teen mothers, older women, veterans, and artists. Her artistic aim is to bring wonder, build empathy, and make ordinary life more beautiful by engaging people where they meet. Professionally, she serves as a professor and chair of the Interdepartmental Program in Disability Studies at UCLA, and her extensive accomplishments include numerous grants, awards, commissions, and significant roles as a consultant and advisor in the arts field. For her tenure as Artist Laureate, Ms. Marks envisions making public spaces more vital, supporting growth and interconnection with micro-communities, and seeing the city as a canvas for projects that connect residents and build civic pride. The Cultural Affairs Commission, along with with the subcommittee and independent selection committee, found her exceptionally well-suited for this role due to her artistic excellence, significant community engagement experience, and compelling vision. The selection process for this year's Artist Laureate underwent several enhancements following an independent evaluation, which included feedback from over a dozen key program stakeholders, including our program partner, the Culver City Arts Foundation. Based on recommendations from this evaluation, several important updates were incorporated into the program to enhance the applicant pool and outreach to artists. Specifically, the geographic boundaries for interested applicants were expanded to include artists living or working not only in Culver City, but also in neighboring communities and districts such as Mar Vista, Baldwin Hills, Palms, and others. This expansion also eliminated a specific residency time requirement for living and working in Culver City. The application process was refined to include an initial call for letters of interest phase, and outreach efforts were greatly expanded through multiple social media blasts and targeted engagement with local groups, artist collectives, and academic institutions. Interested artists were also asked to describe their own connection to Culver City and their understanding of the Culver City community. A mandatory virtual Artist Laureate orientation session was held on March 19th to provide comprehensive program overview. These changes proved highly successful as the program saw an over 500% increase in engagement with the application process, receiving 47 letters of interest in 2025 compared to 7 applications in 2022. This increased outreach significantly heightened the program's profile within the larger Los Angeles artistic community, and the quality of artists who applied was excellent. Following the review of these 47 letters, 25 artists were invited to submit full applications. The subsequent selection process involved interviews and deliberation by an independent selection committee, which recommended Victoria Marks to this Cultural Affairs Commission Artist Laureate Ad Hoc Subcommittee. This recommendation was supported, and on May 20th, the Cultural Affairs Commission formally voted to recommend Victoria Marks' appointment to the City Council. Therefore, staff recommends that the City Council approve the Cultural Affairs Commission's recommendation to appoint Victoria Marks as Culver City's Artist Laureate for the upcoming 2-year term and approve the related Artist Laureate agreement. I am pleased to invite Ms. Marks to the podium to briefly introduce herself and to answer any questions. I am also available for questions. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Sally. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you. I'm so grateful to have been nominated. Thanks to the Cultural Affairs Commission, the Artist Laureate Selection Committee, and the cultural staff, Sally, Sam, and Lee. I hope, if I'm approved, that my work will be to inspire, delight, even in the midst of complicated times, to illuminate city spaces with possibility and the imagination, and very importantly, to support the conversations that need to happen here through our project of coming together. Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't you stay there for a minute? Councilmember Fish, you have anything?
Just congrats on the recommendation. Thank you for applying. Thank you to everyone who applied, especially all the finalists. And just thanks for sharing your work with our city. Katie Krantz did a wonderful job and has, you have big shoes to fill, and I have no doubt you're going to do wonderful things for Culver City. So just thank you.
Thank you.
And congrats.
Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you so much. Honored to meet you and looking forward to your tenure as Artist Laureate. Thanks.
I look forward to becoming better acquainted with the city.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Ms. Marks. Congratulations to your appointment. Looking forward to working you and seeing what we can do collectively for the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Congratulations, Ms. Marks, and thank you to Director Unsworth and the Cultural Affairs Commission for all the work you did for the selection process. Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah, thanks to Cultural Affairs Commission and staff. I know it was a lot of work, and wow, you came on top of a big group of people. So congratulations on that. I'm excited to have our Artist Laureate with a perspective in the performing arts. That's something new in that role. So I'm very excited to see what you come up with.
Thank you.
All right. Got it. Looks like we have a motion and a second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera and a second by Councilmember Puza to approve the recommendation to appoint Victoria Marks as the Culver City Artist Laureates for fiscal years 25-26 and 26-27, and to approve the related Artist Laureate Agreement. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, now on to A2. Do we have any comments from the public?
We do. I believe we have 3. And just as a brief introduction for anyone who's watching or listening or here, we have about 11 commissions, boards, and committees. Some of them are up there, not all of them. But annually, we do a recruitment because there are 4-year terms, there are 3-year terms, there are 2-year terms on all of these different bodies. And so every year, we send out information to ask you to apply if you're interested in working and volunteering, basically, to help the city make recommendations to the City Council regarding these different areas of expertise. This year, we had a whole lot of applicants, and so tonight is the night that we're going to appoint them. Now, this happens annually, but please feel free to fill out an application tonight if you'd like. People leave, and then we'll always keep your application on file. So if you're interested, we invite you. It's a great experience. Okay, we have 3 speakers tonight. First, we have Leora O'Carroll.
Good evening, Mayor O'Brien, Vice Mayor Puza, and council members. It's been an honor to serve on the Cultural Affairs Commission, and I'm now seeking reappointment for a 2nd term. Currently, I serve as vice chair. Here are some highlights from my 1st term. Early on, I discovered that the Commission's critical advocacy power had been accidentally removed. This discovery resulted in the council voting to reinstate the power. As liaison to the Culver City Arts Foundation, I provided input and helped shepherd the MOU between the foundation and the city. For Fiesta La Bayona, our subcommittee selected the music groups to perform at the festival. On the creative economy front, I worked with Econ Dev to host a mixer at the Vende Museum for over 100 stakeholders. For the Olympics, our subcommittee has explored how best Culver City can showcase itself to the world and have reviewed multiple presentations in performing arts and visual arts proposals. Looking ahead, I hope to continue all of my work, including for the Olympics, to complete a cultural program that is entertaining, diverse, and compelling, and help create a cultural equity plan that ensures cultural affairs connects with all residents. The arts enrich us, they unite us, and they help fuel our creative economy. Thank you for considering my reappointment. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Deborah Bright Laney.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor O'Brien and the council members. My name is Deborah Bright Laney, real estate broker for over 35 years and a mediator. I'm here tonight to ask for consideration to be a member of the Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness. Homelessness is something that's very dear and touching to my heart. Being a real estate broker, I believe that everyone should have a roof over their head and not be on the street. They don't have to own, they can rent or come together as families, but to see children out there on the streets with single moms and living in their cars, it's really terrible. And I know that the position would help improve quality of life as well as have an opportunity to reduce homelessness and also to look at the recommendations for contracts that are out there to help and make the city a better place. So I do ask for your consideration. This is something that's very passionate. I've been involved with homeless organizations, helping with other realtors, preparing foods and having clothing drive, bank blanket drives and different things to help the homeless, because it's getting worse, it's not getting better, but it's up to all of us to share what we have to make the world a better place. Thank you.
Next, we have Dana Sales.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, good evening. I'm sorry I'm unable to be there in person tonight, but I wanted to reiterate my strong desire for appointment to the Planning Commission. As some of you know, I had a term many years ago and have a long track record of progress and change as part of that commission. I wanted to also reiterate that while you have a number of extremely qualified applicants in front of you, something that I bring that's unique is a direct technical experience in planning, land use, environmental law, and the real world complexities and how to implement policy, zoning change, et cetera, that are in front of you. I think many of you know my passion is zoning, housing, and climate aligned planning. And I've previously, again, served during moments of city's pivotal growth and would hope to continue that this time. The Commission's role is now more important than ever. Have goals to advance housing production, sustainability, and equity, not just in principle, but through thoughtful and practical action. And whether it's reforming parking, streamlining process review, or aligning with the city's long-term goals, I bring both a policy lens and grounded real-world experience. And with that, I respectfully ask for your consideration and appreciate your continued service to the community. Thank you.
And that was the last of the speakers. And just so everyone knows, we did have a special meeting last week when the majority of the people who are up for these positions did speak, and this was an opportunity for those who couldn't make it last week to be able to speak. I'm now going to pull up our worksheet for each of these positions, and we will start with the Cultural Affairs Commission.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we do this where each one of us goes ahead and lists the folks that we want to nominate, and we'll see if we align, and then if we don't have 3 votes on all the members, we'll come back and do another round. So, Councilmember Fish.
Thank you, Mayor. For the Cultural Affairs Commission, well, first of all, thank you to everyone who applied for any of these seats. Just appreciate wanting to be a part of our city government and wanting to advise the council. It's really important that we hear from you, and just thank you for taking the time to apply. For the Cultural Affairs Commission, I had down Shona Gupta, and apologies if I mispronounce anyone's name, just blanket for the entire night, Anasia Obioha, and Leora O'Carroll.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Same 3 for me.
Same 3?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. I had Nikki Doloretto, Shonya, and Leora Carroll.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
I'd reappoint Leora Carroll, Shona Gupta, and Nikki De Loretto.
Okay. And can you repeat that? I'm sorry, Vice Mayor.
Leora Carroll, Shona Gupta, and Nikki De Loretto.
Okay. And I have the same 3. The same 3 as Vice Mayor.
So Leora and Shauna and Nikki? Okay. So we will reappoint Leora O'Carroll to seat number 2. Seat number 1 is for a full term, and then there is seat number 3, which is a full term but a shorter period, till 2028. So how do you want to fill them?
Does anyone have a preference? I'd like to keep Leora Carroll on for a full term between Shawna and Nikki. I don't know. There's no preferences. Let's go in alphabetical order. So by last name, the higher alphabetical
So
order.
Deliberations would be seat number 1,
Okay,
and then Shawna Gupta will be seat number 3, and
okay,
Leona O'Carroll will be seat number 2.
great.
Cool, thank you. Next up, we have Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission. There are 3 positions available. Seat 3 is available for a partial term through June 30th, 2026. Seat number 5 is held currently by Margaret Peters, and she has reapplied. And seat number 4 is a full term that is completely available.
So seat number 4 would go until
2029.
29, okay, great. Okay, Councilmember Fish?
My 3 would be Margaret Peters, and then Jennifer Chen and Daniel Barrett. And I would support Maggie for the full term if possible, if that's agreeable.
Her current seat.
I'm sorry, Peters, Chen, and what was the other one?
Peters, Chen, and Daniel Barrett.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember McMorrin?
Thank you. I also want to support Margaret Peters for the full term and for reappointment. I also liked Thomas Whitaker and Jennifer Chen. Thanks.
And Jennifer Chen?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Vera?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Peters, William Larson, and Jennifer Chen. Actually, I'm sorry, Brian instead of Jennifer Chen. Let me make a brief comment really quick. I mean, I think even ahead of the vote that we have tonight on the budget, this by far is the hardest vote I think any of us have to take. You guys commit your free time and experience and efforts to want to really help and better the city. So my hat's off to all of you. If the first round doesn't work out, please don't let that discourage you. Try, and try again. So my hat's off to all of you. So Brian, Ms. Peters, and William Larson.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Puza?
Yeah, +1 to what my colleague said about thank you for applying, and please apply again if it doesn't go your way tonight. My picks for tonight would be Margaret Peters, Jennifer Chen, and Thomas, I believe he goes by Tommy Whitaker.
Okay. I agree with Maggie Peters, Jennifer Chen, and then I was torn. Well, okay, so I had 2 that I was trying to decide from, and I will go with, I don't think either one of them is going to win, so I'm sorry, I'm looking at the votes here so I can make this happen. It looks like we have 2 votes for Thomas Whitaker, so I will go ahead and jump in on that one.
Okay, so I will put Margaret Peters in her same seat number 5 and Jennifer Chen in the second, let's see, seat number 4 for Chen. And then for Mr. Whitaker, it would be seat number 3 for the partial term.
Thank you.
Next, we move to the Planning Commission. There are 2 positions, seat 2 and 3.
Same term both?
Seat number 3 is held by Jennifer Carter, who has reapplied, and seat number 2, the person who had that had reached his term limit, so they are both for 4-year
Okay,
positions.
thank you. Councilman Fish?
Thank you. This one was pretty tough, and I'll third what my colleagues are saying about this being a really tough vote for a lot of these categories. So thank you for applying. I'll go with Jean Black and reappointing Jennifer Carter with an addendum that if any of those don't have the votes, and would support Dana Sales. Thank you.
Councilman McCorn?
Thank you. I'm going to support Jen Carter for her incumbent seat and Jean Black. Thanks.
Angie Black? Okay. Councilman Vera?
Thank you, Mayor. Dale Larson and Dana Sales.
Vice Mayor?
Reappoint Jennifer Carter, and it really came down between, everyone, but Jean Black and Dana Sales. But I'm going to go with Ms. Black. I think she hasn't served on a committee yet, so I want to give her that opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like we got the appointments, but for the record, I'm going to say Dana Sales and Dale Larson.
And not Jennifer.
I'm sorry?
And not Jennifer.
No.
Okay. So we have 4 for Jennifer, so she will remain in seat 3.
3 for Jennifer.
3, yeah.
Ah. Who didn't get it? One, 2. Dale, got it, thank you. Thank you. Oh, did the wrong one?
That's right.
Okay. So she gets seat 3, and then the other one is seat 2. Cool. So this is a little more complicated. The Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness, there are 2 seats available, seat 8 and 9. Amy Chernus is a current member of seat 8, and she reapplied, and it's for a full term. And seat number 9 is open,
Okay, full term on both.
full term on both.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Fish?
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate Ms. Chernus's service on the committee. I got to serve with her. She's wonderful. I'm also hoping to infuse this body with some new voices as well. So I'm looking to Patrick Spies and Shane Henson. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman McCorn?
Same for me. Thanks.
Same thing? Okay. Councilman Vera?
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor. I would go with Ms. Chernus and Shane Henson.
I'm sorry?
Shane Henson?
Thank you.
Councilman Puza?
I'm going to go with Shane Henson and Patrick Spies.
Okay. And I also am going to go with Shane Henson, and my second one was Michael Mahurin. But it looks like we got the other one.
Okay. So we'll put Shane Henson in seat number 8. And Patrick in seat number 9. Thank you. Next, we have the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. And you'll see here there are 4 different types of members. For disability, Jack Galante is the only applicant, and he's reapplying. But because we just started the new bylaws, everyone is as if they are starting fresh, starting anew. So they're all for full 2-year terms.
Okay. There's, the number of seats available is equal to the number of applicants, correct?
Pretty much. It's very interesting, though, because while Greg Marin is already the CCUSD member, he did apply to be the resident member. But if he were to become the resident member, there'd be no applicants for the CCUSD member. So it is the
Okay.
prerogative of the council to do.
I would hope that we would want to fill all the seats of people, everyone that wants to be on the committee. So can we just kind of Tetris this together? Do we need to go around and vote?
Well, the fourth one? Oh, I see. Yeah.
So eliminate Greg from parent member,
Yep.
eliminate Greg from resident member, eliminate Jack from resident member, eliminate Joel. There we go.
There's done. Thank you.
Everyone agree? All right.
Next, we have the disability committee, and I'm trying to find them here. Okay.
Okay.
There's one position available, seat 8, for a partial term ending June 30th, 2027. There were 6 applicants.
Thank you. Councilman Fish?
I'll give 2 votes if I can, because whoever gets the most will win, to Suleiman Adeyemi and William Larson.
Councilman Thorne?
I'm going to do 2 also. Sorry, City Clerk.
Wait, I'm sorry, you said Adeyemi and Larson?
That's right.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So I'm going to do Suleiman and Leola, with a preference for Suleiman. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
Thank you, Mayor. Suleiman as well for myself.
Okay.
And
Oh.
second preference, if needed, William Larson.
Okay. We got it. But Vice Mayor? For the record?
Suleiman.
Suleiman? Yeah. And I was also going to choose Suleiman.
Okay. And that will be for a partial term ending 2027, seat 8. Next, we have the Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee. There was 1 youth position and 1 labor position. I know, Councilmember Fish, you had asked about whether or not we could put a different type of position. The bylaws state specifically that it shall be the type is necessary. So the labor position must be filled by an employee. And so we'll have to just go on the lookout for that. So we have 3 wonderful youths who came and spoke last week, and
They were great.
really great. And so we now have to pick one of them.
This is the worst.
Yeah.
They were all 3 fantastic. Is there, is amending the bylaws something within the purview of this item?
Not within the purview of this item.
Okay.
It would have to be done at a separate time.
Okay, well, I tried.
I know.
I'm going to go with Chaya Jones, who I believe was the class president.
Yeah.
The young lady. I'm going to go with her. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman McLaurin?
Chaya Jones, thanks.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Aranda, and I believe it's her birthday coming up, so I don't know if she's here or listening, but happy early birthday.
Vice Mayor?
Chaya Jones.
And I also like Chaya Jones.
Congratulations, Chaya. Next, we have the Landlord-Tenant Mediation Board, and similarly, the bylaws require a tenant to be a renter, a landlord to own a property that is rented, and a member at large shall be neither a landlord nor a tenant, so a homeowner. We had 2 tenant seats to fill, and they're not going to get filled at this time, unfortunately. And then the landlord seat, we have Judy Scott, who has been on the body for quite some time. There are no term limits.
Didn't we have Josh Kamali as well as an applicant?
He determined to
Drop out?
withdraw.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we have a member at large seat, Keyshawn Andrew.
Does anyone have any opposition to these two? Okay. We'll recruit for more.
Okay. And if you'd like to provide direction on that, you can now or at the end on how to recruit.
Do we have, I think, so we're missing tenant seat.
We're missing 2 tenant seats, and we are missing 1 member at large seat.
I think it would be good to do directed social and say that we need this. Does everyone agree?
And if anyone watching tonight or here in the council chambers would like to apply, you can go to culvercity.org/serve, and you can take a look and see what the Landlord-Tenant Mediation Board does.
Thank you.
Next, we have 1 position, seat number 5 for the MLK Junior and the Juneteenth Celebrations Advisory Committee.
Councilor Fish.
I think I'll go with Anasia Obioha. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Councilor Martin.
Anasia, thanks.
Anasia?
Yep. Yep. I think it's a clean sweep.
Excellent.
Same
That's
with me.
seat 5 Anasia has for a full position, for a full term through June 30th of 2028. And then the LAX Area Advisory Committee, which is an outside body. We appoint these annually for a calendar seat from January to December 2025. We have 3 applicants for the 3 positions. How say you?
Is anyone opposed to the 3 applicants?
Wonderful.
I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And do we need a motion to approve this, or, okay, may I have a motion? Or you're going to read it out, right?
Oh, goodness. Yes, I will.
Yeah. Quickly.
Okay. Okay. The motion is that the city council make the following appointments as desired. Appoint seat number 1 to Nikki DiLoretto, seat number 2 to Leora O'Carroll, and Shona Gipta to seat number 3 of the Cultural Affairs Commission. For the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services, we are going to appoint Thomas Whitaker to seat 3, Jennifer Chen to seat 4, and Margaret Peters to seat 5. For the Planning Commission, we will appoint Jean Black to seat 2 and Jennifer Carter to seat 3 for full terms expiring June 30th, 2029. The Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness, we will appoint Shane Henson to seat 8, Patrick Spees to seat 9. For the BPAC, the Disability Member seat, Jack Galante will be appointed. Dan Baruchim will be appointed as the employee member. Joel Falter will be the parent member. CCUSD member will be Greg Marin, and Ben Parnas will be the resident member 2. The Disability Advisory Committee, seat 8. Suleiman Adiemi was appointed to seat 8. We will appoint Chaya Jones to the Youth Representative Seat 1 for a 1-year term ending on June 30th, 2026 on the Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee. For the Landlord-Tenant Mediation Board, we will appoint, I believe it's Judy Scott to, I think it's landlord seat, what is it? 2. And Keyshawn Andrew to member-at-large seat number 4, with a term expiring in 2029 for Judy Scott and we're going to assign Keyshawn Andrew to seat number 2 for a full 4 years, for a term expiring on June 30th, 2029. Okay. For the MLK Junior Celebration and Juneteenth Celebration Advisory Committee, Anasia Obiaha will be appointed to seat 5 for a full term expiring on June 30th, 2029. And finally, Beth Hyatt, Luciano Nocera, and Katernia Shunikina are appointed for a full term from January 1st to December 31st, 2026, except for Ms. Chunikina, who will fill the term, the rest of the term for July 1st to December 31st, 2025, and then again for the year of 2026.
Thank you.
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, seconded by Mayor O'Brien, to approve these appointments. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, everyone. And those who did not get selected, it's very common to get selected the second time around, so please reapply. I know I didn't make it one time around when I applied.
Mayor, are we moving on to?
PH1, please.
PH1.
Yeah.
Okay.
So may I have a motion from council to receive and file the affidavits of publication and posting of notices and correspondence received in response to the public hearing notices?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember McMorrin to receive and file. Please vote.
Thank you.
All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Dimitri and Matt, can we have a very high-level staff report unless we need more detail from any of my colleagues? Okay.
That was the plan, Mayor.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Matt Gaspar, Engineering Services Manager. The Higuera Street Landscaping and Street Lighting Assessment District was established in 1995 at the request of the property owners. This is the annual public hearing where we set the request, the City Council to approve the levy, which we're proposing not to change, to remain at per linear footage cost per parcel at $4.35. And that is very high level, quick, brief report.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council? Councilmember Fish?
Sure. Are there commercial properties as well? Or how many are there in the district? And do they get the same charge?
There's one commercial property, that liquor store, and depending on the width of the parcel, it's $4.35 per lineal foot.
So same price.
Regardless of commercial or
Commercial,
residential.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's all.
All right. Any other questions? Okay. May I have a motion to open the public hearing?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember McMorrin to open the public hearing. Please vote.
Okay. Do we have any comments from the public?
Sorry. Let me record the vote. 5 ayes. For opening the public hearing, we have 2 speakers.
Okay.
Our speakers are Michael Ansley and Michelle Weiner. Our first speaker is Michael Ansley. Our next speaker is Michelle Weiner. These are our speakers.
All right. That closes the hearing. May I have a motion to close the public hearing and give a
We have
second?
A motion by Councilmember Vera, waiting on a second.
I'll do it.
Second by Mayor O'Brien to close the public hearing. Please vote. All members who are present on the dais, seeing how Councilmember McMorrin left the dais, we will record the vote with 4 ayes and 1 abstain.
Okay,
Not abstain, I'm sorry, 1 absent.
great. Any further discussion from my colleagues? Okay. May I have a motion to adopt a resolution confirming and levying the assessment levy for the Higuera Street Landscape and Lighting Assessment District for fiscal year 25-26?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember Fish to adopt the resolution. Please vote. All members present have voted. That motion passes, 4 ayes, absent Councilmember McMorrin.
Okay. We're going to do this one more time. Are you ready, City Clerk?
I just need for the item to change. There we go. Now I'm
Okay,
ready.
Great. May I have a motion from council to receive and file the affidavits?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor Puza to receive and file.
This is for PH2, everyone, I'm sorry.
Let the record reflect, Councilmember McMorrin has returned to the dais. Please vote. Waiting for Councilmember Fish. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Brief staff report, please.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, this is the annual public hearing for the levying of the assessment for the Landscaping Maintenance District Number 1 for fiscal year 25-26. This area is adjacent to Studio Estates development. It's on Culver Boulevard, starting at the property line where the senior center is, going westerly on Culver Boulevard, and then turn right on Alenda Street up to Aletta Street. There are about 180 parcels. The assessment district was formed in 1978, And staff is requesting the city council approve the same assessment levy as existing, which is $252.13 per parcel.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from my colleagues? Okay, I do have one question. I know that I've heard from a couple of the residents in that area about the wall for a number of years, concerns about its integrity. Is just thinking, forward thinking, at some point that wall's going to be a problem. Would, through assessments, obviously increased assessments, could that be a CIP out of that?
Yes, we can turn that into a CIP.
Okay. Can I get, for future, nodding heads to assess what that would cost so that we can at least present that as a possibility? Okay.
I see nodding heads from Councilmember Fish, Vice Mayor Puza, Councilmember Vera, and Mayor O'Brien.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, no other questions. May I have a motion to open the public hearing?
I don't see a way to make one. Has it been made?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor Puza to open the public hearing. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, great. Do we have any comment applications from the?
We have none.
Okay, great. May I seek a motion to close the public hearing?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember McMorrin to close the public hearing. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, great. May I have a motion to adopt a resolution confirming and levying the assessment for Landscape Maintenance District 1 for fiscal year 2025-26?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera and a second by Vice Mayor Puza to adopt the resolution. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Great. Thank you, everyone. That actually went really well. Now for the fun part. Thank you, Matt and Dimitri. May I have a motion to receive and file the affidavit of publication for public hearing 3?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember McMorrin. Please vote. All members have voted.
This has a little different order of, I'm reading the directions here.
Motion passes unanimously.
So now I'm seeking a separate motion to open the joint public hearing.
Yes, you are. We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember McMorrin to open the joint public hearing. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes 5 ayes.
Okay, may we have a in-depth staff report?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before I begin, I'm going to call up our Human Resources Director to give you a presentation on the status of job vacancies per AB 2561.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of City Council. I am Human Resources Director Dana Anderson, and I have with me Michelle Hamilton, Senior Human Resources and Equity Manager. And we are here today to provide the first presentation on Assembly Bill 2561 and to walk through key vacancy and recruitment data for the city's workforce. This presentation's objective is to highlight trends, challenges, and the proactive steps we are taking to strengthen our workforce. Next slide, please. This evening's presentation is divided into 5 sections that we will review. We will begin with a quick overview of AB 2561, what it is, what it requires, and why it matters. Then we will look at our current vacancies and hiring statistics. After that, we'll explore some of the major recruitment challenges we face and conclude with a look at our employee retention strategies. So Assembly Bill 2561 was passed to promote transparency and public trust in how agencies manage staffing. It amends the Myers-Milius-Brown Act and mandates that public agencies, including cities, now track and report on job vacancies and the efforts to fill them. The intent of the bill is to ensure that agencies are being held accountable for workforce management and are making concerted efforts to address critical vacancies. Effective January 1, 2025, we must now regularly report vacancy rates and share our strategies and progress, including with recognized employee organizations. Next slide. The reporting period used for this presentation was calendar year 2024 to reflect a complete year of recruitments. For the calendar year, there were just under 759 budgeted positions across the city, and 61 of those were vacant, bringing our vacancy rate to 8.04% as of December 31st, 2024. This provides a point-in-time snapshot and helps establish a baseline for tracking changes over time and measuring the impact of our hiring strategies. Next slide. This chart reflects how our vacancy rate trended throughout 2024. Fluctuations in vacancies rates can be influenced by a variety of factors such as seasonal hiring, retirements, budget cycles, and the length of the recruitment process. Understanding these trends helps us to identify where delays may be occurring and target improvements in specific months or departments. Next slide. As of June 1st, 2025, our current fiscal year vacancy rate has improved to 6.2%. That's a positive trend and suggests that some of our process improvements may be making an impact. However, we're not where we want to be yet. Our goal is to continue driving this number down while ensuring we hired qualified and committed talent. Next slide. In this slide, you can see the volume of recruitments and hires conducted in 2024. It is important to note that behind every recruitment is a coordinated effort involving job analysis, advertising, screening, and selection. While this data does show our output, we want to also emphasize the importance of recruitment quality and not just quantity. Next slide. This slide reflects the recruitment trends over the last 3 years from 2022 to 2020 through 2024. It shows that we have seen a steady rise in recruitment activity over the past 3 years as departments recover from freezing and address growing service demands. Applicant pools, especially for technical and skilled positions, have become more limited, reflecting a broader talent shortage across sectors. To address this, we have worked to modernize recruitment tactics by streamlining exam processes, expanded outreach, and piloted fast-track hiring steps. Next slide. Breaking this data down by department helps us to understand where staffing needs are most concentrated. This can inform prioritization of recruitments and resource allocations within HR department, ensuring high-need departments receive targeted support. This slide provides a breakdown of our workforce composition, full-time, part-time, temporary, and other categories for the 2024 year. It is critical to understand not just the total number of employees, but also how they are distributed across classifications. This information can also guide future planning around workload balance and conversion opportunities. This monthly view of new hires in 2024 highlights our busiest and slowest hiring periods. This insight helps with forecasting and planning, especially when trying to align with budget planning cycles and training capacity. To enhance our hiring outcomes, we've taken several targeted steps. We now include scheduled exam dates and job postings, giving applicants more clarity and structure. For classifications like bus operator trainee, we've piloted same-day hiring process steps, reducing delays. Examination process have been simplified where processed, and we've broadened our advertising channels, including social media, trade schools, and job fairs. And we're using unassembled exams when appropriate. This allows for faster processing of candidates. These strategies reflect our commitment to modernizing and streamlining our recruitment approach. Despite our efforts, some of the challenges that remain within recruitment include we're competing with both public and private sectors for top-tier talent. Retention of skilled employees is a growing concern, especially in a competitive labor market. Many applicants lack specialized skills, creating a gap between job requirements and candidate qualifications. Civil service rules, while important for fairness, can lengthen the time to hire. We're also contending with long-term impacts of PEPRA, which is the Public Employment Retirement Act reform, which may reduce the attractiveness of public pensions to new hires. And finally, reaching and engaging qualified candidates early and consistently is essential. These are complex issues that require multi-pronged solutions. So the recruitment policies that govern us are our hiring and promotional practices guided by our civil service rules. Specifically, Rule 5 governs how we accept and review applications. Rule 6 covers recruitment and examination procedures. Rule 7 defines how eligible lists are created and maintained. These policies are designed to ensure equitable hiring practice, and they also shape how flexible or efficient we can be. Slide. So recruitment is only half the battle, but retention is equally important. To support our current workforce, we've implemented several initiatives. We're investing in employee engagement programs that foster connection and morale. Strategic compensation reviews are helping to ensure our salaries remain competitive. We've launched a citywide referral and recruitment initiative program to tap into employee networks. Our employee recognition efforts aim to celebrate contributions and boost loyalty. And we're continuously reviewing and expanding our employee benefit offerings to reflect employee needs. These initiatives help foster a supportive and competitive work environment. Thank you. That concludes our presentation, and we appreciate your continued support as we work to improve recruitment and retention outcomes in compliance with AB 2561. And we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, great. Councilman Fish, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Director Sales. This is really great information for us to have, and just thank you for compiling for us. The recruitment versus the hire, can you help me understand the difference? Because we saw that there were less recruitments than hires. So is recruitment just, can you tell us the difference between these two in that graph you showed?
So recruitment is based on classification. So we have classification that transcends across departments. For example, a management analyst position, while we run one recruitment, that eligible use can be used across all of our departments, which is why you wouldn't run as many recruitments, but you would hire more from that list.
Okay, so you might hire more people from a single
Eligible
post
list.
or a single?
Eligible list. So eligible list is what is derived after you complete a recruitment, where there are minimum qualifications and/or examinations that may be conducted, those that are qualified. A list is developed from that. So that list is distributed to all departments that have vacancies.
Okay, so that would explain why there would be more hires from that single recruitment. Okay. Thank you. Anything stand out to you in terms of, I remember when we had a conversation about the transportation vacancies that we had like this really large, like that was the largest amount of, not vacancies, but either vacancies or retention loss. Maybe it was vacancies. And we talked about it, and it was because there was a training program where folks were leaving the training program. Is that something we should try to account for in how we look at the data so that it doesn't look like transportation and has this massive loss in
So you're
personnel?
referring to the bus operator trainees, and I believe
Right.
that there are improvements in that area. So there tends to be, not just within our transportation department, typically across bus agencies, there's a program before you are put out in a bus. You go through usually a 6 to 8 week training program, and that's where, you know, you make sure that you can meet the requirements, pass any subsequent examinations for driving, and that tends to be high turnover, which I believe it's kind of shrinking just with the continuous recruitment efforts on that end.
Okay, thank you. And did anything stand out to you in terms of like, you know, new areas of focus, considering the data we just saw that, you know, you think the HR department should do to enhance recruitment, or anything that the council could consider that to enhance recruitment or retention?
So I think that we have made significant strides in just our retention. Our number is actually very good based on our industry. So we're constantly looking at how we can modernize and make things a little bit more efficient. So like, for example, transportation, we allocated more resources to assist them in getting their number, as well as public works. So public works was, you know, extremely high in the past. So we reallocated just kind of teams to focus on getting their numbers down. So we evaluate and constantly look at examinations. How can we make it more efficient? You know, do we need this process and working with the departments as well, how we can be a little bit more faster and get to candidates faster. So nothing really for council to consider at this time. Just your continued support has just been wonderful. So.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Corner.
Thank you. I appreciate all of this information. I'm really excited. I don't know who put this bill forward, but I think it's great to have this level of detail in how we're doing with HR from year to year. So grateful to you and your team, Dr. Anderson, for putting it forward. The only thing that I'm curious about is I know the vacancies were listed there by department. But are we seeing trends in annually in terms of like one department or the other losing more people? I know we're just starting to sort of do this from year to year, but that's something that I would like to kind of, and it's okay if it doesn't come to open session, but if it's something that is reported on for us, so it's something that we can sort of look to and identify, you know, if there might be gaps and ways that we can support our teams retaining folks. And I do appreciate the fact that the retention is looking better and we're hiring folks quicker and all those things. So that was the only thing that sort of came up for me, just to sort of just keep an eye out for if, I know we already know about the transportation and the bus driver, but if there's anything else like that we're seeing trends over this coming fiscal year, would love to sort of keep that to the forefront. But
Absolutely. No, absolutely. No, what I was going to say is typically monthly I send a vacancy report to all of our department heads to just kind of see where we are. But we do monitor those with higher vacancies. So
thank you so much for your work. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember, nothing? Vice Mayor.
Thank you for the information in the report. It's great to see the vacancy rate drop every year. And then what is the goal? Is it 5%, 3%?
So my goal is to get to 5% and just maintain that steadily. Okay. So I did a 3-year average because I arrived in 2022. So when I arrived, our vacancy rate was in double digits. We were at 22%. So, with fluctuations, retirements, turnover, it goes up and down. So we've been 8%, 6%. My goal is to get 5% and just kind of hold that and then reevaluate to see if we could get even lower. With natural attrition, you're going to keep some form of vacancy percent.
Of course. Great. Thank you. Thank you for all the work that you're doing. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. All good stuff. I just want to make sure the public knows, we continually study and compare our salaries to other jurisdictions to make sure that we're competitive in all departments, correct?
Correct. So we just completed a class compensation study, which will be taking to our bargaining units. I think we'll be giving them that notice this week.
Thank you. And since we're here, can you briefly tell us how the lifeguard
Sure.
hiring's going?
Sure. So we formulated a joint team with HR and PRCS. So we met last week, as well as we'll be meeting tomorrow. We put together a program. We're planning on doing a one-day hiring fair on June 30th. And we're scheduling a few certification classes that will be held prior to that for those that don't have the required certification so that they can come to this one-day hiring event, and we can try to get everything done as much as possible, including referral and retention bonuses. So that advertisement and also identifying additional advertising sources to get more and outreach. So I plan to get that out this week in conjunction with our director, Stevens, and I'll share that with City Council. So I'll send you that flyer and that information so you have it. And we're looking at some of our media that we can also advertise that at too. We have been receiving some outreach from candidates, so we're looking to get that out this week.
Great, thank you. Okay, City Clerk, the way I'm reading the procedure on this is going to be taken all in one. Is it possible to split it out so we can move? No, we got to do it all at once? Okay. So now it's our budget report. Thank you.
And the reason we can move on is because all that is required of us is the report. There's no action that the council needs to take. We just need to hold it in the public hearing.
Got it.
And we've done that now.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor O'Brien, Vice Mayor Puza, and Council. I am Lisa Soger, your Chief Financial Officer, and I'm here to present the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget for adoption. Before I begin, I'd like to thank Elizabeth Shavelson, our Assistant CFO, who's with me here, and Michael Towler, our Finance Manager, who is also here in the back. They both put in a lot of hard work getting this together, but I do also want to recognize the budget team in the department. I mean, all of our staff worked very hard, but I particularly want to recognize Michael Allen, Puneet Choksi, James Lambert, and Shane Warmington. There are a lot of moving parts and pieces to this thing, and they worked very hard to get those exhibits together. And I will say that I just to put on the record, they were a little overzealous because some of the footers in the attachments to your budget resolution say that these are the adopted exhibits. Of course, they are not adopted until you take that action, but I think they were just trying to prep everything. That's not on all the items, but I think on the position control and some of the headers. Tonight, I'm going to be brief, much more succinct than last time. We did not have a lot of changes. So we previously presented a very detailed budget in May, including projected revenues and expenditures. Tonight, we're really focusing on the adjustments that have been made since that presentation. They are enumerated in the staff report and attachments, and I will go over them on a high level. But first, let's talk about the actions before the council tonight. These include, you've heard the presentation on job vacancies. We will also be needing you to approve and adopt a resolution for the annual appropriations limit, and that happens first before the budget, but after all the public comment. You will also be asked to adopt resolutions approving budgets for the city, the successor agency to Culver City Redevelopment, the Housing Authority, and the Parking Authority. The council will be asked to adopt a resolution approving the salary schedules for miscellaneous employees, police safety employees, and fire safety employees that will take effect on June 30th, 2025. Finally, you will be asked to adopt resolutions authorizing a decrease to the city's general fund contingency reserve and to amend City Council Policy Statement 5002 to establish a committed reserve for Jubilo Village. California state law established the annual appropriations limit to limit the growth of government spending. It restricts the amount of tax proceeds a government can appropriate for expenditure in any given year. Finance staff has calculated the fiscal year 25-26 appropriation limit to be $153,944,972. Appropriations in the proposed budget that are applicable to this limit are $121,171,134, which is $26.8 million under the appropriations limit. The total general fund budget includes $107.6 million in projected revenue and $199.5 million in expenditures. The delta of $21.9 million comes from the general fund reserves and fund balance. The total city budget, including the general fund, special funds, enterprise funds, and internal service funds, is projected at $314.5 million in revenue and $377.5 million in expenditures. Again, the delta of $62.9 million comes from fund balance in all the various special funds. I will review the adjustments that have been made since the proposed budget was presented in May. This chart highlights the revenue adjustments. Total revenues are projected at a net decrease of $786,986. There are no revenue adjustments proposed for the general fund. The largest single contributor to this decrease is a reduction of $815,130 in contributions to the self-insurance fund to correct for misallocations that were made for the transportation department. They have a different insurance program, and so they were not supposed to have those allocations. So we have corrected that in this version of the budget. Expenditure adjustments since the previous version of the budget total a reduction of a little over $1 million. The adjustments include $215,752 in the general fund as an increase, which includes some necessary corrections by staff and some adjustments related to contracts approved by City Council in May. There are also adjustments in other funds for the overall reduction of $1 million, and I'll go over those a little more specifically in a moment. There are no proposed, as I mentioned, revenue adjustments for the general fund, so I'm going to jump right into general fund expenditure adjustments. Staff found a correction in the IT budget for ongoing costs for software systems in the amount of $58,500 that were mistakenly not included, and they are now included. The budget also reflects the deletion of the 2 vehicles for the police department that had been mistakenly included in May, and that is a total reduction of $192,756. The additional changes are the ones that were requested by City Council at the May budget meetings, and these include the $100,000 for necessary environmental analysis for the Hayden Tract specific plan, and the $250,000 to fund consultant services to develop a plan to increase public participation in the budget process. The total change to the general fund expenditures, again, is $215,752. The revenue adjustments in other funds include the previously mentioned reduction of $815,130 to the self-insurance fund and a $27,756 reduction to the equipment replacement fund due to the removal of those 2 police department vehicles. The $55,900 increase in projected revenue includes revised expectations for gas tax revenues based on the May release of numbers from the state. Revenue adjustments in the revised budget for special funds total $786,986, a decrease of that. Expenditure adjustments in other funds include reduction, again, there's that $815,000 that's now being reduced from transportation fund expenditures, a reduction of $87,350 to reflect the actual debt service payment for wastewater bonds. I think there had been an estimate in the proposed budget, and we've taken the actuals here. Another reduction of $561,567 for lower anticipated operating costs for the municipal fiber fund in the upcoming fiscal year, and $125,000 lower costs for operations in the AQMD fund. There's an increase of $346,000 to the Parking Authority Fund to cover increased utilities and contract services for necessary improvements to the parking structures. Finance staff continues to work with departments to use the ClearGov portal for CIP projects. Departments submitted their budget requests in the system, and the public can go into the portal at culvercity.cleargov.com/projects to see descriptions of all the projects that have been included in the proposed budget. So I want to go on by reviewing the city's general fund reserves. The city has a strong reserve balance, and these reserves are in several designated buckets as set by City Council policy. The first is non-spendable. This is not cash, or they are funds that are contractually required to remain intact. Restricted funds can only be used for a specific purpose, and in this case refers specifically to the city's Section 115 Trust for pensions. The committed reserves are made up of the 30% contingency reserve to be used for emergencies, the facilities planning reserve for city buildings, the recreation facility reserve for parks, and the public safety equipment reserve. Assigned reserves are those that are in encumbered contracts and carryovers from the prior fiscal year, and unassigned is available for appropriation, easy appropriation by the City Council. The city started the current fiscal year with $152.2 million in fund balance, and that number is based on the city's audited annual financial report for fiscal year 2024. Based on revenues and expenditures for the current year, we're projecting to begin fiscal year 25-26 with a fund balance of $135.5 million. This is $5 million more than we were projecting in May due to the higher than predicted real property transfer tax payment from April. So we adjusted our revenue expectations in the current year and increased them. We had $4 million as our revenue expectations for that tax measure reserve revenue fund, and now we've adjusted that up to $9 million. In fiscal year 25-26, ongoing expenditures at $192.5 million are projected to be less than general fund revenues by $14.9 million. One-time transfers to capital projects and one-time enhancement requests totals approximately $7 million, for a net decrease to the fund balance of $21.9 million. Various capital projects for improvements to city facilities are proposed to be funded from the Facility Planning Reserve, the Recreation Facilities Reserve, and what was left of the unassigned fund balance. The projected ending fund balance for fiscal year 25-26 is $113.6 million. Of that $113.6 million, the projected fund balance is broken into the various pots shown on the attached slide. The City Council contingency reserve target balance is 30% of annual operating expenses in the general fund. The $53.4 million that was allocated in the prior year's audit was what we started the current fiscal year with. And usually that amount that's in the contingency reserve gets set when we close the year finally and see where actual revenues and expenditures for the general fund landed, the numbers are audited, and then we set these reserve amounts. So when I present these as part of the budget, we're estimating, because we're still in the middle of this fiscal year. I mean, there's only a month left, but it actually takes us a while for all the bills to hit the system and the revenues to come in. So that if we were to take 30% of the projected $192.5 million fiscal year ongoing operating expenditures, the target for the fiscal year would be $57.7 million. To set aside the $12 million in a separate committed reserve for Jubilo Village, the budget had to take into account those funds coming from the contingency reserve, leaving only $41.6 million or 21.6% of the annual operating expenditure budget. So, and as you can see, there is no longer, the public safety equipment reserve was depleted by requests that were made by the fire and the police departments, and there is no longer an unassigned fund balance. Funding the Jubilo Village project will require, as I mentioned, taking money from the contingency reserve. So part of what the City Council must do tonight is adopt a resolution to decrease that contingency reserve for the next fiscal year below the 30% target. And as I mentioned, based on our estimates, and of course these are just estimates until we actually close the year, the contingency reserve will most likely be at 21.6% of operating costs. Additionally, the City Council must adopt a resolution amending City Council Policy 5002 to create a committed reserve to fund the loan to Community Corporation of Santa Monica for Jubilo Village. All the reserves, the reserve policy is a part of this City Council Policy 5002, and all the reserves are detailed in that policy. So attached to the staff report is a draft with the additional language setting up this particular committed reserve. So let's take a brief look at the city's 10-year financial forecast for the general fund. As I've mentioned before, finance staff analyzes information from a wide variety of sources to build this forecast. These include local, state, and national indicators and economic forecasting. It also includes information from the city's various tax and actuarial consultants. The forecast is a robust document that can reflect multiple economic scenarios. We've simplified the forecast for the PowerPoint to focus on overall revenues and expenditures, and you can see that up until the last fiscal year, revenues did indeed exceed expenditures. And then in the last fiscal year, it was the first year since I've been here, we had a deficit. We ended not quite $2 million underneath. Our expenditures were over our revenues, and so we drew down on the reserves. And when we look at this, you can see we've come to a place where our expenditures are much higher. The spike in fiscal year 26-27 is reflecting the disbursement of the $12 million to Santa Monica Community Corps for Jubilo Village. Then it kind of goes down again. The ongoing structural deficit hovers around, well, it goes between 9 and 7 million. The drop in revenue in fiscal year 33-34 is due to the sunsetting of Measure CC, the city's half-cent sales tax. And it should also be noted that the forecast assumes Wellness Village project going away in fiscal year 27-28, as its plans to be replaced by an affordable housing project on that site. So that's part of why the deficit shrinks in those years. This bar graph shows the impact of a quarter-cent sales tax. The city begins to show a surplus again in fiscal year 29-30. The deficit, of course, starts again in fiscal year 33-34 due to the sunsetting of Measure CC. Based on the forecast, the predicted period of deficit requires the city to draw down on existing reserves. In fiscal year 21-22, $15 million from the March property transfer tax was placed in the pension trust fund, and you can see that in the purple on this graph. The forecast draws down on that reserve over the next 9 years to smooth out high pension costs. This one-time revenue does help maintain a larger fund balance, but you can see we're still trending for them to fall off almost completely, and reserves are predicted to fall to about $15.7 million in fiscal year 34-35, and that's roughly the red is the non-spendable portion, those things that are not cash or accessible to spend. This graph shows the effect of a quarter-cent sales tax measure on those reserves. The forecast estimates a general fund revenue of $77.1 million if that additional revenue is approved by the voters. That concludes my formal presentation. And I'm available to answer questions, and then when we get to that point, we may want to pull this back up because this will help us in the order of how we need to take each of these items.
Okay. Thank you for that report. Questions from my colleagues? Councilmember Fish.
Thank you. And thank you so much for leading us through this budget process. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you and just getting a better understanding. This is, we've had several presentations at this point, so I don't have any questions at this time, but just thank you for offering that information.
Councilmember McCorn.
Thanks. I'll be brief. I really appreciate this overview and all of the extensive work of your team and all of our staff and department heads. We know we're asking a lot of you all, so just deep gratitude for all of it. I did just want to clarify because I think I asked this before, and maybe our last session, but when did our structural deficit start?
So we had been projecting a deficit since I've been here. So the city really has not had a deficit up until the last fiscal year. We projected a much bigger one in the prior year, in fiscal year '24, because of all of the housing programs that we started. But that assumed, when we budgeted, that assumed that they were starting on July 1, and many of them did not. And so they did not ramp up until mid that year, and revenues were strong enough that we were able to balance, and we ended up being, just shy of $2 million upside down. I think in the past, the city has taken on new challenges, again, prior to my tenure here, and has adopted many tax measures. The voters have approved many tax measures to keep service levels high and engaged. But since I've been here, there has not, until last year, we were not seeing a deficit.
And when did you join us?
In January of 2022.
Okay, because I know some of our ARPA dollars were used to support some of our pension concerns, so I think some of our issues
No, not for pension.
Or there was something.
ARPA can't be used for pension. So
what were our ARPA dollars used for?
To support general, they were used sort of as general revenue replacement, and so they
because of our pension obligation, though, right?
No, ARPA dollars were related to COVID. And
I remember.
Yes, and they were awarded to cities all across the country, and they were actually forbidden to be used for pension costs. So you could use them for other purposes, and we used them for, so they were in the general fund, but we used them for like some of the street work we did, parks, maintenance, things like that.
Councilwoman, they offset revenue reductions that we experienced as a result of COVID.
Okay, gotcha. And just to be clear, because I know there's been a lot of, or some, maybe not, let me not say a lot, but what was the process or the procedure for the request from the district? Because I don't think that came before us as a body. So I was just curious how that process was.
Which request?
It's my understanding there was some request made by the district for support from the city, but I don't know what it was, but apparently it was denied, and I don't know. There's just a lot of conversation about that, so I just was curious what that procedure was in terms of that request.
District staff has asked us on multiple occasions for additional funding, and our repeated response is we need direction from 3 council members. I'm not empowered to negotiate with the CCUSD. It's a policy question as to whether or not there's any granting of funds by this city. That's a policy decision of the city council.
So was there a request made, a formal? I mean, I just haven't been a part of the conversation, but what I have heard from community members is that a formal request was made and it was denied.
No formal requests, just verbal discussions.
Okay.
And we kept referring CCUSD staff, we kept explaining to them that anything this significant from a policy standpoint, we need direction from the city council.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks.
Can I ask one quick question about that? There was a formal request for the crossing guards, for the city to take on the crossing guard program entirely, right?
And that's what's in the budget.
And that's in the budget, thank you. And then just to tag on to the identification of when the deficit was identified, the budget says it was identified in fiscal year 2023, 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 2 years prior to this.
But when did we actually experience a deficit? Which fiscal year did we actually experience one?
That was the one
In
identified,
23,
24. It was identified a decade ago,
Well, yeah.
or forecasted a decade ago, right?
I
According to
think
you.
there were, again, and as Councilmember McMorrin said, I think certainly the city, again, prior to me being here, there were concerns about the pension obligations, which were significant, and I think various measures were taken in, again, prior to me being here, other tax measures were approved to help address some of those issues, which they did.
The deficit that is displayed in the current fiscal forecast was not anticipated in prior years. This is a new structural deficit created by additional expenditures that were instituted over the last couple of years.
Thank you. I just wanted to share that for the public, that the budget says the structural deficit that first occurred in fiscal year 2023-24 continues to be reflected in the proposed budget. So I just wanted to make sure folks understand when it was first experienced, which was 2 years prior, and and also what you alluded to, or what you spoke of, which is it was identified and projected 10 years prior. Thank you for.
No, not projected 10 years prior. I'm projecting out 10 years from now, but the current deficit issue is related specifically to all of the new programs that have come online in 23, 24. So
I was, with the projection comment, I was referring to the earliest budget available on our website is the 2020, I think it was 2015 or 2013 budget, which shows a projected deficit in the 2023-24 budget. So that's what I was referring to there.
see.
Thank you. And this is all a helpful conversation. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Soger, thank you so much for all your hard work. This is, I think, by far the most challenging part of your wonderful job here. A couple of questions. You know, there's a lot of information here, a lot of talk, a lot of misinformation going on out there in terms of trying to decipher really what's in front of us. I guess just to make it as simple as possible, say the Jubilo Village project never existed and it goes away. What would be the improvement to our general fund balance?
Well, that's a two-part. So there would be the direct allocation of the $12 million, but the $6 million that will be coming from the Housing Authority Fund would then be able to pay for all of the Housing Authority projects that it's been paying for, which is rental assistance, certain homeless programs, and some administrative costs related to the staff. What we've estimated in the current in the upcoming fiscal years, that's about that's $1.75 million annually. So that $6 million would be funds that the general fund doesn't have to spend for another several years. So really, we're talking about $18.5 million to the general fund reserves that would be able to be spent for other things.
Okay. And then the other portion of it was there's certain funds set aside, obviously, you can only use for specific projects. One of the issues was, or some of the misinformation about monies set aside, the affordable housing linkage fee is the only fund that is specifically earmarked for projects like Jubilo Village, correct? And that's what, 1.5 million, 1.5, I think.
A little over 1.5 million is the amount that we have currently available in that fund. And that's really the only one that is specifically targeted to affordable housing. Certainly, the Affordable Housing the Housing Authority Fund is eligible to be used, but it also, as I mentioned, funds a variety of other programs that now will be supported by the general fund.
All right, that's the other part of my question. So out of the Housing Authority Fund, the money that is going to be taken out of that for this project would have to be replaced by the general fund money. And please tell me again, what is that money used for specifically right now?
So it's used for, there's rental assistance grants. I think I have listed it in the staff report. I'm going to, but there are a variety of programs that have been historically funded from that. And additionally, it made, I'm trying to think, I have it in here, right?
On page 8 of the 11,
Yeah.
second paragraph.
Yeah, so rental assistance, mortgage assistant program, the Upward Bound House gets paid out of there, and other homeless outreach. This is historically where the St. Joseph Center contract was paid for, and now the Love Team gets paid for. So all of those things will be funded out of the general fund.
Okay. All right, thank you. In your guesstimation, when you first came aboard, how we did sort of outreach for our process of the budget, what have you done to increase? I mean, when you first came on, it was really minimal, but up until now, what have you done to really increase participation and outreach?
Well, it's always a challenge to get people to participate in the budget. We have a crowded house today, and that's unusual usually for budget meetings. So I have, we've done now, this is the second year we've done a budget workshop. Last year 1, this year 2 for community members to kind of describe the budget. This year we worked with Dustin to create some social media messages to kind of, generate interest. I will say, I think we got 2 responses to that, only 2. I'm here, I'm ready to do a video. No, but nobody really had questions. They were mostly just another place to just make their budget comments that they send around to the council. We did the popular annual financial report for the first time when I got here, trying to sort of synthesize, create a document that would describe the city's finances in a more user-friendly manner. So I'm open to anything. I think we've been trying, and we've got the ClearGov portal now that's been available since last year for CIPs. It will be available once the budget is adopted as a place where people can go in and see this, dive into the pieces of the budget and really inspect it. So moving forward, there will be a place for them to find things. So we've been trying.
You've been trying very, very hard, and I love, the sort of updated graphs and whatnot. I think it makes it a lot easier for all of us to really realize what's going on. Question, the $250,000 that we had set aside, what that amount is, where did that come from, and what exactly does that get us?
Well, we don't know yet. That is for a future discussion. We're going to have to come back before this body so that I can get council direction on what exactly you want that to look like. I think there was a quote from a particular consulting group who leads efforts like this. That's sort of where the $250,000 came from. But again, we need the full council direction to tell us exactly what you want us to do.
Yeah, council member, if I may just jump in and respond. as we've discussed, the quote came from Healthy Democracy.
Okay, we can do that on a question.
Well,
I'm just
I want to
talking
make sure the
just-
public understands where the quote came from. Thank you.
So we don't really know what the $250,000 is going to get us from, and it's one organization that came forward. I think that in and of itself, without going to the community and having a conversation prior to, and earmarking exactly what we're going to get for it and opening it up for discussion, I think, but we'll save that for my comments. In terms of replenishing our reserve fund, do we have to run in surplus before we can even think about replenishing, or how does that work?
So, yes, well, reserves are typically funded, and there's a Council Policy 5002 explains the procedure for funding reserves, and that is based on running a surplus. You obviously, if there's not a surplus, you can't replenish anything. If assuming this budget passes, one of the requirements of the resolution to decrease, and it's part of the policy, to decrease the contingency fund, the city manager and I have to come back to you with a plan to get back to that 30%. Like, how are we going to do that in 5 years? We're, in the resolution, committing to coming back in 6 months to do that, because what that plan looks like depends on what happens in the August election for the sales tax. If we don't get a sales tax, we will be coming back to you with a significant, probably service reductions, in which case the general operating budget will be far less. So 30% of that will be less, and we're going to have to figure out a way to manage our expenditures and our revenues.
And in which case, if the, heaven forbid, the tax measure doesn't pass, it would be beneficial to have a healthy reserve fund, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then I'm sorry to ask so many questions. I just wanted to clarify a lot of questions that are out there. In terms of the uncertainty of federal funding and how, especially with everything that's going on right now, if we lose federal funding across the board on a lot of our departments, how, let's pick transportation for one. How important is this federal funding for transportation? What really would happen with our bus system?
I mean,
It would be devastating.
yeah.
It's devastating.
Okay.
And when we're talking about devastating, we're not just talking about like all of the wonderful ideas of electrified fleet and, you know, new mobility measures. We're talking just general operations devastating. Just maintaining bus service would be difficult.
And then to piggyback on the federal funding, a lot of the money for HUD is coming from that, and there's been already talks of that. If that were to happen, what would happen with our project-based vouchers and our voucher system through HUD?
What we're seeing is that the projected bill cuts HUD 50%, all of the money in HUD. We're very worried that Section 8 is going to go away. So that would not only be project-based vouchers, but that would be the existing vouchers we have. We pay about $1.3 million annually for those vouchers for people who have housing vouchers with the city. So we would have to figure out what would be the next steps for all of those households.
Okay. I got a couple other questions, but I'm going to let the public talk. But thank you so much for everything. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pusa.
Thank you. Remind me, did we approve the survey, the scientific survey, to get the public's?
That is still in the budget. But for the finance department survey, yes, that is still in the budget.
Great. And then for the proposal, Councilmember Fish's proposal, we earmarked the money for a conversation, no consultant was vetted, nothing was
No.
approved, it's for conversation.
Money is earmarked, just because money is earmarked, if the council adopts the budget and appropriates it, it doesn't mean you have to spend it. And again, we would be coming back to get direction on exactly what that would be.
Okay, great. And then last question is just, we talked about the lifeguards and possibly, I know there's 17, we want to get to 30 lifeguards. Just want to make sure that there is enough funding for the salaries for them and that we have enough in there. Have you been able to look at that?
I had a conversation with Director Stevens this afternoon. I think based on, we definitely have enough money to get us through mid-year. I believe he and Director Anderson are just still trying to figure out what the package would look like if there's going to be increased benefits to try and appeal, get a better stable of candidates and keep people employed and retain them. So we're pretty confident that we're okay through mid-year, and if we have to add money, we could do it at that point. But for now, especially to get through the summer, we're fine. And until they develop what the cost is, I don't know whether there will be additional funds needed or not.
Okay, so they have to develop, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, one quick question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Ms. Silger. Given the structural deficit that we're in right now, and if the city council moves forward with this vote, what is your best guesstimate and when we can start replenishing, if you know, our reserve fund?
Well, like I said, I mean, that picture will change significantly if we get a sales tax measure. I think I showed you that was 2930, we start to create surplus again, if the tax measure passes, right? So then we will have funds starting. Of course, then a future council will also have to deal with Measure CC, which is due to sunset, so that's a later problem. If it does not pass, we're going to have a different conversation and figure out what we do to reduce services to make sure we can cover our expenditures with our revenues.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for all that. Most of my questions were answered. And I got to say, I really appreciate not just all the work that you do and your team, but the quality. I spent a portion of the weekend looking at the budgets of other cities, just trying to get a sense of where we stand with certain things. 12 cities, all on the west side, and no one's was better in being displayed. Some were markedly worse. It felt like I was reading an IBM spreadsheet on a couple of them. The work that you do in making it as accessible for the layperson, like I'm definitely better than I was when I was elected, but we still need things brought down to a level for a layperson to read, and for the most part, I think that you guys do an incredible job with that, so I really appreciate it. And thank you for appreciating her as well, and her team.
And I'm going to say, it is not me alone. I have an
your whole team.
amazing
Yes.
team, and they work very hard.
Yes, definitely, and thank you for listing all their names in the beginning of your presentation. I do want to point out also, in relation to Councilmember Fish's request for this $250,000 appropriation earmark, our Finance Advisory Committee, could they do a deeper dive into the budget and make more, this is a 5-member body. I know that there's not a precise number that we've talked about because we're going to flesh that out if we vote to add this to the budget, but a number like 20 was thrown out broadly, so, and we have, City Clerk, how many registered voters do we have in the last election? 28,000, 29,000?
Yes, it's under 29,000, 28
Okay.
something.
All right, so I did the math on that. So
Yep.
20 people would be 0.07% of our registered voters. And 5 people is
Well,
smaller, but,
yeah.
you know.
Well, there are 9. It's 9 people.
Oh, is it 9?
It's
Okay.
9.
All right, so even better. So that's 9. So that's almost half of that 20. So I'm just saying that, you know, sometimes we can use the resources we have. Ooh, echo. Would you like to respond to that? My question is, could they take on a deeper dive in the budget and make that a stronger part of their mission? I'm just curious. I'm sorry I didn't prep you with that question.
Yeah, I don't, I hadn't thought of that. I think and one of the reasons we wanted, that I put in the finance department budget was the survey was to elicit a broader response, you know, that really reached a broad cross-section of the city. I don't know that they want to take it on, and maybe there's some effort, if it's garnering public participation, I don't know that the Finance Advisory Committee could do that piece of it. Maybe they could. Maybe they could help me generate broader public discussion. I will say, I think in all of our meetings, we've maybe, I can count in all these 3+ years, we've maybe had less than a handful of people ever come to those meetings.
Oh, really? Okay.
They are not well attended. And not that they couldn't be, I don't, you know, and maybe just nothing has sparked people's attention.
Attended by the public.
Attended by the public.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No. Attended by the members, but the public does not come. So I don't know. I mean,
Okay.
maybe there is a role for that, but I hadn't really thought about it, so I'd have to give it a little more thought.
Okay, I appreciate it. Okay, that's all the questions I have for now. So I'm going to my cheat sheet here. May I have a motion to,
We're already open.
we're open, the public, okay,
Yes,
I'm
we
sorry.
can just start.
All right, so let's start with the public.
We have 55 speakers.
65.
Mayor, before we
Oh,
start.
I'm sorry. Vice Mayor Pusa has one other question.
I just want to say that I've spoken to the city attorney, and we evaluated my relationship with my former campaign manager and her relationship to the Jubilo project, and we didn't find any legal conflict of interest that would require me to recuse myself. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And if I may also, just general direction, and maybe city clerk or city attorney can help me with this. So we're talking about the budget, and I know a lot of people here are going to talk about the Jubilo Village part of it. And then what's remaining on the agenda is A3, and it deals with the contract. Assuming the budget passes as presented, then we talk about the contract. Is it acceptable to briefly say that the contract matches what we already have in place for the original $4 million that was appropriated in prior council? Just in case there's questions about that. I didn't receive a lot of, I don't think I received any, out of a lot of emails I got, anyone having a problem with A3. So in case you want to, not speak on A3 in a couple hours, that's appropriate. Is that okay for me to say that? I did it.
Yeah,
I said it anyway.
No, it's fine. You can encourage speakers to combine their comments into one item. And
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. City Clerk, please.
I'm going to go ahead and call the first 10 speakers. Our first speaker is Jamie Wallace with 1 minute seated by Bob Wallace. Gary Zeiss with 1 minute seated by Annette Miller-Follett. Stephen Jones, Joanna Gullick, Maria Ramos, Crystal Alexander with 1 minute seated by Kenneth Alexander. Chris Grossman, Meta Valentic, Lisa Lindgren, and Johan Dodge. So our first speaker is Jamie Wallace with 1 minute seated by Bob Wallace.
And again, we're going to remind everyone, if you don't want to speak on item A3 after you've spoken on PH3, please say so and we'll take you off the list. Go ahead.
Okay. No on the budget, no on reducing the contingency reserve, and no on creating a committed reserve. We decided to ask the public, and we sent out a flyer, we did a petition, and we've got over 1,000 signatures here. 1,000 people. Just imagine them sitting in this room. 3/4 of them made comments. You can read the comments. The comments all say, this does not make sense. We're in a fiscal emergency. Cities do not give $16 million to a private project, And stop with the, oh, we're not private. It's not run by the city. That's what private means, right? So it does not make sense. The most that they ever give is maybe $10 million. The LA County Housing Authority, their maximum is $10 million. And we're going to give $16 million, potentially $36 million, to Jubilo? It doesn't make sense. They need to find their funding elsewhere. It's a great project. Let them find the funding elsewhere. What are we going to do with the $16 million we need right now for our homelessness services, our rental assistance, our mortgage assistance? These are all essential things that are threatened by giving $16 million to a development that we should not be supporting.
Thank you.
Just to keep things moving, as we have 70 whatever commenters, maybe if you agree, I know a lot of people have signs. Thank you.
Yep. Next, we have Gary Zeiss with 1 minute seated.
Are you going to put up the slide I sent you?
I will as you start speaking. Thank you.
Well, it's part of my beginning, actually. So,
okay.
Thank you. Would you support Jubilo Village if it was being done in cooperation with the Westboro Baptist Church, the guys on the top there? Or First Works Church in El Monte, whose website says, "We believe that homosexuality is a sin and an abomination which God punishes with the death penalty." I certainly hope not, but you can't use city funds to give support to a church you agree with while withholding support from a church you don't. That violates your constitutional duty. Jubilo Village is a project. The Jubilo Village project is a textbook example of a preference. They have been clear, but for the city's contribution of general funds and reserves sufficient to cover the fully prepaid lease, their new religious facilities would not get built. You might be thinking, we're not funding a church, we're funding housing we need. But that's not grounds to violate the Constitution. The financing structure and stated goals of the project show preference and aid to the church. Public statements of the developer and the church support that conclusion. Ms. Barasukis wrote about that Jubilo Village helps the church continue its mission. What's that mission? Building the kingdom of God in Culver City as it is in heaven. That's clearly religious, no matter what their social justice commitment. Lisa Lindgren, senior church representative, wrote about how the new church property could be used for a variety of things. That doesn't meet the standard. The standard is indirect, remote, and incidental. That's neither remote nor incidental. Here, CCSM is simply acting as a conduit to funnel city funds to a religious institution for religious purposes. That's unconstitutional. Maybe the loan conditions, but will the city let the project go unfinished? The political embarrassment would be untenable, let alone the health and safety risk. Jubilo Village will be a sucking sound on the city budget for the foreseeable future. Please do your constitutional duty and vote no on this project. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephen Jones, followed by Joanna Gulick.
Thank you. I want to strongly encourage you to agendize funding CCUSD's request for funding. Thank you to Councilmember McMorrin for bringing that up. Also, please fund the 2 Parks Department requests, one for the senior management analyst, so we can keep improving our parks, and 2, for more pay for part-time workers so that we can pay our lifeguards more. Those are both in the Parks Department requests. And then finally, also fund Jubilo Village. We have a $14.8 million structural deficit, and cutting Jubilo Village won't even come close to closing that. We have to do a lot to close that up. It's going to eat up our reserves in a couple of years, even if we cancel Jubilo Village. But we have a $200 million general fund budget, and there are other places to find the money to close that deficit. And we have to close the deficit. But cutting Jubilo Village will not do it. This is 93 homes for low-income people. Let's welcome them to Culver City. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joanna Gulick, followed by Maria Ramos.
Can you speak up? I can't hear you. Who did you call?
Hello?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Mayor and City Council members, I'm speaking tonight in support of the Jubilo Affordable Housing Development. In the 35 years I have lived in Culver City, with the exception of Tilden Terrace, built over 12 years ago, affordable housing has been a non-starter in our city. In the short time I will address one of the claims that opponents of Jubilo are making. Opponents claim that the funding of Jubilo will go to the building of the church, a la the previous speaker. A new church will be built, but that is because the church has to be raised in order to build and give more of the land to the 95 units for affordable housing. Otherwise, we would only be able to build 25 or 30 units. In order to obtain the land to build the 95 affordable units, Jubilo Partnership will lease the land from the church at an under-market rate for 75 years, and the 95 units will be deed restricted, meaning they can only be rented to individuals and families. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maria Ramos, followed by Crystal Alexander with 1 minute seated by Kenneth Alexander. Not seeing Maria in the chamber or online. Our next speaker is Crystal Alexander with 1 minute seated by Kenneth Alexander, followed by Chris Grossman.
Good evening, Council. I am not here speaking as the chair of the PRCS Commission. I'm here speaking as an individual, and I'm also speaking as the former and last elected treasurer of the city of Culver City. The fiscal responsibility should not be a political football. That is what it has turned into in Culver City. The amount of misinformation that I have heard regarding Jubilo Village exceeds the height of the Vets Memorial Building Tower. It's incredible. We have had a number of individuals who are in appointed positions in this city providing misinformation to the community, specifically regarding the necessity to hold 30% reserves. Some of them have even claimed that Government Finance Officers Association says that we only need 15%. It's very easy to go on the internet and find out that a former planning commissioner, one you have just appointed to the Planning Commission, have given misinformation to the community. I was a member of the GFOA, and I can tell you that they set that 15% as a minimum, And what they suggest is that if your city is subject to volatile swings in your revenues due to sales tax and business taxes, you should have more. If you have a situation where you have aging infrastructure, you should have more than 15%. It outlines all those things. So I just wanted to set the record straight for the community as a person who spent more than 30 years working in public finance, that the reserves going down to what your CFO said is dangerous. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chris Grossman, followed by Meta Valentic.
Okay. Hello. So the $4 million you've already squandered on the Jubilo Village project is a sunk cost and should not be considered in any further decisions. Draining our budget of $16 million to fund this boondoggle puts us all at risk, especially since we're seeing budget deficits, and it'll probably go up when the Republicans do drain the federal funding. That's going to happen. We have many, I believe our funding should go to support our excellent city employees' services and ongoing infrastructure and maintenance projects. There's no legitimate excuse for wasting money on this Jubilo project. So yeah, I reduced it because I had it for 3 minutes.
Well said.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Meta Valentic, followed by Disa Lindgren.
Thanks for staying up late, everybody. I'm in favor of the Jubilo Village project. We have a dire need in this city. Why is there a velvet rope across Culver City for only certain people to live here? That's ridiculous. A line from a wonderful Culver City Crossroads op-ed has stayed with me for the last few days. Over the last 10 years, we've made sure you can buy a $20 smoothie at Air One, but we can't figure out how to let all kinds of people have the ability to live in Culver City. This is our duty, this is the law, and this is what's morally right. So stop putting flyers full of lies on my doorstep and being hysterical, and let's just get to work and do this thing. Thank you all very much.
Good evening, Mayor O'Brien, Vice Mayor Puza, and members of our City Council. My name is Disa Lindgren, and I'm here to strongly urge your support for Jubilo Village and the budget and all the other parts that are necessary to help the project proceed. I've been thinking a lot about that old Dickens line, it was the best of times and the worst of times, because Lord knows we are experiencing a lot of calamity right now in our county and in our nation. And it's such an amazing thing to have the opportunity to do something really good in our community. Sure, it won't solve the housing crisis, but it will make a huge difference to 95 households. That'll be individuals, couples, and families. For 75 years, that's a lot of people that will have a home to live in and will be able to contribute to our community. They aren't here tonight because we don't know who they are yet, but they're going to be valuable members of our community. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Johan Dodge, followed by Nancy Barba.
Mayor O'Brien, Vice Mayor Puza, and City Council. My name is the Reverend Johan Dodge. I am the pastor at Culver Poems, the church that is doing the money grabbing or is turning over 2/3 of our property, which is necessitating that we go down to a considerably smaller church physical plant to allow for 95 units of housing to exist. And so we are doing that because it's the right thing to do, not because we need a new facility. We're doing that because it's the right thing to do to house 93 families. There's 2 managerial units, total of 95 units. We're doing that because this city needs more housing at an affordable level. If we were church, I'd say amen. Amen?
Our next speaker is Nancy Barba, followed by Kelly Estes, Michelle Dennis, Davis Park, Sheila Iverson, Mark Herskovitz, with 1 minute seated by Sarah Herskovitz, Barbara Burney, Lindsay Carlson, Mary Duvall, Eileen Pottinger. Our next speaker is Nancy Barba.
Thank you, staff. Good evening again, staff and council members. I'll keep it short. Please support Jubilo Village. We need to, there's never a wrong time to do the right thing. This is the right thing to do. Culver City has fallen short of building affordable housing. And beware of everyone that's saying, I support affordable housing, but. It's that but that kills all of the goodwill that we can possibly do in our city and in our community. This is a yes and. Do that. Please also fund those 2 positions for Parks and Recs. And please support the updated budget process. We need more community members involved in these super important decisions. And finally, I am shocked to hear that it's never brought up to the council that CCUSD is asking for funds. Please agendize that. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelly Estes, followed by Michelle Dennis.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Kelly Estes, resident of Culver City from 1981 until recently, and still a housing provider here since 1986. I encourage council to rethink their previous decision on Jubilo that contains a sweetheart interest rate, questionable relationships, and vote no on this budget, including this odd $250K for consultants, and along with the resolutions, and send back for revision. In this environment, it is irresponsible of the council to ignore the current events and what is more than likely to come down on Culver City along with the rest of the state. We shouldn't fear, but we should be prepared and responsible. The current federal government doesn't care if it doesn't matter if Culver City prevails or not. Money will be needed for lawsuits, ignored projects, looking for grants that won't
Your
come.
time
The
has
school
expired.
district wants
Thank
money.
you.
I just ask you to reconsider. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle Dennis, followed by Davis Park.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I am Michelle Dennis, Certified Public Finance Officer, former Director of Finance for Santa Monica for 20 years, and a 44-year resident of the city. The city has 2 key budget problems and a budgeting problem. One budget problem is for 10 years, the city has adopted general fund budgets where planned expenditures exceed incoming revenues by an average of $10 million per year. Next year, that gap is not $21.9 million. A second budget problem is a structural deficit that is projected to be 14.9 next year. The budgeting problem is that the city's current budget process has produced these dysfunctional results. It would be folly to continue the city's budget process as it is. It must be revised by directly involving residents throughout the steps of the process. The $250,000 in the proposed budget will help to revise the city's flawed budget process to do just that. These problems must be corrected to restore fiscal accountability.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Davis Park, followed by Sheila Iverson.
Hello, my name is Davis Park. I am a resident of Culver City of the past 14 years, and the proposed site for Jubilo project is about a block and a half away from where we live, and we fully support this affordable housing project. Culver City is in desperate need of additional places where people can be a part of our community. We've had many friends who have expressed a very strong desire to be a part of this community, be a part of the city, but they just simply could not afford to live here. So we, as residents of the community, very much support this project. This is our backyard, and we would highly encourage council members to adopt the resolution to help support the funding of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sheila Iverson, followed by Mark Herskovitz, who has 1 minute seated by Sarah Herskovitz. Not seeing Sheila online or in the council chamber. Our next speaker is Mark Herskovitz, with 1 minute seated by Sarah Herskovitz, followed by Barbara Burney.
Good evening. My name is Mark Herskovitz, longtime Culver City resident and extremely concerned citizen. I have 10 reasons why giving $20 million to Jubilo Village is a terrible idea for our city. Number one, the city literally cannot afford it. You declared a fiscal emergency, so you shouldn't be putting $20 million expenditure on the budget. Number two, it's illegal. According to the California Constitution's Establishment Clause, you cannot give money to a church, even indirectly. Number three, it's overpriced, nearly $900,000 per unit to build, way above current building budgets. Number four, there's a signed petition with over 1,000 signatures against this project. The citizens have spoken. Number five, there is a clear conflict of interest. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Puza, but there's a clear conflict of interest. Disa Lindgren, the head of Culver Palms Methodist Church, was the campaign manager for Mr. Puza. There is a conflict. Number six, we are putting all our eggs in one basket. All our project-based Section 8 vouchers for the next 20 years, worth $16+ million. This is insanity. Number seven, your own staff has told you this is a bad idea and that we can't afford it and that we will have to cut city services and lay off 50+ staff jobs if this budget were to pass and the tax not pass. We're seriously going to lose jobs and city services for this. This is atrocious. Number eight, there is no guarantee that Culver City citizens or workers would get first dibs on units. It would only be a recommendation. Recommendations are not enough. Number nine, the head of CCSM, Tara Baraskis, wrote in her recent article to Culver Currents that the church is retaining ownership of the land to, quote, spare Jubilo millions of dollars in property taxes. We're getting out of property taxes on purpose for this. Number 10, we have to dip into our emergency reserves to help pay for this.
Your
what if there's a
time has
real
expired.
emergency,
Thank
like
you.
a fire? And a bonus one, Number 11, Councilmember McMorrin.
Sorry, your time is up. Thank you so much. You've been turned off.
Not to be making
Thank
Mr.
you.
Iskevich.
Thanks.
deals with city dollars. Thank you very much.
There you go.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Barbara Burney, followed by Lindsay Carlson.
Homeowner in Culver City, and I want to speak in favor of the Jubilo Village. I think it's really important that Culver City do its share in terms of affordable housing, and I think that this is a great project. It will help us maintain enrollment in our schools, which we need, and it will, and it's also extremely environmentally sound. And I think that we are certainly facing a deficit in terms of what the feds are going to provide, but you know, we can't take that out on people who need affordable housing. We need to support Jubilo Village and affordable housing. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lindsay Carlson, followed by Mary Duvall, who has 1 minute, seated by Art Namora. Lindsay Carlson. Not seeing them in chambers or online. Our next speaker is Mary Duvall with 1 minute, seated by Art Namora, followed by Eileen Pottinger.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'm here tonight to give my full support for the Jubilo Village project as presented in the budget document before you this evening. I have been participating as a community member in the discussions about Jubilo since, I believe, the very first community meeting several years ago. I remember it being well attended. I remember that we gave criticisms and suggestions about the size and scope of the project, about its visual configuration, about its placement on the lot, about its impact on the neighbors. The Community Corps representative took notes and carefully reported back the changes made as a result of each comment at subsequent meetings. It was impressive. Many comments I hear now could have been brought up at that meeting or at any one of the subsequent 4 additional community meetings. If you had objections to this project being on church property, you could have brought that up years ago instead of waiting until the 11th hour. Jubilo Village did not just suddenly appear from nowhere. If you vote no on Jubilo Village tonight, you will be part of the long Culver City heritage of privileged white people, mostly men, who refuse to meet their responsibilities as stewards of our redevelopment agency funds and build affordable housing. Could I have some order here?
Please be respectful of all speakers, no matter their position. Please be respectful.
You could choose to break that cycle. You could choose to take responsibility for wrongs that have been done in the past, or you can continue to prioritize the comforts of the privileged. Don't be fooled by the false choices and equivalencies that people will use to try to convince you that we cannot afford Jubilo Village. We can afford it, and we must afford it. Some people say if we fund Jubilo Village, we will have to cut basic services for our Culver City residents. There is no data to back this up. Its only backup is fear. We don't have to be ruled by fear because we are Culver City
Your
strong.
time has expired.
We will stand
Thank you.
together, and we will stand with our neighbors who have the least and who need us the most. Please fund Jubilo.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Mayor, I'm sorry. Can we ask that folks just not boo other speakers and?
Please don't boo other speakers. Please don't clap. Please don't go over. I've been giving some grace in all of that for both sides.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eileen Pottinger.
Hi, I have many friends and neighbors here on both sides of this issue, and I think it speaks to the complicated nature of the issue, especially in understanding budgets and understanding how budgets work. I'm here to speak in support of Jubilo Village. As a neighbor of the property and a CCUSD teacher, I look forward to expanding housing, helping more families experience our excellent school district, with the added benefit of helping alleviate declining enrollment. I share concerns of others regarding finances, but financial choices reflect values, and I want to live in a city that values inclusivity and housing solutions.
Thank you. Our next 10 speakers are Mark Warwick, Solomon Namala, Patrick Megan, Tara Barakas, Carolyn Labuser, Nindi Kintonga, Simon Fraser, Kenny Stevenson, Melissa Sanders, and Margaret Peters. Our next speaker is Mark Warwick.
Council members Moore and Fish and Puza. Your chief financial officer and your city manager have listed all the drawbacks and risk in approving this Jubilo budget. Binding Culver City to a $20 million Jubilo project, assuming there's no cost overruns, for 93 affordable units, plus 43 housing vouchers, costing another $16 million in present value obligations, with HUD and Section 8 under attack, potentially being eliminated by Trump's administration, is financially ignorant and injurious to people that were living here and employed here in Culver City. If Culver City right now has 643 approved affordable housing units currently in development pipeline, completely paid for by developers and costing the city not a single penny, it appears your ideological preference is not in providing financial security to Culver City, but the Jubilo project appears to be your workaround to ultimately defund the police, city services, and city employees to make up your future budget needs.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
With great respect, I thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Solomon Namala, followed by Patrick Megan.
Good evening, council members. I'm Solomon. I live in the neighborhood here, not very far from here. I'm in support of affordable housing. The concern is that we can't afford it because there is a structural deficit. But, sadly, if you look back, we looked at the graph previously, we've had surpluses the previous decade. But housing, affordable housing was not a priority there when we had surpluses, when we could have afforded it, right? So, in fact, when we had surpluses, the money from RDA, where we were supposed to actually invest some money in affordable housing, we used those funds for some other purposes. We are in dire need based on RHNA. Culver City needs 1,700 low-income units by 2019.
Your time has expired.
2029.
Thank
so please
you.
support this.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patrick Megan, followed by Tara Barakas.
Mayor O'Brien and council members, tonight you have the opportunity to do something truly amazing. You finally get to help fix what we all helped to break. For decades, we've been the breakers. We've added tens of thousands of jobs in Culver City while permitting almost no additional housing units, especially not units affordable to the working class folks who power this town. This has strained the regional housing supply. It's exiled our labor force into faraway towns and made Culver City affordable only to the very rich or very lucky. By voting yes on Jubilo Village, we can stop that breaking and start the fixing. By voting yes on Jubilo Village, you'll help 93 poor and working class families make Culver City their home. By voting yes on Jubilo Village, you'll change lives in ways you can feel forever proud of. And we Culver City residents and taxpayers will feel proud too. So please vote yes on Jubilo Village.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tara Baracus, followed by Carolyn Lebuser.
Good evening, Mayor O'Brien and council members. My name is Tara Borowskis. I'm the Executive Director of Community Corp. We're the nonprofit that will develop Jubilo Village in partnership with Culver Palms United Methodist Church. Community Corp is a nonprofit that's been developing affordable housing for over 40 years. We are experts and recognized leaders in this field, and we are confident we can deliver Jubilo Village as we have over 2,000 affordable housing units so far. Jubilo Village will prioritize Culver City residents, and it will be permanent affordable housing. Our lease with the church is for 75 years, and after that, we plan to renew it. We understand the current fiscal challenges of the city, and we appreciate the $16 million loan so we can preserve our tax credits. Community Corp agrees not to go back to the city and ask for more funding. We have over $2 million in construction contingency, which is a healthy budget based on our extensive experience and projections of economic conditions. The city's 42 vouchers can be preserved following necessary steps. After the commitment, we can sign an AHAP by August, which would then be a binding commitment.
Your time has expired.
By voting yes,
Thank
you declare affordable housing as a priority.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carolyn Lebuser, followed by Dindi Kintonga.
Good evening. Good evening, Council. Mr. Puza, first of all, shame on you. Shame on you. This is your third budget cycle, and you understand very well the fiscal reality that we're in, and you know how irresponsible voting for this Jubilo Village project is. Next, Mr. Fish. It's your first budget cycle. Seems like you don't understand very much at all. What you do understand is a total commitment to your wokerati out here in the audience or watching online. Great. Keep it up. As for Ms. McMorrin, for 4.5 years, we've watched you read the teleprompter on your laptop. How much you understand is debatable. Keep it up. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dindi Kintonga. Not seeing them in the chamber or online. Our next speaker is Simon Fraser, followed by Kenny Stevenson. Not seeing them online or in the council chamber. Our next speaker is Kenny Stevenson, followed by Melissa Sanders.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, I'm a Culver City resident and homeowner, and I'm speaking to give my full support to the Jubilo Village project. Listening to so many people talk about how we need to fund other projects for the people who live here, I remember that this town was founded as a sundown town, designed to keep people out. Henry Culver advertised this city as a place for white people to escape urban blight. Henry Culver would be opposed to Jubilo Village. We're better than our past. We have an opportunity to provide housing so we can bring more people into Culver City, not keep them out. Think of the new families this project will bring into our city. Several of the elementary schools had to cut kindergarten classes because there weren't enough students. Jubilo could help with that. Districts get paid for every student who comes to our schools. The school district needs money, as a lot of folks have pointed out who are opposed to this project. We always find money when the police need something for their already massive budget. We can do affordable housing. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Margaret Peters.
Good evening. I want to be clear that we are all for affordable housing, but this unfortunately is not the project to make it happen. Number one, you've declared a fiscal emergency, and to give, well, it would be ultimately $20 million in direct funding, and then giving over $16 million in voucher funding is outrageous. You will not have any support for a tax vote that you want to help save the city. If this goes forward, you are looking at ruining the very city that you want these people to live in. You're also taking away every single penny for those who need assistance now, who need rental assistance now, who need outreach now. This is outrageous that you would put a political stance on this issue. And Freddie, the optics of you still sitting there and not recusing yourself is shameful. Think about this whole thing. You've got 1,000 signatures. There's your people who are voting about the budget. Ta-da!
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Nope.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Margaret Peters, followed by Ann Trelevin.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for having me. Again, I'm the vice chair of the PRCS Commission, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the Commission. I'm speaking as a private citizen. First, real quick, please fund more staff for PRCS. We desperately need more staff. We want to do the Parks Master Plan. We want parks. Everybody in this town wants parks. We love parks. Please fund more positions for parks. But I still think it's a false choice to set up Jubilo Village against our budget. You know, year after year, the budget seems to just be to take last year's budget but tweak it a bit. If we follow the plans by Councilmember Fish and McMorrin to really look at the budget, I'm sure we'll find programs that we don't really use any longer, items that are redundant, and so on to make a budget that reflects our current needs, not our needs from 20 years ago. We shouldn't pit priorities against each other. We should find creative ways that allow us to have great parks, great housing, and supports everybody here in Culver City today and into the future. So thank you so much for supporting all of these great projects.
Our next 10 speakers are Ann Trelevin, Kathy Brown, George Doherty, Brian McMahon, Marcy Bond, Haifa Momomar, Kevin Lekoff, Dexter O'Connell, Ron Basilian, and Robert Scott.
Hi, Ann Trelevin. Clearly, I'm in favor. You've seen me before. I'm also from Culver Palms United Methodist Church. This is a project that we started not because we were thinking about our church, but because we were thinking about the city and what the city needed. There's been a lot done in the city that's been very, very good about rescuing people who are living on the street. But what happens is once they establish themselves here, send their kids to our schools and get a job, they have to leave. So all the money we've put into them is gone. They don't get to be a part of the community that they have grown used to. They get to be a part of some other community where they have to start over. This is the piece that's missing. And this is the project that is ready to go. This is the project we've been planning for 6 years to help the city and help the people in the city, including the people at the school district where there are families right now who do not have secure housing. Families that could live here, families that could participate better, families that don't have to struggle to figure out where they're going while their kid's going to school.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Please help us finish this project.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathy Brown, followed by George Doherty. Kathy Brown. Not seeing them in the chamber or online. Our next speaker is George Doherty, followed by Brian McMahon.
Good evening. I hope a place like Jubilo Village gets made. Affordable housing is desperately needed in our area. But I respectfully encourage the City Council not to pass the recent budget with the inclusion of as much as 20 million, maybe more, pledged towards the project. We have to ask ourselves, how much should Culver City be obliged to chip in, and how much can we reasonably afford? 20 million is way out of the realm of what's reasonable. Culver City doesn't have it. And watching the graphs tonight, it's pretty obvious. The funds will have to come from somewhere else. reductions in staff, services, maybe the parks won't get revitalized, streets won't get fixed. And the worst idea of all is recklessly draining the city's emergency funds. Without even a preference for Culver City residents leveling up from temporary housing, we are in effect.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brian McMahon, followed by Marcy Bond.
Council. My name is Brian McMahon. I'm a resident of Culver City. I also work in the affordable housing industry. Regarding our I have 2 points to make. Regarding our very real budget issues, I would urge people to remember that there's a big difference between expenses and investments. This is an investment in Culver City real estate, not just an expense line item. And I think a lot of people here would probably agree investing in Culver City real estate has worked out well for them. One other point, speaker earlier urged that we ought not to follow the example of the city of Los Angeles. I agree. Very few American cities have done as bad a job of providing enough housing for their citizens than the city of Los Angeles. Let us not follow in those footsteps. Let's build enough homes in Culver City so that all the people who work here every day, who work hard to make Culver City the wonderful place that it is, can afford to live here.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marcy Bond, followed by Kevin Leckoff.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am here to urge you to vote no on the Jubilo budget. I am speaking as a private citizen, not as a PRCS commissioner. I, however, do support spending the money on the parks. We do desperately need more staff at our parks. But my concern with the Jubilo Village is that it is going to drain everything. The people who currently live here, who are dependent upon the money that for the low income that are dependent upon that for rent, that's going to go to Jubilo Village. What will happen to them? The ones depending on for their mortgage, what's going to happen to them? Will they have to leave and no longer be Culver City residents for this pet project that's going to drain our reserves unnecessarily? If the church and SMCC can't find the funding, maybe it shouldn't be built.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin Leckoff, followed by Dexter O'Connell.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Recently, Councilmember Fish made a call to the greater public for input on the city budget and priorities, so I'm here to answer that call as a concerned citizen, stakeholder, and community member. I urge you to remove the Jubilo Village project from the budget. Do not arbitrarily discard the 30% reserve budget to fund this. It is not in line with the stated policy of the city's reserve funds. If the project cannot move forward under its own economics, especially with the vouchers already committed to it, that's a problem. But it's their problem, not that of the community at large. The city should not deplete its reserves for the Jubilo project. It's not the purpose of the reserves. If the council thinks the reserve amount is too high, it should take the time to study the financially responsible amount and not simply reduce it to the 21% for a whim. The city does not have the funds to commit. If they had extra money to pass around after the budget were balanced and fully funded, then it should support CCVUSD, as others will likely ask tonight, but not a private joint venture between a developer and a church. It's not a priority for the community. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dexter O'Connell, followed by Ron Basilian. Dexter O'Connell? Not seeing them in the chamber or online. Our next speaker is Ron Basilian. Ron Basilian? Not seeing them online or in the chamber. Our next speaker is Robert Scott. Not seeing them online or in the chamber. Our next 10 speakers are Marta Valdez, Jody Reichel, Judy Sherman, Kathleen Loser, Amy Brunel, Carol Ableth, Michelle Weiner, Mark Fiera, Nathana Lurvy, and Kira Push. Our next speaker is Marta Valdez.
Okay. Good evening. It's me again. And, you know, listening to Lisa, thank you, Lisa, because I am such a layman. I didn't know what the heck was going on months earlier. And I did go to your in-services. Thank you very much. It gave me a better understanding. And then I was able to communicate that to other people in my community. So, that being said, we hired her. Why aren't we following what she's saying? We hired a city manager. Why aren't we listening to him? I really, really think we should take what she says, that we're going to be in a deficit, and not fund Jubilo. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jody Reichel. I try.
Hi. I'm so glad I stayed awake. This morning, I received a message from the group Our Culver, claiming that billionaire-funded local groups are trying to kill affordable housing developments in Culver City. So for the record, I have not been approached by any billionaire-funded groups, and I don't know of anyone who's against affordable housing in Culver City. What I'm against is using our city's emergency funds for a private housing development because it will leave us underfunded and unprepared when true emergencies like earthquakes and fires and economic downturns happen. Catastrophic events often occur with little or no warning, and those who fail to put aside and maintain sufficient funding for emergencies inevitably suffer far worse devastation when those crises arise, and Culver City's already in a fiscal crisis. Allocating millions of dollars of our emergency funds to the Jubilo Village project is betting the health and well-being of this city and all of its inhabitants on the apparent belief that despite the current administration's tariffs and its decimation of FEMA, you don't think we need to be so well prepared for emergencies.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Judy Sherman, followed by Kathleen Loser. Judy Sherman.
Okay.
Judy, we can hear you.
Okay, am I on? Okay, thank you. Good evening, City Council. I believe that the city should take the calculated financial risks that may result in the city not receiving the full repayment of the loan that the Corporation of Santa Monica is requesting so that Jubilo Village project can proceed. Indeed, it is a shame that this corporation has lost a great deal of credibility, and because of that, the city must keep their feet to the fire with specific conditions written into our agreement with them. I emailed you the specifics. We want to make sure that we get qualified legal advice, which sadly has been questionable recently, and I'm not talking about the diesel thing, okay? Regarding other issues in the city, this corporation had to have known, given their stated extensive experience in building affordable housing, that much of the money they were requesting from various programs could not be used to pay back the loan to the city because of having tax records. Did they find that out before their March 2025 presentation to the city? I find that it's hard to believe that they had just found that out. Nonetheless, some of the programs do not have the tax credit regulation, and there is a very good chance they will come through.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathleen Loser, followed by Amy Brunel.
Thank you for the time. I'm a 47-year Culver City resident, a landlady, and I'm here to speak for Naomi Tejeda, who was my maid for 20 years, and she became a citizen on my watch. And she is now living in El Salvador because she cannot afford to live here. And also for the Turkish gentleman who came in from Lancaster for $50 to put together a trunk for me, and must have made only $20 after what he had paid for spending all that money on gas. There is a great need to have people who work for us live near us.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amy Brunel, followed by Carol Oblett. Amy Brunel. Not seeing them online. Oh, it's not here. You, Amy? Carol. Oh, okay. Not seeing Amy Brunel in the chamber or online. Our next speaker is Carol Oblett.
Good evening, council members. I know some of you campaigned on a platform of affordable housing, and I think Jubilo Village is an excellent opportunity to create affordable housing in Culver City, which we desperately need. So I hope tonight that your vote will reflect the ideas upon which you campaigned. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Weiner, followed by Mark Vieira.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Jubilo Village addresses our actual ever-increasing critical need for affordable housing. Housing expenses in Culver City are 184% higher than the national average, making it one of the most expensive cities for housing in the U.S. But we are stuck in a single-family housing perspective, while fewer and fewer of us can afford to maintain that lifestyle. According to Jenny Schutz, former senior fellow at the Brookings Institute, the community process that we're engaged in was born in the 60s to address cities putting, and the state and federal government putting in Black and Latino neighborhoods, big projects, highways, and so on without any community input. But now this process is being weaponized and used disproportionately by our privileged members of this community who have the time to engage and advocate for maintaining the status quo to the detriment of everyone else.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Vieira, followed by Nathana Lurvy.
Good late evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I urge your support for Jubilo Village. I'm part of a generation that was told, work hard, get a degree or two, and things will fall into place. For many of us, that promise has cracked under the weight of student debt, rising rents, and not sure if you noticed, but economic and political chaos. I've worked in tech, a sector once seen as secure, but now layoffs of hundreds or even thousands are routine, with skilled engineers relying on contract work to make do. No one's immune from the instability. They, and teachers, and service workers, and people earning close to minimum wage, and LGBTQ plus people, and members of other marginalized communities, all deserve opportunities to secure housing. Projects like Jubilo Village create more than just units. They create space for people to build community and live with dignity. On a final note, as a gay man, whether or not it's Pride Month, it did not feel necessary to see the word fag used as a prop on that screen. I really wish we would have done better. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nathana Lurvy, followed by Kira Plush.
Council members, thank you for allowing the public speaking to go on as long as it's going, and I appreciate your dedication. I also appreciate the dedication of the professional financial analysts who presented very nicely the fact that we need to make hard choices. And there are two conversations happening in this room tonight. The people who are supporting Jubilo are holding up signs that say, "We love it." They're talking emotionally. Your presentation from your staff was hard numbers. Those are separate conversations. We can want something badly and not be able to get it. The church, my understanding of the Methodist Church is those lands are held in trust collectively. The Methodist Church has discretionary funds. Why is the church not going to them to ask for a loan? They can't sell that land. It's not really theirs to sell. I was involved with a Catholic organization that went to Rome to get the permission to give up their land, which is now housing in Inglewood. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kira Push, followed by Dan Griffin.
Hi, I'm in support of approving the proposed budget. We've long deprioritized building affordable housing in Culver City, and while that's not the fault of the current city council, it nevertheless falls on you all to address the resulting and ongoing housing crisis. Building up affordable housing stock is an exercise in incrementalism. We need to invest in it when and where the opportunity arises. If we're averse to this shovel-ready project that needs only this last portion of funding to be made possible, I have a hard time believing that any future project will meet the standards those against it are trying to uphold. Circumstances will never be perfect, but we can and should help 93 units worth of people now. What are we hoarding emergency funds for, if not to help our neighbors by providing them with stable, permanent homes? All that said, I fully agree that the budget process needs an overhaul. Enabling greater public input through participatory budgeting would be a welcome change, and one that is proven to have significant positive impact across many other cities. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dan Griffin, followed by Michael Ansley.
Hello, this is Dan, and I want to thank everybody for the patience tonight and for the efforts over the years. I don't think the fact that this is an 11th hour conversation is relevant. I fully support affordable housing. I do not support this project. What I would support and would hope that the council would consider would be an ad hoc committee made up of stakeholders who could truly look at this issue now that it has been fully brought to the public's attention and to make some of the hard decisions. I don't believe anything done out of urgency is ever done well. So I encourage you to not rush a vote, even though this has been years. In many ways, it is a new conversation. It needs to be handled that way. And thank you for your consideration, and take care.
Thank you. I want to remind everyone that we are on item PH3. Oops, that's me. Sorry.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
PH3 is for the approval of the budget, which currently includes Jubilo. A3 is for discussion and direction on the terms and conditions of the loan for Jubilo Village. If you have signed up for A3, but you want to speak regarding the public hearing, please come and talk to us at the city clerk desk. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Ansley, followed by Maria Fontaine.
Good evening, council and staff. Thank you to everyone here for being here so late and working so hard. I want to thank the staff for their tremendous work in making the budget more visible and transparent. Thank you. I'm here to speak in support of the budget and the Jubilo Housing Project. I want to urge the city council members to support this for two reasons. Number one, Culver City must produce affordable housing as required by our RENA commitment and our most recent housing element, and this project would contribute substantially to meeting that goal, would create 93 units of badly needed affordable housing. Number two, I urge Culver City and the council to honor our commitments. We promised the nonprofit developer Community Corp of Santa Monica the 93 project-based housing vouchers that made the project financially feasible. And when those couldn't be provided, this $16 million bridge amount is to help fill that gap. So we need to help them and ourselves not be negatively impacted for years to come in being able to produce affordable housing in our region. And lastly, I just want to say I also want to urge your support in the budget inclusion for that additional amount so that we can improve our budgeting process. Thank you so much.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mariah Fontaine, followed by Ronald Ostrin.
Hello. Please abide by your commitment to fund the Jubilo Village project. I urge everyone to read Jean Black's article posted in the Culver Crescent today if you haven't already. I don't know facts, figures, and history like her, so I will make a personal plea. Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. famously stated that budgets are moral documents and reflect our priorities. Spending choices have moral implications, whether we spend resources to ensure equity, diversity, and inclusion, or we spend resources only for those who have the privilege and means to live here. I was a homeowner in West Hollywood for 10 years, and while not perfect, I was proud of that city's commitment to affordable housing. I was expecting to feel the same when I moved here. What brought me to Culver City was the love of my job teaching at Culver City High School and a desire to be more involved in the greater community. We can choose both affordable housing and excellent schools. Affordable housing will bring young families, diverse families, and enrich our schools. Please do not renege on your promise to fund this project. Also, please agendize CCUSD's request for budget assistance and update the budget process. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Our
Ron
next-
Ostrin.
oh, all right. With 1 minute seated by Leslie Ostrin.
Good evening, Council. Thank you, staff, for your efforts tonight. I don't know what I can say because I think this is almost a done deal. It's kind of a vanity project. I think that if one looks at the hard facts of our budget, you could not vote for this budget funding the Jubilo project. It's too big. We shouldn't be responsible for all of that. We've already made a $4 million commitment, which is about the maximum size that most other cities make. So maybe we could ask them to seek alternative financing. I don't know about you, but I see bad things on the horizon. I see federal funding cut down. I see a disaster. And this city needs resilience. And for you to rush headlong to fund this project, I think is reckless and puts our city in danger. This project offers no public ownership, no repayment guarantees, no priority or preference for Culver City residents or workers, and no guarantee that the project will ever be built or that we will get our money back if it fails. Is this going to be another high-speed train project? I think you need to slow down. I think you need to look at your responsibility, your fiduciary and financial responsibility to the city, than rather rush headlong into this project. It pains me to have to speak against an affordable housing project. It pains me. But there are better ways to do it. And if you pass this, you're going to torpedo all the great progress we have been made in helping the homeless, because all the housing eggs will be sucked away from this. I don't think you've looked at the ramifications of this. I don't think you understand the cruelty if you pass this. The Jubilo project doesn't have to die. It just has to seek additional funding elsewhere. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carol Ann Garrett, followed by Maria Remas.
I'm 81 years old. I'm handicapped.
I need to be at home, but this is very important. You don't have the money to do this. You say it's going to cost $20 million. You say you need money to put in your reserves, but you're not getting enough money coming in to put it into the reserves. And then if you have to do this, how are you ever going to get any money back? This is going to go on more than 20 years, more than 75 years. A little city like Culver, and you're little, you're not a big city. You got 30,000 people, you say, who can pay some money because a fourth of the people here can't even afford housing. How 30,000 people going to pay this off? You got any ideas? It is so fiscally irresponsible that I'd like to sue everybody who votes for this. It is not a clean deal. You are not able to pay it back. What if an earthquake comes? Trump is going to cut out food stamps.
Your
Section
time
8
has
housing.
expired.
Many
Thank
things
you.
will be cut out. You need to take care of your deficits,
Thank you.
not this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maria Ramos, followed by Lindsay Carlson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great, thanks. So I'd like to address the council members who have supported Jubilo Village. I know that it's been very difficult to steadfastly look for ways for the city to actualize this development. And I know that you are receiving opposition, much of it taking the form of personal attacks and even lies about the project. So I want to take my time to thank you for your vision, your fortitude, and your commitment to your values. I know that you're trying to change the identity of Culver City from the 1950s sundowner town it has always been to a city that welcomes all. And that takes more than pithy signs on lawns. That takes city investments like Jubilo, because the real estate market in Culver City makes renting and owning possible only for the affluent. So thank you for not saying, as so many do, I am for affordable housing, but thank you for saying, I am for affordable housing, period. I support you, and I'm one of many.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lindsay Carlson, followed by Candace Simmons.
Good evening, council members, and thank you for finding me on the Zoom. I'm Lindsay Carlson. I'm a CCUSD board member, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the district tonight. Rather, I'm speaking as a Culver City resident and a mother of a 7-year-old CCUSD first grader. My husband and I bought our home and moved to Culver City in 2014 with the dream of sending any children that we might have in the future to Culver City schools. Our schools are central to our city, and the reason our city is as prosperous as it is. However, due to a confluence of factors, many of which are beyond our control, our district is in dire financial straits right now. I'm not here to pit one request for funding against another, but I ask of you tonight, and the only ask I have of you, is that you think about how you can better partner with the district and assist our schools from a financial perspective. I can assure you that an investment in our schools is not only the right thing to do for our children, but it will pay off in spades for years down the road as young families continue to choose to make Culver City their home. I'll be watching how you choose to approach the issue. I'm sure that many of my peers, including over 330 people who've signed a petition supporting the city funding the schools, will be watching too. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Candace Simmons, followed by James Richardson.
Good evening, council and everyone there. I am a 20-plus resident here in Culver City and a small business owner, and I strongly oppose including the funding for the project at this time. Spending nearly $20 million of our reserves on a project that doesn't guarantee homes for Culver City employees or income-qualified residents is fiscally irresponsible, especially while facing a structural deficit. I heard all the programs that would not be funded if this project is approved. When I asked for support for small businesses impacted by the pandemic, during the pandemic, I was told the emergency funds were only for emergencies. If that's the case, why are we handing over millions for this project? Now with the proposed quarter-cent sales tax on the table, why are we asking residents and businesses to sacrifice more while approving spending for something that does not help our city? I'm asking you to prioritize small businesses and not fund this project at this time.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speakers are James Richardson, Kevin Dedicatoria, Deanna Newell with 1 minute seated by Ross Piro, and Whitney Osborne. Our next speaker is James Richardson.
Good evening, Council. Let me just go say I fully support Jubilo Village. And I was going online because I wanted to check how many non-government organizations you all have in Culver City. Apparently only found 35 of them. I think it's a false choice to say that you can't fund affordable housing and not fund other projects. I am going to advocate for a non-government organization that actually handles all the stakeholders, ways of building alternative funding so that you can fund all these projects and it doesn't have to hurt your budget. Lisa, thank you so much for giving a clear view of how the budget works. I want to be able to look at it further. You're hearing this from a person who was homeless, and thanks to you all, the past 2 years, I've actually gone through the whole process. So I really want to see how I can contribute back in ways that make sense. With hope. All right, peace.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin Dedicatoria, followed by Deanna Newell.
Hello again. I am speaking to support Jubilo Village. It's not just an investment in 93 places for affordable housing and for people with low incomes to live. It's also investing in services that we assume that, you know, it's not enough to just give housing. It's also necessary to give services that the village will actually provide. I think it's, you know, misleading to actually deny this where, say, those who are developers may or may not provide these exact same services. It's still, at the end of the day, left up to speculation, and I hope that the city doesn't forego this opportunity to not just invest in the city, but also among affordable and low-income housing and services. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deanna Newell with 1 minute seated by Ross Piro, followed by Whitney Osborne.
Thank you, Mayor O'Brien and City Council, and thank you, Lisa, for all of the numbers today. I know this is very confusing, and I appreciate that you're trying to make it as clear as possible. First of all, I just want to start off and say shame on pro-Jubilo people to trying to pit all of us that are against Jubilo by saying that we are white privileged and don't care about Culver City. I care about Culver City. I care about affordable housing. I want people to be able to live here. I want my kids to graduate college and be able to afford to be able to move back here. But I also see where we are in a financial crisis right now, and it just really, really irritates me that you're trying to pit me that way, because I am very morally right, and I try to help my neighbors all the time. Anybody who knows me knows that. So first of all, let's separate that. This is a financial issue. This is not me saying I don't want affordable housing. It's me saying I'm concerned about our city. I moved here to Los Angeles in 1994. That was right after Northridge. We have not had a large earthquake since I've lived here. I'm terrified about what's going to happen. And the fact that we just went through all of these fires in January, we're in trouble, people. Something's going to happen. Trump is here right now. ICE is happening. There's ICE raids. He's got it out for California. There's so many things that could happen here, and we need our reserve fund for an emergency. I started thinking today, what is an emergency? I looked in the dictionary. An emergency is a serious, unexpected, and often dangerous situation requiring immediate action. Yes, housing is important and it's serious, but it's not unexpected. We've known this has been happening. We've been trying to make it work, and I get that we want to make it work. I get that. but I am terrified about us depleting our reserves because something is going to happen and we are going to need those funds. I beg you, you were elected to be fiscally responsible and to have all of our interests at heart. We have 1,000 people that have said, please do not pass this budget with Jubilo in it. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Whitney Osborne, followed by Steve Siegel and Rosie Gable. Our next speaker is Whitney Osborne.
My name is Whitney Osborne, and I am a Culver City resident, small business owner, and voter for more than a decade. We can talk about numbers and budgets all day long, but deep at the heart of a no on Jubilo Village is the belief that some deserve housing more than others. It saddens me to think about how some of our neighbors, many of them privileged enough to own their own homes, want the council to vote against this without actually understanding how affordable housing funding works. Culver City is a diverse community, and that diversity is one of the things that makes us stronger. So let us not forget that socioeconomic diversity makes our lives, our experiences, our schools, and our communities richer. Living alongside people who haven't had the same opportunities as you will only serve to expand your mind and open your heart if you let it. I urge the council to vote yes to fund Jubilo Village. Decades of cities saying no, not in my backyard, is exactly what got us into this housing crisis in the first place. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Siegel, followed by Rosie Gable.
Thank you. You can hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Awesome. As a taxpayer, I've chipped in as Culver City has spent more than $40 million on homeless services. We've done more than our fair share. It doesn't matter, in this case, how much people want housing, we can't afford it, and the project is probably illegal. The staff report as of June 2nd, 2025, gave the City Council a very clear and unambiguous warning about this project relative to the violation of California Constitution, Article 16, Sections 4, 5, and 6. I heard at the last meeting that this is a violation and the city will be sued, and the council members that vote yes for it will likely be named as defendants, and there will be no immunity for them on this. This is quite interesting. Ms. Tara, I don't know her last name, Borowskis, I believe, spoke. She's the executive director of CCSM. She did mention this is a nonprofit. Her salary at least is $235,000. It's good for her, but not everyone is volunteering in this project. This is a money-making project that is violating the Establishment Clause of the Constitution. Those who vote yes for it, this is just not right.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rosie Gable, followed by Denise Neal. Rosie, are you on the line? You're unmuted. Let's go to our next speaker and we'll circle back. Our next speaker is Denise Neal.
Good evening, Mayor O'Brien, council members, and community at large. I have questions. I spoke to the hedge fund today. The hedge fund wants to know how it can help with the $20 million that's needed, but I need to know if it's necessary or possible to bifurcate the city's $16 million that belongs in the emergency fund and then maybe just work with a hedge fund to try to get that taken care of. Must both coexist? Does the 16 million have to stay in place for CCSM? Because the hedge fund wants to speak to the nonprofit to see how they can help. They need hard numbers and they need a timeline. And if we can leave our emergency funds alone, then I'd like to do that. But I need more information. They're waiting for CCSM to talk to them tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, we're going to try for Rosie Gable again. Hi, Rosie, you're unmuted. You can start speaking. All right, it looks like we're having some technical difficulties. Rosie, are you on the line? Okay. That was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. So I think I need a motion to close the public hearing.
I have a motion from Councilmember McMorrin, a second by Councilmember Vera, to close the public hearing. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to all the speakers. I appreciate your thoughts. I think we all do. Now we're going to go around and give final comments.
Mayor, I'm sorry. Can we do another round of questions before we go to comments, if
Yeah,
possible?
questions and comments.
Okay.
Based on, we all good? Okay, yeah. So Councilmember Fish, please.
Thank you so much, CFO Soger and Ms. Shavelson. Thank you, City Manager Nakbar. Thank you to our staff for this really thorough presentation and being able to answer all the questions that we had over the course of this process, for making yourselves available. And thank you to everyone who showed up to speak on this budget. It's our most important document that we create as a city. So I'm very grateful to all of you for taking the time to share your thoughts. And I want to start by emphasizing that I take our city's financial health and its long-term stability extremely seriously. It's our responsibility to be good stewards of the public funds, which is why at every stage of this budget process, I've worked collaboratively with my colleagues and city staff to suggest improvements to it. The operating deficit, as was touched on, we're facing, it didn't appear out of thin air, and it wasn't caused by affordable housing or Jubilo. It's been building over the past 2 years, and it was first forecasted a decade ago. The reality is that we have added new programs and we've failed to critically examine our spending. This isn't about blaming any one project or department or person. It's about understanding that in order to resolve our budget issues, we do need a more collaborative approach. So I supported, of course, the sales tax measure to help address the deficit. But when it became clear that wouldn't be enough for the long-term future, Councilmember McMorrin and I proposed a modest investment of $250,000 to address our long-term fiscal challenges by giving the community a seat at the table, more than just information, allowing them to participate in the process. And I'm so grateful for all the work our finance department has done to increase the information we give our residents. This would be allowing them to actually participate in the process from the beginning. And I'm really grateful to Vice Mayor Puza for joining us and passing that motion, and hopeful for what we can do with that. No recipient of the funding's been chosen yet. That'll be a decision made later by this council, of course, with a full vetting process and input from you, the community. Our budget is our city's most important document, and just as it should be a work in progress, so should the process that creates it. We need to build a system that continually evaluates what programs are working, which are not, and where we need to make tough, necessary changes, and we've lacked the public's voice in those tough decisions. You know, I want to push back against this concept that we can't fund 93 homes, but we also can't examine our spending. And this tells me that it's really the opposition, at least on this dais, when we came and said, hey, let's look at our budget, let's see what we're doing, what we can cut, how we can make this work, and that was not supported. It's clear that protecting the city's finances might be a factor, but it's also about protecting the status quo. It's about maintaining the proportion of funds we've always given every department, regardless of changing needs. I don't think that's good governance. I think it's burying our head in the sand. How can we have an operating deficit for 2 years, declare a fiscal emergency, ask our residents for more revenues, and in the same breath claim that our budget process doesn't need any improvement? I wrote an op-ed titled "Culver City's Budget Process is Broken, Public Input Can Fix It." But after experiencing the process from this perspective, I think broken might have been the wrong word. The system isn't broken. It's working exactly as it was designed, which is to keep the public at arm's length. And we saw that with, the sudden firing of the lifeguards and the awarding of a contract to a company with a history of labor violations. Almost, we didn't award it. We saw it when we failed to have the necessary conversations to support our school district, which is also facing financial challenges. And we saw it when our budget process included way less public engagement than all the other city plans that we create as a city, despite being arguably our most important. So the public is really missing from this process that shapes our city. And this isn't just a local issue. Across the country, cities have made budget decisions based on outdated assumptions. For decades, for example, we believed that the only way to ensure safety was to add more police officers, often at the expense of housing, healthcare, education, all of which we know create safe, resilient communities. So I agree we should ask hard questions about the $16 million loan. It's a significant amount of money. But since 2013, our police department's budget has nearly doubled, from $33 million to $60 million. We are now spending $27 million more every year than we were 12 years ago. We're spending $10 million more than we were spending just 3 years ago. And that's every year, not a one-time payment. I would encourage us to apply the same level of scrutiny that we are currently applying to Jubilo for a $16 million loan to the rest of our $200 million general fund. And when we do, you deserve to have a seat at that table and a real voice in how the dollars are spent. When people point out that our reserves should only be tapped in emergencies, I completely agree. And let's talk about an emergency. In 2022, we created the Housing, Homelessness, and Human Services Department, this council did, or the previous council, to build a or the one before that actually, to build a continuum of care for those in crisis. We recognize that housing is foundational. It's essential as water, food, and clothing, which is why homelessness is a life-threatening emergency. It attacks every aspect of that foundation. In LA County, 2,500 people die on our streets every year. Their houses might not be on fire because they don't have them, but they die every year. So for more than 100 individuals living on our streets in Culver City, we know this is a public health crisis. In fact, the previous council declared a state of emergency on homelessness in 2023. But instead of addressing the root causes, like expanding affordable housing, expediting it, strengthening renters' protections, that emergency was used to justify the rushed passage of an anti-camping ordinance which made it illegal to be unhoused with anything more than a blanket or a pillow anywhere in the city. And now when we have a real opportunity to address homelessness in a meaningful way by building our only second affordable housing development in 30 years, all of a sudden, we're no longer in an emergency. Now that we're no longer displacing folks, we have a chance, and we have a real chance to use city funds to stop homelessness for generations of families. That emergency disappears. That's where we are right now. With Project Home Key, the Wellness Village, our motels, and our mobile crisis team, we've finally begun the difficult work of undoing decades of underinvestment. But these services are just responses to the root issue, which is our lack of permanent affordable housing. For too long, we've treated housing as a commodity, not a human right. Whether you're a senior facing retirement, a young person who grew up here, or a teacher struggling to afford to live where they work, your income currently determines whether you get a roof over your head. If you can't afford it here, that's your problem. But really, it's all of our problem. Enrollment in our schools is declining as young people can no longer afford to raise families in our city. Our city's pushing out our working class neighbors, losing the diversity that makes it so vibrant. And evictions are at their highest point in years. All because we failed in our duty to build housing. Under state housing goals, Culver City is required to build 1,700 low and very low income units by 2029. But as of now, we only have 466 low and very low income units in the pipeline, far behind what's needed. And 1/5 of those come from just one project, Jubilo, which stands as the largest contributor of affordable units in our pipeline. The next affordable development hasn't been designed or funded and is still several years away. And yes, 100% affordable housing is expensive. Publicly funded projects are more expensive because they require a puzzle of funding sources, and the pro forma takes years to align those sources. And it uses, of course, as we appreciate unionized labor with prevailing wages. We want to make sure that folks that work on this are treated well. And every 100% affordable project that gets to this stage is a near miracle, which is why I've been working with this council and with Councilmember McMorrin and the Housing and Homelessness Subcommittee on ways to expedite 100% affordable housing projects, because it shouldn't take 6 years to get here. But if you think $840K per unit, which is what this is expensive, we have no indication that any future affordable housing projects on the west side will be any cheaper to build. In fact, I'd be willing to bet that they won't be. This is a per unit cost to the city of $210K in hard costs, if you use 20 million in hard costs, which is less expensive than recent projects that Culver City Community Corp completed in just the past 1 or 2 years. Santa Monica recently built the Las Flores development, 73 units, cost the city 20 million, per unit cost of 280 compared to our 210. Another one, 1819 Pico, was 48 units, cost $271,000 per unit. Both of those are more expensive than what Culver City is being asked to provide. Because I think, as it turns out, 95 homes is a lot of homes. It's a big development. So I think ultimately the real choice that we have in front of us is just whether to use this 12 million in our general fund reserves to build 93 homes for low-income families to address the real emergency that is our housing and homelessness crisis. And doing so, as city staff and our CFO pointed out, brings our general reserves from 30% to 21%. 21% is higher than the 20% policy of Manhattan Beach, Norwalk, Azusa, Carson, Torrance, Riverside, and Pasadena. They all have a target reserves of 20%. And it's still well beyond our neighbors in the city of Santa Monica who have a target of 15. And every city is different, right? But it's good to know that, while one may reasonably disagree with the use of these funds, I understand, the characterization that it puts the city in dire financial jeopardy isn't really supported by the policies of our neighboring cities. With these 93 homes, hundreds of families will have the chance to live in our city, serving as a safety net for our entire community for the next 75 years. I heard a commenter say the city needs resilience. Affordable housing for low-income families is resilience. That's how we create a resilient community. There are, of course, risks with the project, just like there are with any project, but we really can't afford the status quo. We spend so much more trying to manage our homelessness situation than we do trying to actually solve it. This is the solving it part. As leaders, we have a responsibility to not just see things as they are, but as they could be. We have so much power in this room to shift our resources, to create stronger, more resilient communities. It requires us to take a leap of faith together. And I want to recognize that. but it's a worthy investment in our future. When it comes to CCUSD funding, by the way, I couldn't agree more. Our city could definitely support our schools in a more significant way. It was something I talked a lot about, or at all. It was something I talked a lot about during my campaign. We included the request from the superintendent to fund, or city staff included the request from the superintendent to fund the crossing guards, as well as the improvements for the swim team at the plunge and others. The conversation about further support was pretty absent from our budget process until tonight, and I think that's another reason we need to proactively go out into the community and create more opportunities to have these discussions, so we can hear recommendations from the community and work those out together, so that they're not coming to us at the 11th hour. But I'm very supportive. If we want to agendize a conversation, I'm all in about supporting our schools tonight and using our next budget process. Of course, we need to use our next budget process to find a way to further support. For those who remain reasonably concerned about our overall financial health, I'm right there with you. I will continue to work with staff, my colleagues in CCSM, to add necessary guardrails on our public funds, which we will discuss in this upcoming item A3. Those include safeguards that the tax credits or vouchers were to be revoked. All of that is going to be discussed in A3, and I'm looking forward to that conversation. I'm also supportive of prioritizing Culver City residents, students, and workers to the extent the law allows. That's also coming up. And I commit to exploring new revenue sources and, of course, examining our spending to restore our reserves, balance the budget, all with your voices at the center. And so I just want to say I'm deeply grateful to our community for rallying around this project for the past 6 years, to Community Corp of Santa Monica, which has been building affordable housing for 4 decades, to our city staff for their diligence on the project, Jesse Mays, City Manager Nakbar, and Director Barnes, to the Culver Palms United Methodist Church for deciding to be a part of the solution to our city's greatest crisis despite 6 years of challenges. Thank you for not letting up. After decades of inaction, I don't think we can afford to walk away from our housing crisis. We must act and finally prioritize affordable housing. I don't think this is the time to throw up our hands and claim defeat. I really believe that the safety and well-being of our community are on the line here, and we have the tools we need to do this and create a Culver City where folks of all income levels can live and thrive here. And thank you so much for the time, Mayor, and I'll turn it back over.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to clarify one thing, if I could.
Sure.
With regard to the school, CCUSD, and their request for funding, I want to remind the council, the council was first made aware of this, the city was first made aware of this at a joint liaison committee meeting with CCUSD and the city. And in mid-April, we provided an email to the city council on this topic that included report from an outside consultant that we had retained. I just wanted to remind everyone of of that.
Thank you.
And can I add one thing, that in addition to the crossing guards, I did have a slide in the May presentation of the budget. So in addition to the $550,000 for the crossing guards and the $45,000 for the timing apparatus for the plunge, the city has also historically paid all of the refuse bills for the school district and the sewer service charges that total approximately $400,000. So we just have a shy of $1 million in the proposed budget that is funding for the school district.
Thank you for that added context. I just wanted to clarify definitely remember the report you sent, appreciate the information. This was more a comment about how it wasn't a part of our conversation. We didn't hear much from the public on this topic until this last meeting. So thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our staff and community members who commented this evening. I really appreciate this process. I've always said since I've been on this council that our budgets are value statements. We always have a choice. These issues are not zero sum, and if we change how we do things, and we should, we could have different results. I do just want to uplift in this space in particular that we are careful about the language we use. I've heard folks say things like these people, and folks engage in personal attacks, and that really detracts us from what's before us. I've often said we're in these chambers until almost midnight because we all share a love for the city. We are all neighbors and community members, and I really hope that that we keep that near and dear because we're here because we care, and I hope that we can continue to build upon that respect and that love for the city of Culver City. And building on that, I've heard a lot of fear, and I want to just say I understand that and I empathize with that, but it is not how I lead. It's not how I parent. I believe that when we take care of each other, when we see one another, when we see the humanity in one another, we can actually see, the change that we want to see. We can be the change that we want to see. It's cliche, but it's cliche for a reason, right? There are reasons why these things are things that folks say. And my why, and the reason why I ran for re-election or ran in the first place is rooted in ensuring that everyone who lives, works, learns, and plays in our community to be welcomed, treated with respect, and have access to high-quality city services. I ran to support more transparency, accountability, more housing, more sustainability, better transit, more equitable and responsive local government that supports all of us. I always say more than the status quo is possible, and it is safe to dream of a Culver City that is not rooted in fear or exclusion. It is safe to welcome new neighbors here. And we can truly do hard things. We can solve hard problems, and we need innovation, we need new ideas, and we need community at the table. So I'm going to support this budget. I'm going to support Jubilo. I really would like to spend some time evaluating further and having a deeper conversation in this space, because I do remember a request in the joint meeting, but I didn't hear any more about the specifics of what our district was requesting. So we'd love to have that conversation come back to us. I would love to have us consider supporting the senior management role for the PRCS team, because that is something that I continue to hear from both commissioners and community that is needed. I think we should really evaluate what we're paying our PRCS workers. I think that contributes to the turnover and some of the issues that we're seeing. And since I've been saying, probably since I've been on the council, we need to really think about how we deal with our budget. I think the community input is a good step in that direction. There are no silver bullets here. There's no magic wands, but we have to really think about and evaluate how we're funding. And again, the sales tax is one approach. And if the sales tax doesn't pass, it is likely the county or metro will get that quarter cent. And if community members don't want us to have that and they want it to go to the county or metro, that is fine. But separate and apart from that sales tax, we really have to think about how we're going to evaluate our budget, how we're going to invest. Those are conversations we need to have, and community needs to be at the center of that. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I get into my comments, I got a few more questions to ask. Some of the comments were from speakers about how we're instilling fear in the community in terms of reduction of services. If our sales tax doesn't pass and we continue down the path we're going, would there in fact be reductions in services?
There would have to be. We would have to make cuts to expenditures, and so we would have to look at how we would cut services, and most likely that would be cutting personnel.
Okay. And then a question for the city manager. I think you got here in 2010. think so, right? And then in terms of when you got here, how our budget looked, or how our funding looked compared to it is now, how much have you increased that in your tenure here?
During my tenure, the city's reserves were tripled from 50 million to 150 million up until we started in deficit mode over the last couple of years.
Okay. Great job, John. I really appreciate your dedication to the city and our financial well-being. And then in terms of budget, whose responsibility is it to present a budget or to the city? And how has that come to be?
Councilmember, the charter specifies that it's the duty and obligation of the city manager to prepare a budget for the council's consideration.
So even if we spend $250,000 on getting more participation, it still would have to go through the city manager to bring it to city council, correct?
It's the city manager's duty and obligation.
Okay.
Under the charter.
Under the charter, okay, thank you. And then there was also some comments about we have to be good to our promise to CCSM, I'm sorry, about committing to a certain amount of vouchers. Was there a contract or a promise or something, a commitment that was made with them for this amount?
Councilmember, I don't think there was a commitment. I think there was a letter that indicated that they were in essence eligible, but subject to an entire process that had to unfold. I do not believe there was any commitment.
So no formal commitment?
No, sir.
Okay. And then in terms of preference, I know that it's been going back and forth, and initially, when this first came forward, they had asked to really remove Culver City's preference in terms of housing. Pardon me. And how does, and I know it's confusing, how does the preference sort of work in terms of we're allocating federal funding to that, and I think in doing so, you'd have to open it up to a greater or larger process. You can prioritize residents, or Culver City residents, but you can't make a commitment or.
I think Housing and Human Services Director Tevis Barnes is, she's making her way. But to put it simply, there is a preference that can be included, but there can't be. You cannot exclude non-residents. There has to be there's a process where a preference could be included, but it's not a process that could exclude non-residents, and I think Tevis can explain. We have something in place with our current process for tenant-based vouchers.
Good evening. For the sake of the public, I am Tevis Barnes, Housing and Human Services Director. I believe the question is, how do preferences work in the application and selection process for affordable housing units? A preference is not a guarantee. It is absolutely not a guarantee. We are allowed to have a preference because under our current Section 8 tenant-based program, we do give a preference for Culver City residents, people who live and work in Culver City. When we work with a developer that has affordable housing, we first require them to do what we call an affirmative advertising campaign, meaning that they must make it known to everyone possible that these units will be coming available and going online, and make the application process as accessible as possible, advertise in ethnic-focused newspapers, We go as far sometimes to place in markets or places we know where certain groups may congregate so that we can make sure that they are well notified in advance that these units are going to come online and what the application process is. So that's one of the first steps. Then the application process happens, and usually it's an online process now. And we normally structure it first come, first serve. And that's the second step, the application first come, first serve. And then from there, you usually say you pull the first 100 folks who apply. And from there, you sift down further and you say, okay, of those 100 who applied first, how many are actually residents, as they stated? And then from there, you drill down even further and you say, okay, well, how many of those are actually income qualified for the units that we have available? Then you take that first batch, and so every comment or statement of folks made, then you have to drill down further and say, okay, now you got to prove it. You need to show us your residency, and we give you criteria such as a lease or a bill or a statement, and then you have to show us your income information. So by the time you drill down and go through all of that, you may not have as many folks as you think you have to drill down or sift through folks on that level. So that's kind of how a preference works. So there really is no guarantee by the time you actually go through the process.
All right, and we couldn't, you said first come, first serve, so to speak. Culver City residents per se couldn't be given priority, like having an application open to Culver City first and then, right?
No, you cannot. That would be looked upon, I think, by HUD as a fair housing violation, that you're purposely trying to exclude out everyone from having access to the application process. Everyone must have access to the application process.
And then would Culver City have a seat at the table in terms of determining who gets to be placed in this facility, or no?
The way it works, because we're not the ones controlling the waiting list, but we are working with the developer. The developer will develop the waiting list, then city staff will then go through an audit, one, to see that they actually had an affirmative outreach campaign. Like, we need to see public notifications that they notified in certain publications. We need to know how long they had the waiting list open, were there any glitches? And then they develop their waiting list, and so we start asking them, okay, well, you pulled these first folks, let us see that they were the first come, first serve. And most computer programs will let you know exactly what time and how many seconds that a particular application was placed, and whether or not there were any duplicates, because folks with duplicates are automatically thrown out. And then once they start to pull, we then evaluate the folks that they are pulling and ask for third-party proof that they are actually a resident and third-party proof that they're actually income qualified.
All right, but so we don't really have the actual seat at the table in terms of even getting to that process. We get it sort of after the fact.
We get it after the fact, but they can't lease folks up until we say it's okay.
Right, okay. And then there's some also comments about this project will create sort of a pipeline of housing, or pipeline of, housing for some of our most vulnerable people out of Wellness Village. How many units are specifically set aside for low-income housing, low-income levels of housing?
If I recall the unit breakdowns, so all the units are 80% and below at this project. But folks who would be coming out of our interim housing resources at Project Home Key or Wellness Village or our motel, I'm going to be frank with you, most of those folks are receiving GR, which is like, believe it or not, and it's been this way, I've been doing this 30 years and it hasn't gone up, so I don't know who comes up with this number, $264 a month, which is what, $3,000 a year? So many of them are actually what HCD, or the State of California Housing and Community Development Department, would refer to as acutely extremely low income. So I believe 10 units in their unit mix are for folks 30 and below. I believe I have that correctly. So that's 10 units. And so right now, we have 16 folks at Wellness Village with 39 folks in the motels and about 32 on the interim side of Project Home Key. So all of those folks would be vying for those 10 units where they income qualify.
Wow. Okay, Tevis, thank you so much for your input and your information. That seems like, yeah, 10, I'm shocked to hear just only 10 units for those folks that are most vulnerable and need it the most. I think that's all the questions I have for you at this moment. Thank you so much. I got a question for Ms. Soger, and I don't know if it's, I should ask you or the chief. There was a comment made about the PD's budget doubling. How has that grown in proportion over, I guess, the last few years in terms of where it was and where it is now? I know, I think in 2015, it was 35% of the overall budget, and now it's 30%?
It's 30% now. I mean, it's grown really proportionally with the budget. And most of that increase is related to it's not an expansion of programs, it's costs like our PERS cost, our unfunded accrued liability, that has continued to grow, and because that's related to personnel, and PD is primarily personnel, it gets hit, fire does as well, but they both, that continues to grow. And I want to say, I don't have the numbers on me, but it was almost like a $12 million increase, over that time. So additionally, just the cost, as with everything, with all of our salaries across all of our staff, there have been COLAs and increases and costs of benefits. All those things go up, and we really don't have control over that. But the personnel, the number of personnel, sworn personnel is the same, and their non-sworn is, I think, in 10 years, it's a few less, maybe 4 less.
So it's not like we as a city have been throwing money at the police department, say, here, just have it and run with it. It's basically costs that we have no control over in terms of the raising of it, correct? And Chief, if there is a reduction in cost, a reduction rather in income or salary, or the overall budget amount, would that ultimately relate to cuts in the services? I know it's difficult to sort of guess or estimate, but I know LA is dealing with the same sort of problem where they cut so many employees. Now they're talking about really a lot of staffing, overtime, the cost going even doubling, with overtime having police officers take care of the personnel. But your thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Vera. As CFO Soger mentioned, we are primarily staff, and that is the primary driver of, our budget at the police department. We're 90% personnel, 10% is the remainder of our costs, operating and maintenance costs. And so any significant reduction in our budget is going to result in a reduction in personnel, which will in turn result in a reduction in services, response time, case clearance, traffic safety, all of the things that we are responsible for. And that's the best way I can sum it up without, obviously diving into exactly where we would make the cuts. It would just, in general, be a reduction in services.
All right, thank you so much, Chief. And I think that's all my questions right now. Lisa, I really appreciate you and your entire team for really presenting such a detailed report to us. think we all agree that we do need housing. We need housing at all different levels. But if it doesn't make sense in terms of financially, it just doesn't make sense. And I think one of the speakers said it, and I hate to agree, or I even hate to think it, but I think ultimately what this council is about, or some of our members, is it's about defunding ultimately. I mean, the PD has a target on their back for some reason. It's about taking funds away from the largest contributor to the drawdown on the general funds, and it's just, in my opinion, another name for defunding. Do I want to cut personnel? Absolutely not. Do I want to cut services? Absolutely not. Is a healthy reserve important to the vibrancy and the stability of the city? I absolutely. I think, you know, when we hit some of these emergencies that came up, the Great Depression, the COVID, it was good that we had some substantial reserves. If we want to have a conversation about reducing our reserves, then we should open it up to the community. We shouldn't make this decision up here on our own without having a larger conversation with the community. I think we have staff professionals in place for a reason, and it's to listen to their expertise in their field and use our own minds and hearts, but follow their judgment. And when staff tells us that this, being a great deal and all, doesn't make financial sense to the city and the stability, the financial stability of the city, then I think it's incumbent of us to listen to that. Well, I don't know how much more we can say about the guidance and advice that we've gotten from staff on a one-on-one, and plus to the public. How we can even think about moving forward with this is just irresponsible financially. There was a comment made about, where did I put it? About how things are versus how things could be. I think it's, yeah, we can all say, yeah, we would like things to be this way, but we have to play into fact or listen to how things are and realize how things actually are financially. I'm not gonna, I have a whole few pages of everything here. I have asked more questions than I should have, but I wanted clarity on this cross-board for the community. I can't support this moving forward. I would ask my colleagues if we remove this item from the budget altogether and commit to a $3 million one-time fee to our school district. If we really want to invest in the future of this community, the future of this community is our children and our school district. So if we want to make a commitment to that, I would propose the removing this item from the budget, and I came up with $5 million. If $5 million is too much for this council, then we can dwindle down to $3 million. But I think that shows us where we stand as a community, as a council, in terms of supporting the real future of our community, and that's our children. So I can actually, if you entertain a motion to remove that from the budget and add, pardon me, $3 million to our school district as a one-time gift. I don't know if there's a second on that or not. All right, well, no second on that. I tried. And other than that, Mayor, no other comments at this moment.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Puza.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to all the people who spoke tonight, who submitted emails, who called and texted. As I've said many times before, I think about this project all the time, every day. It weighs on me. I hear the fear, I hear the anxiety, I hear the excitement and the passion for this project and to build affordable housing. I know that everyone on this dais has tried to help make this project succeed. Late last year and early this year, Mayor O'Brien, city staff, and staff from CCSM and myself all met weekly to try to find viable solutions and pathways. Thank you to staff. I do respect the guidance and recommendations of our staff and definitely take that into account. But ultimately, we're the elected officials and we're the decision makers. I have met with many community members from across the spectrum of support for this project to mostly listen and to share where I was at and what I was thinking in that particular moment. And I hope I got back to everyone, but if I didn't, my sincere apologies because it's been very busy. These conversations were extremely helpful and informative, and it always encouraged me to see things from different perspective. And I've been able to process that dialogue, so I'm really grateful for all of these conversations. This is a project that has been years in the making, so thank you to CCSM and Culver City United Methodist Church for bringing this idea to life. As I said in the past, I hope that more faith-based institutions consider utilizing SB 4, the Affordable Housing on Faith Lands Act, which allows the fast-tracking of affordable housing projects on land owned by religious institutions. It's a 100% affordable housing project that has been approved to be built. Councilmember Fish already discussed arena numbers for affordable housing in our city, so needless to say that there's no doubt that our city's in desperate need of this type of housing. And we don't want to lose an opportunity like this one because it's so difficult to build affordable housing, especially on the west side, which is why there's so much attention on Jubilo Village. It is true we don't know yet the repercussions if we don't build all the units according to RENA, but we should do everything possible to do so in good faith. There are other affordable housing projects in the pipeline, but we don't know if they'll make it through the process. There are still a lot of unknowns about the projects and they're years away. And they are not entirely free. For example, one project would be leased on city property for something like $1 a year for 99 years. Culver City will still be fixing roads and streets, uneven pavements, repairing bridges, upgrading field lighting, and renovating buildings, and so much more. There's $125 million in carryover from last fiscal year and $38 million in this fiscal year in the capital improvement budget. And I want to start moving more in the direction of funding more infrastructure projects and capital improvement projects. And as the CFO mentioned, the budget does include $1 million for the school district, and I, too, am open to having that conversation about their needs, and so I'm happy to have that conversation. As already mentioned, regarding the sales tax measure, Culver City was already at the sales tax limit. However, with the passage of Measure A, it opened up additional quarter-cent sales tax allowance. So if the city does not go after this revenue, it's possible and most likely that another agency like Metro or the county will do so, and Culver City will not get that revenue. So it's expected to generate possibly $5 to $6 million a year, and this revenue will be on an annual basis, so it won't just be a one-time revenue. And this would significantly address our structural deficit, which is due to our pension payouts. And this is expected to peak around 2031 and significantly drop off in 2045, of course, give or take a few years. As we move forward, this council and future councils will have to set priorities. We'll have to make decisions like whether to let all of our projects in the pipeline catch up with our budget, and how do we prioritize our spending in the future. I've been an advocate for more transparency in the budget process, and I appreciate the work that the CFO and staff has done in this area. I think you can do this in a thoughtful and strategic way, which is why I didn't want to cut services this year. I'm looking forward to the survey that will garner more data on our community needs for next budget cycle, and I'm looking forward to learning more about Councilmember Fish's proposal about more community participation, which is why I agreed to earmark the funding for a conversation. I'm also interested in learning more about the equity analysis of our programs, which was suggested by Councilmember McMorrin. This is how we will progress towards making more data-informed decisions with the community. And this is really about values on a deeper level and the roles city play with housing and homelessness. When I was campaigning, the #1 issue was housing and homelessness. Many of the housing first services that the city offers today for the unhoused were unimaginable to many residents who support them today. It was a battle to change people's mind. Now, some people still think that we shouldn't be spending money on homeless services at all, while others think we could have negotiated better contracts, but eventually most people got used to the idea. As far as the cost of Jubilo and future revenue, we have the $8 million set aside. About $7.55 million is housing related and the affordable housing funds, and about $445,000 is from the general fund. And then we have the $12 million set aside in the reserve fund. We received $5.1 million from the Measure RE last month. We have the former gun store property, which at the minimum will net us about $3 to $4 million. We still have updates to the fee schedule for Parks, Recs, and Community Services, impact fees from all the new developments that will come in mostly in Box Hills. In 2027, we'll most likely sunset the Wellness Village, which is about $4 million a year in contract services. Plus, I am open to considering the digital signage kiosks, which will bring in approximately $2 to $5 million a year. On the subject of revenue, I'm very open to looking at additional ways to bring in revenue that makes sense and still align with the values in our city. I want to create a plan to build back our reserves, and I'm also open to looking at our budget and our programs critically and making sure they're efficient as possible. We've heard the comments and threats designed to bully, intimidate, and shame the decision-making process, and I've heard whispers about a campaign that will be launched against me to attack my character if I support Jubilo. This is all part of being an elected official, but at the end of the day, I have to make the decision based on what is right and just and what is best for the city. So this vote is important to our commitment to meeting our housing needs, keeping our city safe, and reflects the continuation of the work I've been committed to throughout my time on council. I'm proud to have led the way on creating Culver City's Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which is a permanent resource dedicated to preserving and creating and preserving affordable homes. I will continue to advocate for tenant protections that is balanced, support temporary and permanent supportive housing, and work to ensure a compassionate housing-first approach to homelessness. Saying all of that, after thorough and careful review, I want to consider how we best support affordable housing projects like Jubilo during these challenging times, so long as they meet conditions that must be met before we can move forward. And those conditions have to happen, which are live and work preference, and that unless there are funding restrictions, there will be a preference for residents who live or work in Culver City. This will also address our sustainability needs. A lot of people who have low-income jobs have to drive the furthest. That the project-based vouchers must be guaranteed. Given the volatility of HUD, this is essential to ensuring the long-term financial sustainability of the project and the ability to house those most in need. And last, financial contingencies, that the financial model includes sufficient contingencies to cover cost fluctuations, such as tariff increases and inflation. I also heard tonight that CCSM would not ask for additional funding from the city. I do believe housing is a human right, so if these conditions are met, this project is a strong step towards that goal. I'm also supportive of the senior management analyst position. This position might have some revenue generation, which is not always the point, but it won't hurt. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for your comments and feedback again. Thanks again to our staff for all the work on this. I know for the past week I've been grilling everyone for more information. Okay, I'm going to go, I took a lot of notes. I don't pre-write my speeches. I kind of write it down and kind of hear what everyone says. So just, the updated housing pipeline report, we get it, I think, bi-monthly, is at 643 affordable housing units that are in the pipeline. To give you a sense, in March, that number was 612. In February, it was 538. So the number of units, affordable units in the pipeline is growing, okay? And all of those, except for the 95 or 93 from Jubilo, do not require any city funds. So we've got all those in the pipeline, in the development phase, and they're coming. And the number's growing month over month. Thrown out there is this, the RENA number, so of affordable housing unit requirement of 1,700. I asked this of our planning director some time ago. These numbers are unattainable. I asked him, is any city going to meet these? And he says, well, some are going to meet them. There's small towns out in the country that have a affordable housing requirement of like 5 units. So sure, they can pick that up. But any large urban, even small urban city is not going to be able to pick that up. So what's HCD going to do? They're going to penalize every single city in the state. So we're doing our best, and we did it through our zoning. Our upzoning throughout the city. And there is a lot, especially relative to other cities. We're beating everyone. For our size, no one's doing what we're doing for our unhoused, no one's doing what we're doing for affordable housing development, all of it, okay? It's really funny that Councilmember Fish he came up with the same number I did. I wrote it down, $210,526 of city funds per unit of Jubilo. Well, what I did then was I multiplied that number by the remaining 548 affordable housing units in the city that are in the pipeline. And if we gave the same funding to all those, it would be a total of $115,368,248. So if we were equitable in the distribution of assistance to those that are developing affordable housing units, that would suck up most, like 90% of our general fund budget. I have voted yes on this project every single time until this $16 million additional funding request came up, and it was clear that we weren't going to find an alternative way to fund it other than our city funds. One of our speakers, Carol Ann Garrett, she was incredibly passionate, and she was one of the last ones to speak, and she walked out with her walker. But she said it, yeah, we need it, we want it, but we can't always get the things that we want. I'm just flabbergasted that one singular project of 95 units is getting $20 million in total from city funding. I don't know, it's probably like 15% of our entire general fund at this point. To me, it's just, I'm just shocked. I mean, what could we do with the 20 million if it wasn't for this? I think I saw a community center in Fox Hills is like $9 million. The high school needs a swimming pool. That's around the same amount, which is insane to me, $10 million for a pool. They're asking for money, $3 million, $5 million, whatever it is. There's better overland, improving Biona Creek. I mean, you know, what if we put it all, instead of into Jubilo, what if we put it all into rental assistance? Then no one would, in Culver City would fall into homelessness for probably forever. I don't know. I mean, that would go on forever. It's just, yes, objectively, if it wasn't for this enormous cost, this enormous pressure on the city when we just declared a fiscal emergency, absolutely this project, absolutely. I've been in favor of it. I voted that way. But it's not. We're here to have a fiscally sound city, and putting all this money into one place, I can't support it. Regarding our broken budget process, or however we want to call it, or I'm not calling it that, one of my colleagues is, we provide so many opportunities, and they're not listening sessions. There's opportunities for people to speak on it every time. We have a budget, what's it called, where people can, you know, go online and they can give the input?
Oh, we have a budget input box?
Yeah, how many input items have we received from that?
2.
2. That's why we're elected. I mean, all weekend, you know, all weekend. We're crazy. We're crazy. That's why we're here, and we love our city. We love our city. It's enormous. And this is with, in my opinion, the easiest to follow budget presentation in this region, for sure. And then, you know, let's just say the quiet things loudly. This is for a large percentage of these advocates here, about ultimately defunding or reallocating, whatever you want to call it. And my colleague said, you know, well, let's look at the, you know, the reserve, the emergency reserves of local cities to compare. Okay, well, let's look at the spending on police from our local jurisdictions to compare. Inglewood, 48.99%. Beverly Hills, 40.87%. Santa Monica, I had 31% from their website, but then I talked to the mayor this morning. She said, no, it was up 38%. Hawthorne, 45%. Gardena, 43.1%. Torrance, somehow 19.2%. So we're above them. Lawndale, 40.1%. El Segundo, 25.5%. They're a little below. Manhattan Beach, 21.7%. Hermosa Beach, 34%. WeHo, I think it's 24%. They just lump it all into one. But, you know, we're not way out there. We're on the lower third of you know, percentage of spending of our general fund budget. We're compared to other jurisdictions. And like all of our positions in this city, it's competitive. You know, LA is not, I mean, there's nowhere else like it. We got 88 cities in this county that are within 30 miles of each other. So we're competing with other cities for all of our employees, including our police, and we have to stay competitive. It's just the way it is. And, you know, playing with numbers, the police budget doubled in 10 years. Relative to the general fund budget, it decreased from 35% to 30%. It's playing with numbers. It's all, you know, it drives me crazy. It's not honest. And I'm really concerned with the optics of this. I've had people tell me, and I've begged them. I mean, I'm like, yes, you're right. Spending $20 million on this one project in this climate that we're in is not the thing we should be doing. But I need you to vote yes on the quarter-cent sales tax. And it's like, no. Not everyone. A lot of people do say, I get it. You know, if we don't take it, someone else is going to take it. But I'm worried. The optics are not not good. And then I love that, so many people in this community who are either new or weren't around when I was advocating for schools and parks through my lifetime here. Only person here who had 2 kids, even 1 kid, graduate from Culver City High School, go all the way through our schools. This person started the first sustained fundraising campaign for CCEF. I got the highest honor of volunteerism from the Council of PTAs. I created a nonprofit for our parks, which helped fund a playground and put new landscaping around the pools. Yeah, and I expect my colleagues, this is gonna be crazy. I know I'm crazy. After, hopefully, we pass the sales tax, you don't pay for capital improvements with operating budget. We're gonna need a bond, and I'm gonna ask for a bond to improve our parks. So our advocates here, our big advocates of parks, I can't wait for y'all to say yes. So anyway, I wish I could say yes to Jubilo. I really do. And I have been saying yes. I have been the entire time. But it's just too much. It's too much. It's not responsible. So there's 3 votes to move this forward. So as far as the procedure goes here, let me get back to the procedure.
Mayor, or, I mean, we can, want to take it in the order. We're getting. Whoop, there. So the first piece is to adopt the annual appropriations limit for fiscal year 25-26. This just sets, this is also called the GAN limit, and it is the first attachment, I think. And it sets the appropriations limit at $153,944,972, and that is just the requirement from the state of California that we adopt that every year.
Does that include, by passing that, does that include
That is
the
not the
approval of-
budget. That is not approving the budget. The GAN limit just is the calculation that we're required to do every year because of state law that has set what our appropriations limit is, and it changes every year by the change in per capita personal income and the change in population, and that is a cap over which we cannot spend more tax dollars than that. And so it has nothing to do with the budget itself.
I have a motion from Councilmember McMorrin and a second by Mayor O'Brien to adopt the City Council resolution approving and adopting the annual appropriations limit for fiscal year 2025 to 2026. Please vote. That motion passes unanimously.
Can you can you lead the way?
Yeah, so the next order is that we will take the respective resolutions for fiscal year 25, 26, and we can do them individually, because we have to adopt budgets for the city, and then the successor agency for redevelopment, the housing authority, and the parking authority. You can do them all as one, but you could also do them individually.
I'd like to break them up. Or actually do the three in one, and then separate the general fund, everything.
Okay. I will remind you that the housing authority budget also includes funding for Jubilo Village, because part of that money is coming from the housing
All
authority.
right, let's just do it all separately.
So we can just go in order, and you
Yeah,
can
let's
take
go in order, please.
the main city budget first.
And the main city budget also includes, because it comes out of general fund.
Yes, because
Yeah.
it's coming from the general fund. The main city budget includes Jubilo Village. It includes the $250,000 for the public process. At this point, I've heard council members talk about adding other things, but there has been no formal recommendation to add anything else to the budget.
So I know we agendized a conversation about sharing grant writing resources. And I don't know if the city clerk can confirm, in the last budget meeting, I believe we agendized a conversation about bringing back the two budget, it's getting to be that time. Bringing back the two grant writers, so the Public Works grant writer and the PD grant writer, and seeing how we can share those resources. I know budgets are tight, so of course I'm supportive of the Parks grant writer and agree with Vice Mayor Puza about that. If we can, if that cannot be done, if that is not something that we can do, is share those resources appropriately, then I would be in favor of including the parks.
Councilmember Fish, can I comment on that, please? We don't have a dedicated grant writer at the police department.
Okay, so
That's
who
a shared
handles
that's
your
a shared
grants?
responsibility amongst our management team.
Okay, so did multiple people file or write grants for the department?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's just a matter of having more personnel than other departments, I guess, because other departments are struggling to
I'm wondering if that was getting conflated with the Public Works Department. Public Works
that for sure we
has
talked
a
about.
consultant that is available for all of the city to use. They did a process where they did an RFP and selected a grant writing consultant, and that consultant is available for other departments to use.
Okay, well, considering we're having other departments who are struggling with this very important thing for any department to grow, I would concur with Vice Mayor Puza that position seems to be one that could eventually, pay for, or at least be, fiscally positive impact, because we're getting resources that we otherwise wouldn't have. So I'd be supportive of it.
I would just caution that if we don't get a sales tax measure, we will more than likely be coming back to you recommending personnel cuts, which was one of the reasons we limited new personnel in the budget that we've proposed.
Is it possible to reserve this grant writer, but not actually hire the grant writer until we see the results of the sales tax measure? And if, of course, it doesn't pass, we don't hire them and don't use the funds?
Yes, certainly, that is possible.
So does that need a motion on the floor?
There would have
Ms.
to be a
Green?
motion to add that to the budget.
Okay.
So, and I'm, just for clarification, you are recommending adding the
Senior management analyst.
Senior, well,
Right?
Yeah, I thought that was.
it was, there was a request from the PRCS department for 2 additional personnel. Let me find it. Yes. I think a senior management analyst to focus on grants.
Yes.
In the amount of $179,300.
Yes, so the motion on the floor is to reserve that in our budget with the contingency that if the sales tax measure doesn't pass, that we would essentially not use it. So it would not be, I guess the contingency is not to actually initiate the hiring until the results of the sales tax measure.
Understood.
And I would assume that a hiring for that
It
type
will-
of role would, I mean, it's already June and the sales tax is in August, so I would assume just the prep work would take longer than that, just based on the information we received earlier this evening.
Yes, it would have to be programmed into the recruitment schedule and.
Right.
So, yeah, it's not like we would be able to hire somebody on July 1st.
Right. Gotcha. Thanks.
So are we doing a motion on the city budget or just on?
City budget
and including?
adding
Okay.
that.
And I just want to clarify, the conditions that are listed, is that something that would be done in A3?
The
Okay.
conditions, yes.
Thank you.
So now this is a motion to adopt the respective resolution adopting the fiscal year 25-26 budget for the city of Culver City, inclusive of Jubilo, and $250,000 for the public process, and an additional contingent $179,300 for a PRCS senior manager. Yeah?
Senior management analyst.
Management analyst.
Contingent on the sales tax.
Okay. All right, I have a motion by Councilmember McMorrin. I have a second by Vice Mayor Puza. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes, 3 ayes, 2 noes. Noes from Mayor O'Brien and Councilmember Vera.
City Clerk?
Yes.
May I also include in the record that aside from the enhancements, including Jubilo and the earmarking of $250,000 for a budget analysis, I'm in favor of the rest of the budget.
And I echo that comment as well.
I'm sorry?
I echo that comment as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
So now we would take the resolution adopting the budget for the successor agency for Culver City redevelopment. And this basically is just funding the debt service.
Are we doing each one of them separately? Okay. I have a motion from Councilmember McMorrin, a second from Councilmember Fish, to to adopt the resolution for the 25-26 fiscal year budget for the successor agency to the redevelopment agency. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Next will be the budget for the Housing Authority. And as I mentioned, the Housing Authority does include funds for the Jubilo Village project.
This is 100% Jubilo, right? Because we're depleting it?
Yeah, there's about $500,000 that can go to the last of the rental assistance payments for this year, and then most everything else has been moved into the general fund.
I have a motion by Councilmember McMorrin. I have a motion by McMorrin, second by Councilmember Fish, to adopt a resolution adopting the fiscal year 25-26 budget for the Culver City Housing Authority, including funds for Jubilo project. Please vote. Thank you. That motion passes. 3 ayes, 2 noes. Noes by Mayor O'Brien and Councilmember Vera.
And City Clerk, can we get the same note on this one? I'm in favor of the rental assistance.
Mhm. And finally, we'll entertain a motion for the Culver City Parking Authority.
And the Parking Authority budget includes the operation and capital projects related to the structures, in addition to all of the city's parking meters on the streets. So that is a $8.3 million appropriations for the upcoming fiscal year.
We have a motion by Councilmember McMorrin, a second by Mayor O'Brien. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Moving on. We have a formal resolution of the City Council adopting the classification and salary plan for the city employees effective June 30th, 2025. So this includes the salary schedules for all the miscellaneous groups and the safety units, police and fire. The MOU, the existing MOU for the miscellaneous units includes a 4% increase, and pursuant to the salary initiative ordinance approved by voters in 1953 and then amended in 1982, there's a 1.5% salary adjustment for both police and fire based on the MOUs from the City of Los Angeles.
We have a motion by Councilmember McMorrin, a second by Vice Mayor Puza, to adopt the resolution approving salary schedules for miscellaneous employees, police safety employees, and fire safety employees effective July 1st, 2025. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Now, in order to fund the Jubilo Village project, the city council needs to take an action to decrease the contingency reserve below the established target for fiscal year 25-26. Funds were, the manner in which funds were put into that reserve was through city council resolution, and so to decrease the fund, the city council needs to do that in the same manner, which is this resolution before you.
We have a motion by Councilmember McMorrin, second by Councilmember Fish, to adopt the resolution approving use of the city's contingency reserve funds.
And the final resolution, oh, sorry,
Still voting.
got ahead of myself.
All members have voted. The motion passes, 3 ayes, 2 noes. Noes from Mayor O'Brien and Councilmember Vera.
Now, the final resolution is to amend City Council Policy Statement 5002, which are the financial policies, to establish a committed reserve for loan to Community Corp of Santa Monica toward construction of affordable housing units in the Jubilo Village project located at 4464 Sepulveda Boulevard, Culver City.
I have a motion by Councilmember McMorrin, a second by Councilmember Fish, to adopt a resolution amending City Council Policy 5002, Financial Policies, to establish a committed reserve for Jubilo Village in the amount of $12 million. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes. 3 ayes, 2 noes. Noes from Mayor O'Brien and Councilmember Vera.
Mayor, if I may ask a quick question of staff. I received an email from, and I believe it was sent to the whole council and city staff, about item number 7 in the resolution 2025R about the items that roll over, and I believe it was sent to you, CFO Sober, too. Did we just vote on that policy? I was trying to figure out which of the, okay.
So that it lives in policy 5001, which is the budgeting policies, and you voted on it in the resolution for the budget, because we reiterate that in that resolution that the city manager has the ability to carry over. So some funds are encumbered and they carry over automatically. So if we have a contract that we let in the current fiscal year for $500,000, but we've only spent $100,000 this year, the $400,000 automatically carries forward because it's encumbered in that specific contract with that vendor. There are other things that get appropriated every year in the budget that staff just doesn't have time to get encumbered in contracts yet. It takes longer to do the RFP, or staff has competing priorities and they don't get to it. The best example, and I think I used this in my budget workshop, of something that was set by council in 23-24, council authorized the Fox Hills specific plan and the Hayden Tract specific plans for a total of $1.3 million. The planning department was working on The general plan, they didn't have time to go out and do the RFP and select the firms for the specific plans in the prior fiscal year. That happened in the current fiscal year. So that was an amount that was appropriated in the prior year, not encumbered, and the city manager carried those funds forward. And that's, again, the policy gives the city manager that authority. That typically happens once we close the fiscal year. And CIP projects are different from this, right? CIP projects, the amount, we anticipate that they take many more than a single year to complete. So those funds carry forward automatically. When we close the budget, which close the year, the fiscal year in, usually it's October, November, because it takes that long for all the bills to hit, the revenue to post, the auditors to bless everything. At that point, we bring, we look, the departments tell us what things they didn't get to, a list goes to the city manager, and then he reviews those things and makes recommendations on what is approved to be carried over.
Thank you for that explanation. That's really helpful. The suggestion that was sent to me from Michelle Dennis, who's the public finance professional we heard from this evening from the City of Santa Monica, was to add just with approval by City Council to those rollovers. We obviously, fully appreciate the expertise of our city manager. This is more for us as financial, trying to make sure we have transparency and make sure that as we deal with our deficit, if there are things that are rolling over that the council could review, that maybe the council doesn't want to roll over or things, aren't needed anymore, just to have that ability to look and see what is needed and what isn't. I'm wondering if that can be amended to bring that also to council for our approval. So it's fully transparent for the public and for the council to review those items.
We would have to bring Council Policy 5001 back to the council to review and amend. And that would have to come back as a separate item,
Understood.
pending 3 nodding heads. And then at that point, we could have a discussion about amending
okay.
that policy.
Well, if it's okay, I'd like to ask if we could get 3 nodding heads just to have a discussion about adding council review to items that roll over from previous budgets.
Yes.
So I have Vice Mayor Puzo, Mayor O'Brien, Councilmember McMorrin, and Councilmember Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. And thank you, CFO Soger.
Thank you. We're done with this one, right?
Yes.
We are on to A3.
Mayor A3 has 42 speakers.
Um, 60 seconds, and I think we encourage, this topic is about language that already exists in our current agreement with Santa Monica Community Corp Santa Monica, excuse me, on the $4 million initial loan, and I haven't received any objections to it as of yet. It strengthens the contingencies, protects the city. So let's start with the staff report and go from there.
Good morning, Jesse Mays, Assistant City Manager. Culver City is budgeted for a $16 million loan to Community Corps Santa Monica for the Jubilo Village affordable housing development. Staff now seeks direction from the City Council on the terms of a loan commitment letter with Community Corporation, which will serve as the basis for a loan agreement. Staff's recommended terms are listed in the staff report. Staff's proposed terms ensure that the city funds are only dispersed after the project meets certain milestones that seek to ensure the project is certainly moving forward. For example, Jubilo's financial feasibility relies on Culver City Housing Authority's commitment to 42 project-based vouchers to the project. These vouchers are funded by the Federal Housing and Urban Development Department, which appears to be targeted for significant cuts in next year's federal budget. For this reason, staff recommends that one requirement for disbursement of funds is a completed agreement with Community Corporation for the project-based vouchers, including necessary approvals from the Housing and Urban Development Department. With City Council's direction, staff will revise the 2024 commitment letter for the city's prior $4 million loan commitment, which is included as an attachment to the staff report, to include new terms, modified terms, and the additional $16 million. Jubilo's state tax credits are conditioned on the project being 100% affordable. This means the project must be 100% affordable to be financially viable. Staff recommends that the City Council add a condition to the commitment letter that a breach of the state tax credit conditions will invalidate the city's loan. This will ensure the project will remain 100% affordable. To comply with California state law requirements regarding public financing of affordable housing projects, staff recommends adding a term to the loan commitment that 49% of units be affordable. While this may seem counterintuitive, it is recommended to remain compliant with state law, specifically Article 34 of the California Constitution. The state tax credit requirement for the project to be 100% affordable will continue to ensure the project is 100% affordable. This concludes my report, and staff is available to answer any questions.
Does anyone have any questions at this stage?
I have one, but I just put 3 almonds in my mouth.
All right.
I'm going to ask thank you for the staff report. Thank you for your work on this. I was wondering if we could potentially, I think we have residents and Vice Mayor Puza asked about potentially including workers, Culver City workers, as part of the preference, the local preference. So I would support that. And then I would also add, I was wondering if we could add Culver City students and their families as part of the local preference. We heard from a lot of CCUSD parents and families about how difficult it's become to live here, and we have a lot of students from outside who live outside the district. I think I heard something like 40-something%. But that's my question: is if we could add those two potentially.
Do you have a comment?
I would like to add, for the workers, must they be full-time? And
That's a good question.
And for the students, public, private school, or both? I think you should define those.
Those are great questions. Do any of my colleagues have opinions?
I would prefer public, personally.
I would support that.
I think it should be open to all students. I think I'm a family that receives scholarship support for my daughter at school, and there are many other families who do as well. I think, and we know that there's a lot of folks at West LA that have housing insecurity needs that we've learned about. So I just think there's a lot of need. So I don't think we should create additional barriers if we want folks to have a tie to Culver City. I think just establishing that they have that tie, and then there's an additional financial need should be, I assume the financial need is also wrapped into the housing itself. So hopefully that will cover our bases. Thanks. And I don't have a preference on whether they're part-time or full-time, particularly because that could factor into, folks having issues getting here and all that stuff. So we know we have lots of jobs here in Culver City. So thanks.
Does part-time or full-time affect their income levels, eligibility?
Usually part-time workers have more than one job, so it's hard to say they only have that one job. And I just asked to drill down deeper so that way when we go through the selection process, staff has clear understanding of what is the intent of the council.
Yeah, if they have multiple jobs, then I would say part-time and full-time as well.
Since you're there, Vice Mayor, before I go to...
Yeah, no worries. Devis, was there any mention of preference for seniors in any of this? And preference is sort of a, yeah, we can ask preference for anything, but there's no guarantee on anything, right?
Yeah, I believe the original intent was for Culver City residents.
Correct.
And at this moment, we are now including students and folks who are workers here. But the original intent was just a residency.
Culver City residents.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor, anything else? Okay.
On the board, no.
Okay. Okay, can we get our commenters?
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and call the first 10 names. We have Jamie Wallace with 1 minute seated by Bob Wallace, Gary Zeiss with 1 minute seated by Annette Miller-Follette, Stephen Jones, Chris Grossman, Lisa Lindgren, Joanne Dodge, Philip Forrester, Nancy Barba, Michelle Dennis, and Scott Kelly. Our first speaker is Jamie Wallace with 1 minute seated by Bob Wallace.
I guess there's an advantage to keeping a hawkeye out for when the agenda is going to be available. I would like to make sure that the commitment letter includes the items that Mr. Puza mentioned, and spoken words do not a contract make. So I would like the staff thoughts about that the city can terminate the contract if CCSM asks for more funding. CCMS shall indemnify the city and the housing agency against any and all claims. The city can terminate the contract if the funds are used for church or church-related construction, and the city can terminate if federal funding from HUD is reduced or eliminated. Those were all in the staff report, but they're not in the commitment letter, and I was trying to figure out why that was a discrepancy. Whoa, it's late. So that's my question. And I'm done.
I can clarify. The attachment was the commitment letter for the $4 million that we committed in 2024. We would be writing a new commitment letter with these terms in here that would be in addition to the ones that are in the old letter.
So there'll be a second reading. We'll get it back on consent, or it's just by direction?
No, the attachment is a commitment letter that already exists. It has nothing to do with the new commitment letter that we would be producing for the 16 million. Maybe it's confusing because we're probably going to revise the old commitment letter to add the 16 million and add some additional terms.
Right.
But just because the terms don't exist in there right now, we're trying to get direction from you tonight on which terms to add, which are in the staff report.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Gary Zeiss, followed by, with 1 minute seated by Annette Miller-Follette, followed by Stephen Jones.
Mayor Bryan, Councilman Vera, I'm sorry I have to include you in a lawsuit. I really didn't want to. Councilman McNaurin, I'm wondering what you were paying attention to during your con law class or when you took your oath to protect the constitutional rights of your citizens. Councilman Fish, I want you to call your friend Ellis Raskin and thank him for providing a great example of what a lawsuit shouldn't be. It provided great guidance in writing mine. And Freddie, Councilman Puza, I'm sorry, thank you for giving me the ability to call the hole in the ground behind CPUMC Freddie's Folly from now and forever. You know, conditions on a loan are great, but lipstick on a pig still leaves you with a pig. And that's the problem we have here. The indemnity doesn't protect the city against violating my constitutional rights. It did that twice tonight in one vote. You know about the first one. That's pretty obvious, the Establishment Clause. There's another one you'll find out when the lawsuit, which is completed and ready to go, is filed in the morning. Unfortunately, I don't think that that these guys can indemnify you for that. I've looked it up. You don't get indemnities for civil rights violations, and you did it twice. Again, and you have termination provisions. Is that going to give you any of the money you give these guys back? Not a chance. They'll take you to court for terminating. You know that, I know that. At the end of the day, again, putting lipstick on a pig leaves you with one thing, a pig, and that's what you wound up with.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen Jones, followed by Chris Grossman. And not seeing him in chambers or online. Our next speaker is Chris Grossman, followed by Disa Lindgren.
So since you've already decided to fund this thing, I think you need a few conditions. One, if the federal funding goes away, our funding needs to go away. There's no way we can afford it. If the sales tax fails, our funding needs to go away. And we need to be indemnified by the group doing this, okay? Because we do not need to be open to lawsuits that happened at that place because we funded it. And all those conditions need to be part of the loan that you've now approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Disa Lindgren, followed by Johan Dodge.
I won't be speaking.
Okay. Philip Forrester. Not online or in the chamber. Nancy Barba, followed by Michelle Dennis. Nancy, are you able to unmute yourself? It doesn't look like she's unmuting, so we're going to go on to our next speaker. Michelle Dennis. Don't see them online or in the chamber. Scott Kelly. All right, I'm just going to start calling names. Davis Park. Mark Herskovitz with 1 minute seated by Sarah Herskovitz. Barbara Burney. Ronald Ostrin with 1 minute seated by Leslie Ostrin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Well, my first advice is you should all go home now because you're too tired to do this right. But if you don't want to listen to that, I think Jamie Wallace's comments were spot on. I also do think there should be contingencies for, lack of federal funding and the failure of the passage of the sales tax, otherwise living under financial calamity. Made some clawback provisions. Obviously, you need to be able to get title insurance and make sure, what position is our loan going to be? Is it going to be in first position or second position? And what are we going to take it subject to? And quite frankly, I'd recommend that you hire a real estate lawyer who's familiar with construction loans, because this is quite a complicated transaction. But anyhow, good luck, and I hope I'm wrong that this doesn't lead to a financial disaster. I heard some compelling arguments from both sides, and we do need affordable housing, so I just hope we're not headed down the tubes. Anyhow, thank you all for your service. It's been quite a long night, and it wouldn't be an act of cowardice to table this matter so you can deal with it when you're all more alert. I know I'm getting ready to go to bed, so Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Warwick. Solomon Namala. Tara Baruskas. Okay. Ron Basilian. Kenny Stevenson. Melissa Sanders. Ann Trevelyan.
I don't have a lot to say about this, but I am still here, and so are you. I just want to thank you for the brave thing you just did, and say I look forward to you all communicating with us and with Community Corps to craft a very beautiful document to get everything on the table so everybody can feel good about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Kathy Brown, Martha Valdez, James Richardson,
Good evening, City Council. I don't know how you all do it. God bless you all for doing this. So the big irony is that I'm overhearing is just this is a big loan for a church project. There's a whole much irony in that statement. I'm not going to stay here too long because I really need to hear more details about the context surrounding this loan because anything can fall apart. And it's already by overriding laws that typically would be unconstitutional across the country. That's why it's so ironic. And it's ironic because we have a whole administration that's actually using the very same religion to keep stuff from like this from happening. So that's all I got to say. I just need to hear more stuff.
thank you. Brian McMahon, Christopher Michelle, Marcy Bond, Michael Ansley, Rebecca Rona, Deanna Newell, Dexter O'Connell, Joshua Edra, Anthony Pleskow, Robert Zagelis, Kevin Dedicatoria is not present. Rick Tuttle, Michael Rockmus, Reverend Heidi Worthengamble, Michelle Weiner, John Graff, Denise Neal,
Hi, is it appropriate to ask questions about those, the people or categories that would be included? It's okay to mention that? Okay, I'm sorry. I believe that in those categories, it should be considered that some of the people who will be needing housing are coming out of the foster care system. A lot of them are unaccompanied and they don't have family support. I'd like to know if you can include them on the list for consideration. And I'd also like to know if in the school list, you can consider disabled students who might be in non-public, non-sectarian schools like Cain Aris and Help Group, because they're supposed to operate under the auspices of a local school district, but they get overlooked when it comes to resources, housing, and other things.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker, Mario Washington.
I get to bring up the rear. I just want to say thank you, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff. I will be the point person once we get to a place where staff and your team puts together the documents and makes revisions to the documents. So I will, speak to my leadership team, but I just want to let you all know that, I look forward to the next steps. Long road getting here. We got still a couple of steps more to go, but just want to say thank you and have a great evening or morning, Jesse.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you, everyone. My take is the added requests for conditions. I'm fine with everything that was brought up. I would personally, we're talking about funding our public schools. Our schools are funded mostly through ADA, which is students in our public schools. I would like to keep the school portion part only under the auspice of our public schools. Everything else I'm okay with that was brought up on the dais. Councilmember Fish, do you have anything?
No, I respect that view, Mayor. I mean, I initially was down for that. I think the income qualifier satisfies my need for this to go to folks who are vulnerable. Like, the council member said that there might be folks at those schools relying on vouchers or other types of assistance. So that kind of reframed it for me a little bit, and I'm okay with it not having that qualification, but I will, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councilmember McMorrin, do you have anything else?
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Burr?
Yeah, is there the inclusion of, if there is lack of federal funding, that this is null and void? And then nothing on the sales tax, though, if the sales tax doesn't pass?
To me, that would incentivize not passing the sales tax.
Okay.
No.
All right. Well, I agree with everything in here. I just don't agree with the project moving forward as is, so I can't even support this. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. So one of the conditions that's really important to me is making sure that the vouchers are guaranteed. So how will that work?
Vice Mayor, who would guarantee the vouchers?
HUD.
If I can offer, sorry to interrupt.
They don't guarantee vouchers. I think they're subject to annual appropriation.
If possible, can we just include some language that makes it contingent on the vouchers being available from HUD versus guarantee? Because that would be difficult, but in the event that, I know it's late, apologies, Assistant City Manager, but if there's a way that we could potentially craft language that specifies that, you know, whatever we have agreed, the certain amount, if that does not move forward, the conditions for the city to move forward with the loan would no longer be met. Is it possible, or city attorney, to include some if-then language in the letter?
I think what we had suggested was full execution of the AHAP agreement, which is the preliminary agreement between us and CCSM for the vouchers, which is subject to HUD review. So, you know, the HUD local staff would review it, and presumably they would take into consideration how much funding we have. But like the city manager said, Congress could always, you know, defund. You know, anything's possible in this environment. And if that happened, which is probably unprecedented, you know, it's anybody's guess what would happen. There would be a funding gap.
Can I suggest we, in legal, please chime in, we keep the language that's already in the staff report, that federal funding for housing authority or city for housing vouchers is eliminated or reduced, the city can terminate.
Can you just identify what part of the document you're suggesting the amendment to?
It's on page 2 of the staff report.
Yeah, it's already in the staff report under the grounds for termination.
So it says federal funding to housing authority or city for housing vouchers is eliminated or reduced is grounds for termination. So the city wouldn't have to terminate, but we could, you know, if no other funding sources were identified.
Vice Mayor, are you looking for more specific language than that? Or is that meeting your concern?
Yes, but I don't know what it is.
So even when the, sorry.
I was just going to say, I defer to our staff to craft language that protects the city if federal funding goes away.
That provision is fairly broad, and I think it does achieve what you are going for, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Okay, I feel good then. Thank you.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
Even when the, the project is built, if the vouchers were revoked at that point, that is something that could happen theoretically? Okay. So obviously what we're trying to prevent is for that to happen before construction, but there's still this risk that if it were pulled after construction and after people are living there, then we would be also in trouble. Right? Okay. I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry to end that thought. It seems like there's no way to prevent that from happening either. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
I think one way to prevent it from happening is not going forward with the project right now. There's too many uncertainties, too many unknowns. If we get that far along into the deal, we invested that much money and HUD decides to pull the rug out from underneath us, then what are we going to do? We're on the hook for that much. We come out of pocket more. I mean, it's just a snowball effect. Sorry, Mayor.
City staff, if I may ask one more question, would that scenario be a threat to theoretically any 100% affordable housing project currently using vouchers, project-based vouchers?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And is this holding until after the big, beautiful bill is passed?
Big ugly bill?
It's unlikely that we would complete this document before the federal budget is approved. I think it will take us long enough where it will go into July, and apparently the federal budget is supposed to be passed by the 4th of July. So I think likely, but I don't know.
we'll have this document before that or after?
After. I don't think we would complete this loan agreement until after the 4th of July.
Do we plan to come back to council with this document? Okay.
So there's only one meeting in July.
Yeah, it sounds like the soonest we'd be back would be the
I think it's the
meeting in
Monday after,
August.
I think it's the Monday after the 4th.
Okay.
And
I
can I
think it's
just
the
ask,
14th.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
It's the 14th. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question? And does Community Corps of Santa Monica know that, are you aware of that timeline?
About the AHAP?
No, about this loan agreement needing to come back in July for final approval?
Well, I was thinking that that was going to happen this evening, but, I mean, I think.
Just want to,
Still okay.
okay. I just want to ensure that we're not cutting into that plan.
No, I think that's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So there's no other conditions? So the way, I'm sorry? Yeah, I think so.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely want to wait till after the July 4th.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. So do you have all that, Assistant City Manager?
Yep, that all makes sense.
Can you read it back?
So what you're recommending is the staff recommendations, including the ones I read verbally during my oral staff report, plus add a preference for Culver City part-time and full-time workers and Culver City public school students.
I think it was just for students. Or it was my request that it would just be for students and not just public students.
I think we need clarification on who's, I think the council needs to tell us, public school or both, all students.
My understanding is the majority wants all. I mean, the majority of the, I don't, I would prefer it was just our public school, but it,
I mean, just to speak on that, from an equity perspective, I think that is sort of addressed through the deed restriction of the project. So that's why I am okay with keeping it open to all students the families of all students who are students in Culver City. Thank you.
So we'll say all students and their families, K through 12, living in Culver City.
And any mention of seniors in that?
I think it'll be natural.
What's natural?
I think seniors who live in or meet any of those qualifications would apply, or would.
Because they're already resident, they're already here.
And it's
Attending
thank you,
school
attending
in
school
Culver City.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, not living in Culver City.
Okay.
That's in there.
Do we have a motion? Do you want to put that on there, Councilman, Vice Mayor?
We have a motion from Councilmember McMorrin, a second from Councilmember Fish, to direct the city manager on the terms and conditions of the $16 million loan to Community Corps of Santa Monica for the Jubilo Village Affordable Housing Project, as stated by the Assistant City Manager. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes 4 ayes, 1 no. No from Councilmember Vera.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm a little out of it. Yeah. Do we have any public comment? No?
No.
Okay. Any last comments from colleagues?
I do have a quick request. If we could get a report or, it's not a discussion, but a report from our CFO or their team around just outlining the various structural deficit issues that we've had from 2010 to the current cycle. I'd be very curious to kind of see that very clearly. There's been some ambiguity around that, so I'm curious about that. Thanks.
Are we getting nodding heads for this?
Yes, that's what I'm seeking.
I only see a nodding head from Councilmember Fish. And a nodding head from Vice Mayor Puza.
And one quick comment, Mayor, if I may. The Public Safety Committee, potentially making a Public Safety Standing Committee, from converting it from the Police Subcommittee, does that have a date coming up on the future agenda? We heard a lot of folks at the beginning of the meeting, and I wanted to make sure that we follow up on some of those items, such as privacy review, which was also agendized, but I don't think that has a date set. And I would love for those items I'd love for us to have that forum for some of the concerns we heard from the community today.
It's on the list. We don't have a date yet.
Okay, do we have any update on what is taking so long? Because I think those were agendized. You actually probably have the date in front of you, but I think it was
Councilor,
January.
there's been a lot of requests to put stuff on the agenda.
No, I know, it's from January, though, and it's just converting a committee, so that's why I'm asking. It's not a comment on staff. There's a lot going on. Oh, that was just a question of, have we heard any updates on where that is in the, yeah. Do we know if
no, we
that's in
don't.
progress or
We do not.
to come back to us? Okay.
Yes, every week when we meet with the different staff members that put agenda items together and tell us what they want to have, we will let them know that we're waiting on updates on certain things, and we go through it. And we're just still waiting for that.
Okay. In your meeting, you can let them know that I brought it up again.
We will.
Thank you so much.
Does anyone else have anything? Okay,
Mayor,
yeah.
Denise Neal had been signed up for items not on the agenda, but was not in the
Okay.
room earlier. Do you want
Let's
to
hear her.
allow her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members, and community at large. I'd like to know if we can actually agendize a contingency plan in case the Section 8 vouchers and GR housing program are pulled. And I'd also like to know if we can look into the legality and the glitches in the affordable housing and the below market rate requirements for applying for these affordable units. I thought it was illegal for them to ask for 3 times the rent and illegal for them to require a guarantor with 5 times the rent. How can we address these glitches in the system that are keeping people out of the affordable units? They're being used to eliminate the people and to make the units unavailable. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion to adjourn.
We have a motion by Councilmember McMorro and a second by Councilmember Vera to adjourn. Please vote. The time is 1:36. That is a unanimous adjournment.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.